There are exactly three types of lies that can destroy a man's life. The first is the small lie, the harmless lie, the kind where you tell your boss, "I'm 5 minutes away," while you're still brushing your teeth. The second is the dangerous lie, the kind that gets you audited by accounting, the kind that requires legal disclaimers, the kind that makes your mother call and ask if you've lost your mind. And then there is the third category, the catastrophic lie, the career-ending, stock market moving, international headline-generating lie, the kind of lie that accidentally turns you into the fiancé of a billionaire. Noah Mercer discovered this distinction at approximately 11:47 p.m. And like most disasters, it began because he needed sleep. Lots of sleep, preferably unconscious on a floor for 12 hours sleep. Unfortunately, the aviation industry had other plans. Noah was the senior operations manager for Skybridge Air, a title that sounded impressive until someone realized it mostly meant solving other people's problems at unreasonable hours. For the last 36 hours, a severe storm system had ripped through multiple major hubs. Flights delayed, passengers stranded, pilots timing out, luggage vanishing into alternate dimensions. And somehow, every single problem had found Noah. By the time the International Aviation Leadership Conference concluded that evening, Noah had consumed 5 coffees, 3 energy drinks, half a bagel, and 1 alarming amount of stress. His brain felt like an abandoned airport terminal. Empty, echoing, probably haunted. The conference ballroom was finally emptying when he spotted the woman. At first she looked fine, elegant, composed, walking confidently through the crowd. Dark navy business suit, perfect posture, the kind of person who probably negotiated billion-dollar contracts before breakfast. Then she swayed. Noah frowned. She took another step, missed it, and collapsed. The room exploded into chaos. People shouted. Someone dropped a glass. 3 executives immediately stepped backward for reasons Noah would never understand. Noah sprinted forward. "Hey!" He dropped to one knee beside her. She was unconscious, pulse present, breathing steady, but completely out. "Call an ambulance." Within seconds, the conference staff were moving. Security arrived. Paramedics arrived. And Noah found himself climbing into an ambulance beside a woman whose name he didn't even know. Because apparently, his survival instincts had been replaced by customer service training. The ride to the hospital was a blur. Flashing lights, radio chatter, forms, questions. At one point, a nurse turned toward him. Relationship to patient. Noah blinked. None. The nurse frowned. Family. No. Emergency contact. I don't know. The nurse looked annoyed, as if Noah had personally designed medical paperwork. "Sir, somebody needs to answer questions." Noah rubbed his eyes. Every cell in his body was screaming. His brain was operating at approximately 3% battery. Then came the question that would ruin everything. "Are you her husband?" "No." "Boyfriend?" "No." The nurse sighed. "Then why were you with her?" Noah glanced at the unconscious woman, looked at the nurse, looked back at the unconscious woman, and then his exhausted brain made a fatal error. A tiny misfire, the mental equivalent of driving into a lake because the GPS said continue straight. I'm her fiancé. Silence. The words hung in the air. Noah froze. The nurse smiled. Oh. Noah froze harder. Wait. No. No, no, no. That had not been the answer. That was not remotely the answer. That answer had escaped his mouth without authorization. I meant too late. The nurse was already writing. Clipboard. Pen. Official documentation. The holy trinity of regret. Great, she said. We'll need some information. My funeral, Noah thought. Closed casket. No speeches. Just project the nurse's clipboard onto a giant screen so future generations know exactly where I failed. 2 hours later, things somehow became worse. Because the patient woke up. Noah was slumped in an uncomfortable hospital chair, trying to remember his own zip code, when a cold voice sliced through the room. Who are you? Noah opened one eye. The woman was awake and staring at him. Not confused. Not dazed. Not grateful. Murderous. Purely murderous. Hello, Noah croaked. She sat upright. Her expression sharpened. In an instant, she transformed from hospital patient into apex predator. Why are you in my room? Good question. Fantastic question. The best question. One Noah would also like answered. You collapsed. I remember. Ambulance. I remember. Noah nodded. Hospital. I am aware we're in a hospital. Noah sighed. This conversation was going well. Then the door opened. A nurse entered carrying paperwork. Wonderful. Excellent. The universe had arrived personally to ensure maximum damage. The nurse smiled. Miss Laurent, wonderful news. Your fiancé has been incredibly supportive. The room died. The nurse left. The door closed. And silence descended. Noah stared at the wall. The woman stared at Noah. Somewhere in the distance, a machine beeped, possibly counting the seconds until Noah's execution. Fiancé, she asked quietly. Noah considered jumping through the window. Unfortunately, they were on the 4th floor. Technically, there was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Correct. You proposed accidentally. No. We became engaged through administrative confusion. Closer. Her eyes narrowed. What exactly did you tell the hospital staff? Noah cleared his throat. That I was your fiancé. The silence deepened. Somehow, physics should not have allowed the silence to deepen. Yet it did. My name, she said slowly, is Isabel Laurent. Noah blinked. Wait. What? No. Absolutely not. Not her. Anyone except her. Because Isabel Laurent wasn't just some executive. She was the CEO of Laurent Aviation, the direct competitor of Skybridge Air. The woman featured on magazine covers. The woman investors called the Iron Falcon. The woman famous for destroying rival companies during earnings calls. Noah suddenly wanted another ambulance. Preferably for himself. You know who I am now, don't you? Isabel asked. Unfortunately. No offense. Offense taken. Fantastic. Brilliant. Everything was going wonderfully. Then another voice interrupted. A new voice. Smooth. Pleasant. Dangerous. The door opened. A man stepped inside. Tall. Expensive suit. perfect smile, the kind of smile that existed purely to hide poison. Isabel. She visibly stiffened. Interesting. The man noticed Noah. The smile widened. Who is this? Nobody, Isabel said instantly. Her fiancé, Noah accidentally replied. Because apparently his brain had developed a gambling addiction. The man's eyebrow lifted. Oh. The smile remained. But something ugly flickered underneath. Something cold. Something calculating. Isabel noticed it too. And suddenly she looked concerned. For the first time. Actually concerned. Noah, she said carefully. This is Victor Kane. Victor Kane extended a hand. Pleasure. It wasn't. Not even slightly. Noah shook it anyway. Victor's grip tightened. Just a little too much. Just enough. A warning. Interesting. Very interesting. Because Victor Kane wasn't looking at Noah like a stranger. He was looking at Noah like an obstacle. And Noah had no idea why. What he didn't know was that Victor Kane was far more dangerous than a jealous executive. Far more dangerous than a rival businessman. Victor had spent years positioning himself inside Laurent Aviation. Years gaining trust. Years building influence. All while secretly planning to take everything Isabel owned. The company. The investors. The empire. And now an exhausted operations manager had accidentally stepped directly into his path. Victor smiled again. The pleasant smile. The fake smile. The smile that belonged to villains in stories who never considered the possibility of failure. Well, Victor said softly. This changes things. Noah immediately disliked that sentence. Deeply. Profoundly. Existentially. Because whenever a man like Victor Kane says this changes things, your life is about to become significantly more complicated. And Noah Mercer had no idea that within 48 hours, the entire country would believe he was engaged to Isabel Laurent. The media would lose its mind. Shareholders would panic. A rival would declare war. And a lie created by a sleep-deprived brain would become the biggest story in aviation history. Victor Kane had the kind of face people trusted in campaign advertisements. Symmetrical. Confident. Pleasant without appearing desperate. His dark charcoal suit fit perfectly. His silver cuff links matched his watch. Even his hair seemed to have signed a private agreement never to move without permission. Noah hated him immediately. Not because Victor had done anything obviously wrong. Not yet. It was the smile. That polished, patient smile remained on Victor's face while his eyes measured everything in the hospital room. Isabel. The medical equipment. The paperwork beside her bed. Then Noah. Especially Noah. Victor released Noah's hand after holding it approximately 2 seconds longer than necessary. So Victor said, adjusting one cuff, "You're the fiancé." Noah opened his mouth. Isabel answered first. "It's a misunderstanding." Victor glanced at her. Of course. The tone was polite. The meaning was not. Isabel's eyes sharpened. What does that mean? Nothing. You have never said nothing when you meant nothing. Victor's smile widened by a fraction. And you have never become engaged without informing the board. Noah slowly raised one finger. For the official record, nobody has become engaged. Both of them ignored him. Victor moved closer to Isabel's bed. You disappeared from the conference floor, an ambulance arrived, and your communications director couldn't locate you. I came here because several journalists saw you collapse." Isabel's expression changed. Not dramatically. Isabel did nothing dramatically. Her face simply became more still, which Noah was beginning to understand meant the situation had become considerably worse. "How many journalists?" she asked. "At least 4. "Did they follow the ambulance?" "2 of them did." Noah leaned back in the hospital chair. "My funeral," he whispered. "Airport hangar, closed casket. Make the baggage handlers carry me so they can lose my body one final time." Victor looked at him. "I'm sorry." "He talks when he panics," Isabel said. "I also talk when I'm calm. I assume we'll never know." Victor turned back toward Isabel. "Your collapse can be managed. Exhaustion, dehydration, a temporary medical incident. The conference organizers are already preparing a statement." "Good. The engagement is more difficult." "There is no engagement." "Then why did he tell the hospital there was?" Victor pointed toward Noah without looking at him. Noah deeply disliked being referred to as if he were a suspicious package discovered beneath an airport bench. "I was tired," Noah said. "The nurse kept asking questions. My brain selected the worst possible answer from a limited inventory." Victor finally looked at him. "How tired?" 36 hours without meaningful sleep. "And you expect us to believe that sleep deprivation caused you to announce an engagement to one of the most recognizable executives in international aviation?" "I didn't know who she was." Victor laughed softly. Not because anything was funny. Because he wanted Noah to know he didn't believe him. "You didn't recognize Isabel Laurent." "She was unconscious. Her face has appeared on 6 major business magazines this year." "I don't read magazines." "She addressed the conference this morning." "I was resolving a flight crew scheduling emergency in Dallas." "She was on the main stage." "I was in a service corridor arguing with a printer." Isabel stared at him. "A printer?" It knew what it did. For one dangerous second, Isabel looked as though she might smile. The expression vanished before it fully existed. Victor saw it. His eyes moved between them. The pleasant smile remained, but the temperature behind it dropped. "This is amusing," Victor said, "but we have a serious problem. If a hospital employee heard him identify himself as your fiancé, the information may already be outside this room." "The staff are bound by confidentiality," Isabel said. Victor looked toward the closed door. "Perhaps." He said the word too comfortably. Noah felt a cold sensation move down the back of his neck. There was something in Victor's tone. Not certainty. Expectation. As if he wasn't worried that the information might leak. As if he were waiting for it. Isabel reached for her phone on the bedside table. The screen was dark. "Where is my charger?" Victor removed one from his leather briefcase. Of course he had a charger. Victor Kane looked like he carried backup chargers, emergency contracts, and several prepared obituaries at all times. He connected Isabel's phone to the wall outlet. The device lit up, then began vibrating. Once, twice, again, again, again. The vibration became continuous, a mechanical scream against the bedside table. Isabel picked it up. Her eyes moved across the notifications. Her face lost what little color it had regained. Noah felt his stomach drop. "What is it?" Isabel didn't answer. Victor stepped beside her and looked at the screen. His reaction was subtle. A slow inhale. A slight tightening of the jaw. Then the smile returned. "What?" Noah asked again. Isabel turned the phone toward him. A breaking news notification filled the screen. Laurent, aviation CEO, hospitalized after conference. Collapse. Below it was a second headline. Mystery fiancé accompanies Isabel Laurent to private medical wing. And beneath that was a photograph. A clear photograph. Noah climbing into the ambulance beside Isabel's stretcher. His tie was crooked. His shirt was wrinkled. His hair looked like he had been struck by lightning, and then asked to complete a customer satisfaction survey. The headline beneath the photograph was worse. "Who is the man secretly engaged to the Iron Falcon?" Noah stared at the screen. "Good picture," he said weakly. "Really captures the collapse of my nervous system." Isabel lowered the phone. "How did they identify him as my fiancé?" Victor didn't answer. Isabel looked up. "Victor, I'm investigating. The article was published 4 minutes ago. Who confirmed the relationship?" "No one from Laurent Aviation." "That wasn't my question." Victor's expression remained neutral. "We need to focus on containment." Isabel watched him. Noah watched both of them. He didn't know the internal politics of Laurent Aviation, but he had spent 11 years in airport operations. He understood delays. He understood chain reactions. And most importantly, he understood when someone was standing beside a fire while pretending to search for the smoke. Victor's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. "Excuse me." He stepped into the hallway, closing the door behind him. The moment the lock clicked, Noah leaned forward. "He leaked it." Isabel's gaze snapped toward him. "You don't know that." "No, but you think it." "I did not say that." "Your face did." "My face does not provide unauthorized commentary." It issued a full press release. Isabel stared at him. Noah stared back. He had been awake too long to fear billionaires properly. Finally, Isabel swung her legs off the bed. The heart rate monitor immediately responded with an irritated electronic tone. Noah stood. "What are you doing?" "Leaving." "A doctor hasn't released you." "I am the chief executive of an international aviation company. I do not require permission to leave a room." "I'm fairly certain hospitals have rules." "I own 2 hospitals." "That is both impressive and completely irrelevant." Isabel reached for the folded clothes on the nearby chair. Her knees weakened the moment she stood. Noah moved before thinking. He caught her by the arms. For 1 second they froze. Isabel's hands gripped his shoulders. Noah held her upright. She was much lighter than he expected, but every muscle in her body was tense, as if accepting help from another human being violated several internal policies. "I'm fine," she whispered. "You almost became one with the floor." "I stood too quickly." "You collapsed 2 hours ago." "I was dehydrated." "You could be concussed." "I am not concussed." "You believed I was your fiancé for almost 7 seconds." "That was a medical side effect of confusion caused by your stupidity." "Still counts." The door opened. Victor stepped back inside. His eyes landed on Noah's hands around Isabel's arms. His smile disappeared. Only for a second. But Noah saw it. "There you are," he thought. "There's the real face." Isabel carefully stepped away. Victor's pleasant expression returned. "The situation is accelerating," he said. "Several outlets are repeating the engagement claim. Laurent Aviation's share price has risen in after-hours trading." Noah blinked. "Why would it rise?" Victor looked at him, as if Noah had asked why airplanes required wings. Because Skybridge controls significant regional routes Laurent Aviation has unsuccessfully attempted to acquire. Noah's exhaustion evaporated. Wait. Isabel turned toward Victor. Which outlets are reporting a connection to Skybridge? All of them. That's impossible, Noah said. The hospital doesn't know where I work. Victor held up his phone. Someone does. On the screen was Noah's employee profile. His full name, job title, company history, a photograph from Skybridge's leadership website. The image showed Noah smiling at a ribbon-cutting ceremony 3 years ago beside a new airport lounge. It was the last pleasant photograph ever taken of him. Beneath it was an article titled, Secret Skybridge Orientee Romance Could Signal. Shock Aviation Alliance. Noah sat down. Not gracefully. His knees simply stopped participating in the conversation. My boss is going to launch me into the ocean. Isabel took the phone from Victor. How did they identify him so quickly? Facial recognition, conference registration records, social media. It could have come from anywhere. Or someone supplied the information, Noah said. Victor looked at him. Do you have an accusation to make? Not yet. I suggest you avoid making one. I suggest you stop suggesting things. The room became very quiet. Victor stepped closer. Noah remained seated, but he didn't look away. There were several types of powerful men in aviation. The first type shouted. They slammed conference tables. They threatened employees. They believed volume was authority. The second type smiled. They never raised their voices. They made careers disappear through calendar invitations. Victor belonged to the second group. Noah had dealt with both. Unhappy pilots, government inspectors, airport directors. A billionaire in an expensive suit was still just another person standing between him and a solution. Victor studied him. You may think this is entertaining, Mr. Mercer. I can assure you, I have not enjoyed a single minute. This rumor could destabilize 2 corporations. I noticed. Laurent Aviation employs 70,000 people. Skybridge employs 42,000. Then perhaps you understand why your behavior has consequences. Noah stood slowly. You're right. Victor appeared surprised. Noah straightened his wrinkled jacket. My behavior has consequences. I made an exhausted mistake and I will take responsibility for it. But the hospital didn't know my name. The nurse didn't know my employer. Isabel's phone was dead. I wasn't posting updates because I was busy preventing her head from meeting the floor. His eyes moved toward the door. But you knew where we were. Victor's pleasant expression hardened. You knew her condition, Noah continued. You knew my name after walking into the room. You had access to the Laurent communications team. And 4 minutes after you arrived, the press somehow received enough information to identify both of us. Isabel said nothing. She didn't need to. Her stillness was louder than an accusation. Victor buttoned his jacket. Be careful. Noah gave him a tired smile. Respectfully, I passed careful about 18 hours ago. Before Victor could respond, the door opened again. A woman in a burgundy suit entered with 2 phones pressed against one ear and a tablet balanced against her hip. She was somewhere in her early 30s, with sharp eyes, a neat black bob, and the expression of a person who had recently discovered a live grenade at the bottom of her handbag. Everyone stopped talking. Victor turned. Celeste. I said stop. Celeste ended one phone call and pointed the second device at Isabel. Is it true? No. Good, that's terrible. Noah raised a hand. Hello. Celeste looked at him. Her eyes narrowed. You. I've been receiving that reaction frequently. Are you Noah Mercer? Unfortunately. Senior Operations Manager, Skybridge Air. Yes. Former Station Director at North Point International. Yes. Son of Daniel Mercer, member of Skybridge's board. Noah grimaced. Technically. Isabel looked at him. Victor looked at him. Celeste looked ready to throw the phone. Noah sighed. I was hoping that detail would take longer to become relevant. You're Daniel Mercer's son, Isabel asked. Yes. Why didn't you mention that? You didn't ask. You told a hospital I was your fiancé, but you failed to mention your father sits on the board of our largest domestic competitor. When you say it like that, it sounds suspicious. It is suspicious. I spend most of my time solving crew shortages. My father spends most of his time disagreeing with everyone in conference rooms. We have separate lives. Celeste placed the tablet on Isabel's bed. This is bigger than a random employee misunderstanding. The son of a Skybridge board member accompanies the Laurent CEO to a hospital and identifies himself as her fiancé. The market thinks this is a secret alliance. The tablet displayed financial graphs, media alerts, and social engagement charts. A red line climbed almost vertically. Noah pointed at it. What's that? Interest in a possible merger. There is no merger. The internet doesn't care. A second line climbed even faster. And that, Isabel asked. Your public favorability rating. Isabel frowned. My what? Your favorability has increased 11 points since the engagement story broke. That is absurd. Celeste gave a humorless laugh. The public has spent 6 years describing you as cold, ruthless, and emotionally inaccessible. Isabel's eyes narrowed. Thank you, Celeste. I'm your communications director. I report data, not compliments. Celeste swiped to another screen. People think the mysterious engagement humanizes you. They're sharing the ambulance photograph with romantic captions. One post says Noah looked at you with the desperate devotion of a man ready to fight death itself. Noah looked offended. I was looking for the paramedic because I thought I was going to vomit. They interpreted it differently. Victor stepped forward. Then we issue a denial. Celeste shook her head. We can't. Why not? Because someone inside Laurent Aviation confirmed that Isabel and Noah have been privately involved for 6 months. Isabel slowly turned toward Victor. Victor's expression did not change. Noah looked between them. A source inside the company, he asked. Celeste nodded. The confirmation was anonymous, but the reporter claims the source has direct access to executive scheduling. That list is small, Isabel said. Very small. Victor folded his arms. This is exactly why we need an immediate denial. Celeste looked at him. No, an immediate denial creates 3 new problems. She raised one finger. First, the company has experienced a sudden surge in positive attention after months of criticism over the failed Pacific Route acquisition. A second finger. Second, investors now believe a strategic partnership with Skybridge could provide access to the regional network we need. A third finger. Third, the board meets tomorrow morning to vote on Isabel's proposed expansion plan. Before tonight, she was 2 votes short. Isabel's jaw tightened. Noah understood. It was not merely a social media rumor. It was leverage. The lie had reached the boardroom. Victor turned toward Isabel. You cannot seriously be considering this. I'm considering every option. He is a Skybridge operative. Noah pointed to himself. I can promise you Skybridge would never select me for espionage. I once lost a corporate laptop in a frozen yogurt shop. Isabel closed her eyes. Why would you admit that? It was recovered from the yogurt shop. After 3 days. Celeste pinched the bridge of her nose. This is the man the public thinks you've chosen. The public needs higher standards, Isabel replied. A burst of shouting erupted in the hallway. Then came the sound of running footsteps. Camera shutters. Questions. Security guards raised their voices. Celeste moved to the window and pulled back the curtain. Below the hospital entrance, news vans filled the street. Dozens of reporters crowded behind temporary barriers. Cameras pointed toward every exit. Noah joined her. One journalist held a handwritten sign. Who is Noah Mercer? Another had enlarged the ambulance photograph. Someone else carried what appeared to be a poster of Noah's employee profile picture inside a pink heart. He stared down at them. This seems excessive. Celeste's phone vibrated. She checked the message and went pale. What now? Isabel asked. Celeste turned the screen around. A live television broadcast showed the hospital entrance. The reporter spoke with breathless excitement while a caption scrolled beneath him. Aviation's secret power couple expected to make first appearance. Noah read it twice. Power couple. Celeste's expression was grim. The governor's aviation policy dinner begins in 45 minutes. You and Isabel were both scheduled to attend before she collapsed. I'm not going, Isabel said. If neither of you attends, the press assumes you're hiding. We are hiding. If only Noah attends, they'll think you're seriously ill. I am not seriously ill. If only you attend, they'll assume the relationship is already in crisis. There is no relationship. Noah turned from the window. I think we should release the truth. Victor looked almost amused. The truth? Yes, Isabel collapsed. I helped. A nurse asked a question. I accidentally said fiancé because my brain is soup. The end. Celeste stared at him. You believe that explanation will improve the situation. It has the advantage of being true. They'll think you're lying. Why? Because no functional adult accidentally invents an engagement. Noah looked around the room. Does anyone here think I currently qualify as functional? No one answered. Fair. Isabel began pacing. 3 steps toward the window. 3 steps back. Her fingers moved rapidly across the edge of her phone. Noah recognized the behavior. She was calculating. Routes. Risks. Possible outcomes. Finally, Isabel stopped. If we deny it tonight, the board assumes I created a publicity stunt to influence tomorrow's vote. Celeste nodded. If we confirm it, even temporarily, the board believes the Skybridge relationship gives us access to the regional network. Victor's voice sharpened. Absolutely not. Isabel looked at him. Victor continued. A fabricated relationship could expose this company to regulatory investigation, market manipulation allegations, and enormous reputational risk. Everything he said was reasonable. That was the problem. Villains did not always suggest obviously evil plans. Sometimes they presented the safest option, because safety led exactly where they wanted you to go. Noah watched Victor carefully. What happens if the expansion vote fails tomorrow? He asked. Victor turned. That isn't your concern. Humor me. Isabel answered. The board restructures the executive leadership team. What does that mean in normal language? Victor becomes interim co-chief executive. There it was. Small, clean, sharp enough to cut through the entire room. Noah looked at Victor. Victor's expression remained calm. If Isabel's vote failed, Victor gained power. If the engagement rumor damaged her credibility, Victor gained power. If she denied it too early and looked manipulative, Victor gained power. If Noah disappeared, Victor gained power. The man with the perfect smile had built himself a runway where every destination led to the same place. Victor Kane in control. Noah rubbed his jaw. I have a bad idea. Isabel's eyes shifted toward him. How bad? Approximately the same quality as the idea that made me your fiancé. Then keep it inside your head. We attend the dinner. Celeste became very still. Victor's expression darkened. Isabel stared at Noah, as if deciding whether exhaustion had finally removed his remaining intelligence. Together, she asked. Together. Victor stepped between them. No. Noah looked beyond him at Isabel. The rumor is already out. A denial tonight helps Victor. Victor's head snapped toward him. Noah continued before good judgment could intervene. The board votes tomorrow. You need 2 votes. The market likes the possibility of cooperation with Skybridge, and your favorability is rising because people think you have human emotions. I have human emotions. I have seen limited evidence. Her eyes narrowed. But Noah said quickly, we don't confirm an engagement. We simply don't deny it yet. Celeste's expression changed. Not approval. Interest. Noah pointed toward the tablet. We attend the dinner. We appear together. We say Isabel is healthy and that we're discussing the situation privately. No promises, no merger claims, no announcement. Celeste began typing. The ambiguity could buy us until after the vote. Exactly. Victor's voice was cold. And what does Mr. Mercer receive in exchange? Hopefully 8 consecutive hours of sleep. Nothing else. No. You expect us to believe you would expose yourself to international scrutiny merely to help a rival executive. Noah looked at Isabel. Her posture was perfect. Her expression controlled. But her hands were shaking. Only slightly. So slightly no one else seemed to notice. Noah had seen people reach their limits before. Gate agents after mass cancellations. Pilots after emergency landings. Passengers searching for family members in chaotic terminals. Some people shouted when they were afraid. Some cried. People like Isabel became quieter. I put her in this situation, Noah said. I'll help get her through it. For once, no one made a joke. Isabel studied him. Her gaze moved across his face, searching for the hidden ambition Victor expected to find. There wasn't one. Noah barely had enough energy for his current job. He certainly wasn't attempting to steal an aviation empire. 6 hours, Isabel finally said. Victor turned toward her. Isabel. She ignored him. We maintain the misunderstanding until the board vote concludes tomorrow morning. After that, we issue a joint statement explaining that inaccurate assumptions were made during a medical emergency. Celeste nodded. That could work. Noah held up one finger. Small issue. My company will murder me. Celeste looked at him. Call your father. I'd rather fight the reporters downstairs with a hospital curtain. You need Skybridge to cooperate. Noah checked his phone. 137 missed calls, 62 text messages, 9 voicemails from his immediate supervisor, 14 from Skybridge's legal department, and 1 message from his father. Call me before I remove you from the family tree. Noah showed the screen to Isabel. He appears calm. Call him. Do I have to? Yes. Noah sighed and pressed the number. His father answered before the first ring finished. Noah Daniel Mercer. Everyone in the room heard him. Noah moved the phone farther from his ear. Hello, Dad. Are you engaged to Isabel Laurent? No. Then why does every news channel in America say you are? Administrative confusion. You created a fiancé through paperwork. It sounds worse when you yell it. The Skybridge board is in an emergency session. Our stock is moving. 3. Directors think I arranged a secret alliance through my son. Did you tell them you did? I did. And they don't believe me. Noah glanced at Isabel. She folded her arms. Dad, we may need to delay the denial until tomorrow morning. Silence. The dangerous kind. Noah Daniel Mercer said quietly, Are you being held hostage? Noah looked at Isabel. She raised one eyebrow. Not legally. Put Isabel on the phone. No. Put her on. Dad. Now. Isabel extended her hand. Noah surrendered the phone. This is Isabel Laurent. Daniel's voice remained loud enough for everyone to hear. Miss Laurent, with respect, returned my son. Isabel's expression remained perfectly serious. Mr. Mercer, I was not aware he belonged to you. I'm standing right here, Noah muttered. Daniel continued. My son has been awake for nearly 2 days. He once agreed to purchase an airport shuttle bus after a night shift because he thought the salesperson was asking him to approve a maintenance form. The bus was useful, Noah said. It had no engine. That explained the discount. Isabel closed her eyes briefly. Mr. Mercer, the misunderstanding has affected both companies. A denial before tomorrow's Laurent board vote may create additional complications. We intend to attend the governor's dinner together, make no formal announcement, and clarify the matter after the vote. You want my son to pretend he might be engaged to you. For approximately 12 hours. 6, Noah corrected. It is already midnight, Isabel said. The board meets at 10. 10 hours. Daniel became quiet. Noah knew what his father was doing. Calculating. Exactly like Isabel. Exactly like every executive who pretended personal disasters were merely complicated spreadsheets. Finally, Daniel spoke. Skybridge gains nothing from Laurent's expansion plan. Skybridge gains protection from a market correction triggered by an abrupt denial, Isabel replied. It also gains leverage in any future route-sharing negotiation. Victor's expression changed. Isabel saw it. You're offering negotiations, Daniel asked. I am offering a preliminary conversation, nothing more. Another pause. Put Noah back on. Isabel returned the phone. Daniel's voice lowered. Son, are you certain about this? Noah looked at Isabel again. She no longer seemed like the Iron Falcon from magazine covers. She looked exhausted, angry, cornered, and determined not to let anyone see it. No, Noah answered honestly, but I'm doing it. Daniel released a long breath. Your mother is going to see the news. I know. She has already shared the ambulance photograph in the family group chat. Noah's eyes widened. What did she say? She said Isabel has kind eyes. Noah looked at Isabel's expression. Her eyesight may be deteriorating. I heard that, Isabel said. Daniel sighed. Skybridge will not deny the story until tomorrow afternoon, but Noah. Yes. If you accidentally marry her before breakfast, do not call me for legal assistance. The line went dead. Celeste clapped her hands once. Good, we have 38 minutes before the dinner's main press entrance closes. Isabel looked down at her hospital clothing. I need a suit. Celeste turned toward Victor. Have your driver bring Isabel's garment case from the hotel. Victor didn't move. You are making a mistake. Isabel looked at him. Then it will be my mistake. This man is using you. Noah laughed. It escaped before he could stop it. Victor's head turned. Noah gestured toward his wrinkled clothes. Do I look like a criminal mastermind? You look exactly like someone people underestimate. The sentence landed differently, because there was no mockery in Victor's voice. Only warning. Victor knew Noah had seen the pattern, and Victor had finally stopped pretending otherwise. Isabel stepped closer to him. Bring the garment case. For several seconds, Victor and Isabel stared at each other. Then Victor smiled. The polished mask slid back into place. As you wish. He left the room. The door closed softly behind him. Noah watched it. He's going to be a problem. Isabel looked at him. You accused a member of my executive team of leaking private information less than 3 hours after meeting me. Technically, I accused him about 15 minutes after meeting him. That is not better. He wants your job. Many people want my job. He wants you to fail tomorrow. Many people want that too. He doesn't look at you like a colleague. Isabel's expression became unreadable. How does he look at me? Noah hesitated. Like something he believes he already owns. The room fell silent. Celeste stopped typing. Isabel's eyes shifted toward the door. For the first time, Noah saw something beneath her anger. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Victor had been in her life for a long time. Long enough to understand the board. Long enough to control information. Long enough to position himself beside her whenever a crisis occurred. Perhaps Noah hadn't discovered anything new. Perhaps he had simply said aloud what everyone else had been professionally trained to ignore. Isabel straightened. We attend the dinner, we survive the board vote, then we end the rumor. Noah nodded. Simple. Celeste laughed. Neither of them joined her. At 12:31 a.m., Noah discovered that transforming a medical misunderstanding into a convincing public relationship required more documentation than purchasing an aircraft. Celeste had commandeered a private consultation room. Inside were 2 laptops, 3 phones, a portable printer, a clothing rack, a whiteboard covered in timelines, and an emergency cosmetics team that had arrived so quickly Noah suspected they lived inside the hospital walls. Isabel stood behind a folding screen, changing into a black tailored suit delivered from her hotel. Noah sat at the center of the room, while a stylist attempted to make him look less deceased. She pressed a cold sponge beneath his eyes. Noah flinched. Hold still. I haven't held still since Tuesday. You have severe under-eye shadows. Those are structural. Celeste stood beside the whiteboard. Focus. If reporters ask when you met, what do you say? Noah raised his hand. Today. No. But that is when we met. The public cannot believe you became secretly engaged today. Excellent point. We should not tell them we're engaged. Celeste pointed at him with the marker. You are not confirming anything. You are also not contradicting the assumed timeline. What assumed timeline? 6 months. Noah looked offended. Who selected 6 months? The anonymous Laurent source. Victor. We are not writing that on the board. Noah stood and took the marker from her. He wrote in large capital letters. Victor. Then underlined it 3 times. Celeste stared at the word. Are you finished? No. He drew a small, angry face beside it. Now I'm finished. Isabel stepped from behind the screen. Noah stopped talking. The suit was simple. Black trousers. Black jacket. White silk blouse. No jewelry except a narrow silver watch. Her dark hair had been loosened from its conference style and fell around her shoulders. She looked composed again. Powerful. Untouchable. Except Noah had seen her hands shake. And once you noticed a crack in someone's armor, it became impossible to pretend the armor was solid. Isabel caught him looking. What? Nothing. You were staring. I was verifying that you no longer look like a hospital patient. And you look like you own the hospital. I do own part of it. Of course you do. The stylist pushed Noah back into the chair and attacked his hair with a comb. Celeste returned to the whiteboard. You supposedly met 6 months ago at the North American Aviation Safety Forum. Noah frowned. I didn't attend. Yes, you did. No, I was in Phoenix managing a runway closure. Not according to the story. If anyone from Skybridge hears this, they'll know it's false. Isabel walked to the board. The schedule from that week was not public. We can say you attended privately as your father's representative. My father would never send me as his representative. Why? He knows me. Celeste wrote the revised detail. You met outside a closed panel on regional route modernization. Noah looked at Isabel. She criticized Skybridge's fuel efficiency targets. Isabel nodded. You criticized Laurent's employee scheduling practices. That part I can do sincerely. You argued. We're already believable. You met for coffee the next morning. Noah shook his head. I don't schedule voluntary meetings before 9. You made an exception. For her. For the argument. That is more believable. Isabel took the marker from Celeste. Our professional disagreement became personal interest. Noah looked at the board. That sentence sounds like 2 robots filed a relationship request. Celeste sighed. Then improve it. Noah thought for a moment. She made me angry. Isabel crossed her arms. A beautiful beginning. I respected that she could defend her position. Better. And she respected that I didn't agree merely because she was important. Isabel looked at him. The room became quieter. Noah continued. We kept talking. We didn't tell anyone because our companies were negotiating competing contracts. We knew people would assume it was strategic. Celeste slowly smiled. That sounds real. It's operations, Noah said. You identify the failure points and build a route through them. Isabel watched him. You're good at this. I lie to furious passengers every day. What do you tell them? Usually that their luggage will arrive soon. That is cruel. It builds resilience. Celeste wrote the final story on the board. Now we need personal details, favorite food. Isabel answered first. Grilled sea bass. Noah looked disappointed. That isn't a favorite food. That is an item served during a tax seminar. What is yours? Pancakes. Pancakes. Yes. You're 34. Pancakes have no age restrictions. Celeste wrote both answers. Favorite music? Classical, Isabel said. Airport departure announcements when they aren't calling my name, Noah replied. Real answer. Old blues records. Isabel glanced at him. That's unexpected. You expected what? Songs about luggage. Only during the holidays. Celeste continued through a list of questions. Coffee orders. Childhood cities. University history. Pet allergies. Favorite airports. Least favorite airports. Public habits. Private habits. By the time they finished, Noah had learned that Isabel spoke 3 languages, hated papaya, could identify most commercial aircraft by engine sound, and secretly watched competitive baking programs when she couldn't sleep. Isabel learned that Noah grew up above his mother's small aviation museum, played the piano badly, disliked champagne, and carried spare phone chargers because stranded passengers constantly borrowed his. Wait, Isabel said. Her eyes moved toward the hospital outlet. Victor gave me a charger. Noah nodded slowly. He came prepared. He always comes prepared. Because he knew your battery would be dead. Celeste stopped writing. Isabel looked at her phone. The charger cable remained connected. Her expression hardened. Remove it. Noah unplugged the device. Celeste held out her hand. Give it to me. Noah passed her the charger. She placed it inside an empty medical supply bag. You think it's compromised? He asked. I think Victor doesn't provide anything without a reason. Before Isabel could answer, Celeste's second phone rang. She picked it up. Yes. She listened. Her face changed. What do you mean he's already there? Another pause. No, keep him away from the press entrance. We're leaving through the east elevator. She ended the call. Problem. Noah looked at the word Victor on the whiteboard. Does it wear a charcoal suit? Worse, Adrian Cross. Isabel's expression darkened immediately. Noah looked between them. Who is Adrian Cross? Celeste turned the laptop toward him. A photograph showed a handsome man stepping out of a private jet. The headline beneath it read, Cross Aerospace Air arrives AT Governor's dinner. Noah studied the photograph. Expensive coat. Bright smile. Too many teeth. How is he worse than Victor? He isn't, Isabel said. He is simply louder. Celeste closed the laptop. Adrian's family controls Cross Aerospace, including the aircraft manufacturing contract Laurent needs for the Pacific expansion. He has spent the last year telling journalists he and Isabel are close. How close? We attended 3 public dinners, Isabel said. Celeste corrected her. 5. 2 were charity events. They still involved cameras. Noah understood. And now she supposedly has a fiancé. Exactly. Is he going to be upset? Isabel picked up her jacket. Adrian does not become upset. Celeste nodded grimly. He becomes theatrical. Noah stood. How theatrical? A notification appeared on every phone in the room. Celeste looked down, then slowly turned her screen toward them. Adrian Cross had posted a message publicly. Wonderful to hear that Isabel is recovering. I look forward to meeting the mysterious gentleman who has suddenly become so important to her. Beneath the message was a photograph of Adrian smiling outside the governor's residence. Noah read it again. That sounds friendly. Isabel buttoned her jacket. It is a threat. How can you tell? He used the word gentleman. Celeste reached for the door. We have 19 minutes. Stay close together. Do not make separate statements. Do not answer questions about marriage dates, children, route-sharing agreements, or where you spent the holidays. Noah froze. Children. The internet has imagination. I want to go home. Isabel walked past him. So do I. They made it 3 steps into the corridor before Celeste stopped them. You're too far apart. Noah looked at Isabel. She looked at him. Celeste demonstrated with her hands. Romantic proximity, no more than 12 inches between you. Isabel stepped closer. Their shoulders touched. Noah's posture became rigid. Celeste frowned. You look like she has a weapon. She might. Isabel slipped one arm through his. Noah stopped breathing. She looked up at him, her expression cool and professional. Relax. I am relaxed. Your arm feels like reinforced concrete. My muscles are responding to danger. I am not dangerous. All 3 people looked at her. Isabel sighed. Fine, I am not currently dangerous. They entered the private elevator together. Celeste stood in front. 2 security officers stood behind. Noah watched the numbers descend. 5th floor. 4th. 3rd. 2nd. Isabel's hand remained looped around his arm. Her fingers were cold again. Noah lowered his voice. Nervous? No. You're crushing my sleeve. She loosened her grip by half an inch. I dislike uncontrolled environments. You run an airline. I control the airline. Have you ever been inside an airport? She almost smiled. Then the elevator reached the ground floor. The doors opened. Sound crashed into them. Reporters shouted from behind the security barriers. Camera flashes exploded across the lobby. Phones lifted. Microphones stretched forward. The questions came so quickly they merged into one long wall of noise. Isabel, when did you become engaged? Noah, did your father approve the relationship? Are Skybridge and Laurent Aviation merging? How long have you been together? Is the wedding this year? Where is the ring? Noah's stomach turned. The ring. Of course. Isabel's hand was visible. There. One reporter noticed immediately. Isabel, why you wearing an engagement ring? The crowd became louder. Noah felt Isabel's grip tighten. Celeste had not prepared an answer. Noah could see it in the way her head turned. Victor appeared near the lobby entrance. He stood beyond the reporters, perfectly composed, watching. Waiting. This was the failure point. No ring. No proof. One visible inconsistency, and the entire story collapsed before they reached the dinner. Isabel opened her mouth. Noah acted first. He took her bare hand gently and lifted it between them. Camera shutters fired. The whole lobby seemed to hold its breath. The ring, Noah said, projecting his voice toward the reporters, was being resized. Isabel stared at him. Noah kept smiling. Apparently, I'm better at emergency contacts than jewelry measurements. Laughter moved through the press crowd. Good. Human response. Lower tension. Redirect. Noah had managed angry airport crowds using less. A reporter shouted, when will she have it back? Noah looked at Isabel. 1 week. Tomorrow, she said smoothly. Noah smiled at the cameras. Tomorrow she handles deadlines. More laughter. Then Isabel did something neither Celeste nor Noah expected. She turned toward him, placed one hand against his chest, and looked directly into his eyes. It was a performance. It had to be. Precise. Controlled. Designed for cameras. But for one strange second, Noah forgot the noise. Forgot Victor. Forgot Adrian Cross. Forgot the fact that his mother was probably selecting wedding decorations from the internet. Isabel leaned closer. "Smile," she whispered. "I am smiling. You look terrified." "I am terrified." "Make it convincing." Noah softened his expression. Her eyes remained fixed on his. The cameras captured everything. The closeness. Her hand against his chest. His fingers wrapped around hers. The silent breath between them. A reporter called out, "Noah, what do you love most about Isabel?" There it was. The impossible question. Noah knew 11 facts about her. Most had been learned beside a hospital whiteboard less than 20 minutes ago. Favorite meal. Coffee order. Languages. Aircraft engines. None of those were enough. Victor watched from the entrance, waiting for him to fail. Isabel's hand trembled against Noah's chest. Only once. Noah looked down at her, then back at the cameras. "She doesn't ask the world to make room for her," he said. "She walks into a room and makes it stronger." The lobby fell quiet. Isabel's eyes widened. Noah continued. "She expects people to be better than they were yesterday. That can be terrifying." A few reporters laughed softly. "But when everything goes wrong, she stays standing long enough to make sure everyone else gets through it." Isabel stared at him. Noah had invented most of the relationship. But not that. He had watched her since she woke. Collapsed. Exhausted. Surrounded by threats. Her first instinct was still to protect her company. Her employees. The expansion plan. Everyone except herself. "So that," Noah finished quietly, "is what I love most." For once, the cameras didn't feel loud. For once, Isabel Laurent had no response prepared. Her face softened. Not much. Just enough. A small, unscripted expression passed through her eyes. Vulnerability. Surprise. Something warmer. Then security guided them toward the exit. As they passed Victor, his smile remained in place. But his eyes were furious. "You're enjoying this," he whispered to Noah. Noah kept walking. "No," he replied, "I'm surviving it." Victor's voice followed him. "Not for long." Noah turned his head. The smile on Victor's face had vanished completely. And in that moment, Noah understood something important. The engagement rumor had not merely complicated Victor's plan. It had threatened it. Which meant Victor would do more than leak information. He would escalate. He would attack Noah's career. He would manipulate the board. He would use Adrian Cross. He would do whatever was necessary to separate Noah from Isabel before the vote. Because the lie had created the one thing Victor Kane could not control. Someone standing beside Isabel who owed him nothing. The hospital doors opened. Cold night air rushed inside. A line of black vehicles waited at the curb. Hundreds of cameras followed as Noah helped Isabel into the first car. He climbed in beside her. Celeste entered the front passenger seat. The doors locked. The crowd disappeared behind dark glass. For 3 seconds, no one spoke. Then Isabel turned toward Noah. "What you said back there." Noah loosened his tie. Too much. It was effective. That sounded dangerously close to a compliment. It was an operational assessment. Of course. She looked out the window. City lights passed across her face. What made you say it? Noah considered giving her a clever answer. He was too tired. It was true. Isabel looked back at him. The car fell silent again. Celeste checked her phone, then made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a scream. What? Noah asked. She held up the screen. The clip of Noah answering the reporter had already been posted online. Millions of views. Thousands of comments. One phrase was trending faster than everything else. She makes the room stronger. Noah let his head fall against the seat. Please tell me no one has printed it on a shirt. Celeste scrolled. Too late. Isabel looked at him. And this time she smiled. A real smile. Small. Brief. Entirely unplanned. Noah stared. She immediately stopped. What? Nothing. You're staring again. I was verifying that your face could do that. Do what? Look happy. Her expression cooled. Continue talking, and I will demonstrate several other expressions. There she is. The car curved toward the governor's residence. Ahead of them, searchlights swept across the sky. Luxury vehicles moved through the security gates. Reporters lined the entrance. And at the top of the marble steps stood Adrian Cross. He watched their vehicle approach with a glass of champagne in one hand. Smiling. Waiting. Behind them, in another black sedan, Victor Kane lifted his phone. He sent a single message to an unknown number. Begin the Mercer investigation. Find something we can use before the board meets. The reply arrived seconds later. Already found it. Victor looked toward Noah and Isabel's car. His smile returned. Because Noah Mercer was not the harmless, overworked operations manager everyone believed him to be. 5 years earlier, an aircraft under Noah's supervision had vanished from a restricted maintenance facility for 11 unexplained hours. The internal report had been sealed. The security footage had been erased. And one employee connected to the incident had never been seen again. Victor did not yet know the full truth. He didn't need to. A mystery was often more destructive than a fact, especially when released at the perfect moment. The first car stopped at the marble stairs. Noah stepped out into the lights. Isabel placed her hand in his. Adrian Cross began walking toward them. Victor watched from behind. And somewhere inside Laurent Aviation, an unseen accomplice prepared to destroy the board vote before sunrise. The emergency contact lie had survived its first night. Now the real war was beginning. There are few experiences more dangerous than walking into a political dinner beside a billionaire CEO while the entire internet believes you are secretly engaged. Walking into that same dinner while another billionaire waits at the top of the stairs with champagne and unresolved feelings is one of them. Noah Mercer stepped out of the black sedan and immediately reconsidered every decision he had made since birth. The governor's residence stood at the end of a broad marble staircase, glowing beneath hundreds of warm lights. Luxury vehicles lined the circular driveway. Cameras flashed behind velvet barriers. Security personnel whispered into their sleeves. A string quartet played something elegant near the entrance. And standing at the top of the stairs was Adrian Cross. He wore a midnight blue tuxedo. No tie. Expensive watch. Perfect hair. The kind of effortless appearance that required at least 3 assistants and a private weather agreement. Adrian raised his champagne glass toward them. Noah looked at Isabel. Is it too late to return to the hospital? Yes. I could collapse. You've consumed enough caffeine to remain conscious through a minor explosion. What if I fake a medical emergency? I own part of the hospital, I will know. Noah adjusted his jacket. Your life is extremely inconvenient. Isabel stepped closer and slipped her hand through his arm. Smile. You say that like my face has an independent happiness setting. Your expression currently suggests you're approaching a tax audit. I would prefer a tax audit. They began climbing the stairs. Every camera followed them. Adrian descended to meet them halfway. His smile was bright, warm, entirely artificial. Isabel. Adrian. He leaned forward as if preparing to greet her with a familiar embrace. Isabel tightened her grip on Noah's arm. Noah moved half a step closer. The motion was small, natural, protective enough to stop Adrian without creating a scene. Adrian noticed. His eyes moved toward Noah. So, he said, this is the mysterious gentleman. Noah extended his hand. Noah Mercer. I know. Adrian's handshake was firm. Not Victor Kane firm. Victor shook hands like a warning. Adrian shook hands like an audition. I've read quite a bit about you in the last hour, Adrian continued. That makes one of us. I haven't had time to read anything about myself. Former station director, emergency operations specialist, son of Daniel Mercer. Occasional victim of administrative paperwork. Adrian laughed. It was the polished laugh of a man who had been trained to appear amused by people he intended to destroy socially. You've had an extraordinary evening. I've had better. Have you? Adrian's gaze moved toward Isabel. According to the press, you've become engaged to the most remarkable woman in the aviation industry. Isabel's face remained calm. Noah recognized the trap. If he agreed too enthusiastically, it sounded staged. If he hesitated, it looked false. If he denied the engagement, Isabel lost the ambiguity protecting her board vote. Noah smiled. The press has said many things tonight. That isn't an answer. We've known each other for 30 seconds, Adrian. You haven't earned a good answer. The cameras captured Adrian's reaction. A few reporters laughed. Adrian's smile tightened. Isabel looked at Noah. There was a warning in her eyes. Unfortunately, Noah no longer had access to the part of his brain responsible for avoiding conflict. It had shut down somewhere between the hospital and the first headline. Adrian ignored the laughter. I'm merely surprised. By what? Isabel values consistency, control, discretion. Noah glanced at the cameras. Yes, this evening has reflected all three beautifully. More laughter moved through the press crowd. Isabel's fingers tightened around his arm. This time it was not nervousness. It was an attempt to stop him from speaking. Noah, she whispered. I'm done. You've said that twice. I mean it this time. Adrian took a slow sip of champagne. Isabel and I have known each other for years. Noah nodded. She mentioned the dinners. Adrian paused. What dinners? The 5 public dinners. 3, Isabel said quickly. Celeste, standing several feet behind them, closed her eyes with visible pain. Adrian looked delighted. 5. 2 were charity events, Isabel replied. Noah cleared his throat. I was told those still involved cameras. Isabel turned her head toward him. If expressions could legally terminate employment, Noah would have lost his job before reaching the front door. Adrian smiled at her. "You disgust me." "Operationally," Isabel said. "Of course," a reporter shouted from behind the barrier. "Adrian, are you disappointed about the engagement?" The stares went silent. Adrian turned toward the cameras. He knew how to perform. For a second, his face became thoughtful. Vulnerable. A perfect image of dignified heartbreak. "My only concern is Isabel's happiness." Noah nearly choked on the dishonesty. Adrian continued. "She deserves someone capable of understanding the demands of her life, someone who respects the world she has built." His eyes moved toward Noah. "And someone who will not become overwhelmed by the attention surrounding her." There it was. Not an insult. A test. Adrian expected Noah to become defensive, to appear insecure, to look like an ordinary employee who had wandered accidentally into a world of private jets and boardroom wars. Noah smiled. "You're right." Adrian blinked. Noah continued. "Isabel deserves someone who understands her work, respects her decisions, and doesn't treat her life like a prize he expected to win." The silence changed. Adrian's smile disappeared. Only briefly. But every camera caught it. Isabel stared at Noah. Celeste's eyes widened. Somewhere behind the press barrier, a journalist whispered, "Oh, wow." Adrian stepped closer. "Are you suggesting something?" "No." Noah adjusted his sleeve. "I'm stating something." Adrian's voice lowered. "You may want to learn how this world operates before challenging people inside it." Noah's exhaustion gave him one final, terrible gift. Complete honesty. "I manage international airport disruptions. Last month I moved 8,000 stranded passengers through a terminal after the power failed, the baggage system flooded, and 2 pilots started arguing beside a vending machine. People like you are not the most frightening part of my world." Adrian's jaw tightened. Isabel interrupted before the evening became a televised duel. "We should go inside." She turned toward the entrance. Noah followed. As they passed Adrian, he spoke quietly enough that only they could hear. "The board vote will not happen the way you expect." Isabel stopped. Adrian continued smiling for the cameras. "You should have accepted my offer when you had the chance." "What offer?" Noah asked. Adrian ignored him. Isabel's face hardened. "Stay out of Laurent business." Adrian raised his glass. "After tonight, there may not be much Laurent business left to stay out of." He walked past them and entered the residence. Noah watched him go. "Your social circle is terrible." He enjoys attention. He enjoys sounding like a villain in the final act of a low-budget spy movie. Isabel looked toward the entrance. "He knows something." "About the board?" "Yes." Noah glanced behind them. Victor Kane had arrived. He stood near the bottom of the stairs with his phone pressed to his ear. When he noticed Noah watching, he ended the call. Then smiled. Noah's stomach tightened. Victor told him. "About what?" "I don't know." "That is not helpful." "I have had 10 hours of sleep this week. My investigative abilities are operating under restricted visibility." Celeste hurried toward them. "We have another problem." Noah looked at her. "Does anyone in this organization ever arrive with good news?" Celeste held up her tablet. A new article had appeared online. The title filled the screen. "Who is Noah Mercer? Questions emerge about SCALED. Skybridge security incident." Noah stopped breathing. Isabel took the tablet from Celeste. The article included a grainy photograph of a small passenger aircraft parked inside a maintenance hangar. The timestamp was 5 years old. Beneath the image was another photograph. Noah leaving a Skybridge security office. His face younger, pale, angry. The caption read, Noah Mercer was questioned following the unexplained disappearance of a Skybridge aircraft from a restricted maintenance facility. Isabel looked up. What is this? Noah, Celeste asked. He didn't answer. The sounds around him faded. Cameras, music, reporters. Everything seemed to move farther away. 5 years disappeared. The marble staircase disappeared. For one instant, Noah was back inside Hangar 12. Emergency lights flashing red. Rain hammering the roof. An empty maintenance bay where an aircraft should have been. A security officer shouting questions. And a young mechanic named Eli Warren refusing to explain why his access card had opened the hangar. Noah blinked. The governor's residence returned. Isabel was still holding the tablet. Victor had reached the top of the stairs. He approached with controlled concern. Noah, he said, is something wrong? Noah looked at him. Victor's expression was flawless. Sympathetic. Professional. The expression of a man arriving at a scene he had personally arranged. You released it, Noah said. Victor frowned. Released what? The article. I just saw it. You sent someone to investigate me. Victor glanced toward the nearby cameras. You should lower your voice. That sounds like confirmation. Everything is not a conspiracy, Mr. Mercer. No, just you. Isabel stepped between them. Enough. Victor looked at her tablet. His face shifted into carefully measured concern. This could be serious. Noah laughed once. A short, humorless sound. Victor continued. If the article is accurate, Noah may have concealed involvement in a federal security breach. There was no federal case, Noah said. Why not? Because nothing was stolen. Victor pointed at the article. An aircraft disappeared and returned. 11 hours later. Noah went still. That detail had not appeared in the article. Isabel noticed. So you have seen the sealed report, she said. Victor realized his mistake. Only for half a second. Then the mask returned. The reporter contacted Laurent Aviation for comment. When? This evening. What time? I don't recall. You recall everything. We are standing in front of cameras. This is not the place. You made it the place, Noah said. Victor turned toward him. I did not create your history. No, you just dug it up and handed it to the press. Celeste moved closer. We need to go inside before the reporters connect this article to the photographs. Too late. A journalist shouted from below. Noah, were you involved in the missing aircraft incident? Another voice joined. Was the aircraft used for illegal transport? Why was the report sealed? Is Isabel aware of your security history? The questions spread through the crowd. The engagement story disappeared beneath a darker narrative. Noah Mercer. Mysterious fiancé. Missing plane. Sealed records. Aviation conspiracy. The internet had been handed every ingredient it required to build a disaster. Noah looked at Isabel. This is your chance. Her brow tightened. To do what? Walk away. No. You can say you didn't know. I don't know. Exactly. Noah lowered his voice. You have a board vote in less than 10 hours. Victor wants you standing beside someone who looks dangerous. Don't give him the photograph. Isabel studied him. What happened to the aircraft? Not here. Was anyone hurt? No. Did you break the law? No. Are you lying? No. She held his gaze. Noah expected mistrust. He had given her almost nothing. An old photograph. A sealed report. A vanished employee. 3 answers. That was not evidence. It wasn't even a strong argument. Victor looked toward Isabel. Your responsibility is to Laurent Aviation. I am aware of my responsibilities. The board will see these headlines. I know. You cannot enter that dinner holding his arm. Noah hated that Victor was right. I'll leave, Noah said. Isabel turned toward him. I'll take the service exit. Celeste can say I became ill. Victor nodded. For once, Mr. Mercer is making the responsible choice. That sentence decided everything. Isabel's expression changed. She extended the tablet to Celeste, then reached for Noah's hand. No. Noah stared at her. Isabel, you answered my questions. 3 questions. They were the relevant questions. Victor's voice sharpened. You cannot trust him. Isabel looked at Victor. I trust him more than I trust the person who knew a sealed report contained an 11-hour timeline. Victor's smile vanished. Completely. The cameras caught Isabel's fingers closing around Noah's. Another wave of shouting erupted. She turned toward them. Her posture straightened. Her face became calm. Powerful. The Iron Falcon had returned. Noah Mercer is attending this dinner as my guest, she announced. Any questions concerning a 5-year-old Skybridge security matter should be directed to Skybridge Air. A reporter called out. Do you still trust HIM? Isabel didn't hesitate. Yes. The answer hit Noah harder than it should have. She barely knew him. She had met him unconscious. She had threatened him within 10 minutes of waking. She had spent the last few hours correcting his posture, insulting his decision-making, and forcing him into a fictional relationship. Yet when Victor tried to isolate him, she stepped closer. Noah leaned toward her. This is a terrible strategic choice. I learned from you. That is deeply concerning. Together, they entered the governor's residence. Victor remained on the staircase. His face restored to perfect calm. But his hand was clenched so tightly around his phone that the tendons in his wrist had turned white. The governor's dining hall had been designed to project authority. Tall white columns, gold-framed portraits, crystal chandeliers, long tables covered in dark blue linen. 200 executives, political donors, and transportation officials filled the room. Every conversation stopped when Noah and Isabel entered. Phones appeared. Whispers spread. Noah heard fragments as they passed. Missing aircraft. Sealed investigation. Skybridge scandal. Secret engagement. Possible merger. He had entered the building as a mysterious fiancé. Within 6 minutes, he had become a suspected international criminal. Personal growth came quickly in aviation. Celeste guided them toward the central table. Their place cards were positioned beside the governor and 3 federal transportation officials. Noah stopped. This table seems legally dangerous. Isabel kept walking. You wanted to attend. I briefly lost my mind. That condition appears ongoing. Adrian Cross was already seated. He watched them approach with interest. When Isabel sat beside Noah, Adrian lifted his glass. A bold decision. "Don't," Isabel said. "I was only going to commend your loyalty. You were going to enjoy the sound of your own voice." Adrian smiled. "That too." Victor entered moments later and took the seat directly across from Noah. Of course, the seating arrangement had been designed by someone who hated peace. The governor rose and welcomed the guests. Applause followed. Noah heard none of the speech. His phone vibrated beneath the table. A message from his father. "Legal says do not answer questions. Call me immediately." Then another. "They have part of the report. We do not know how." A third message arrived. "Eli Warren's sister contacted Skybridge tonight." Noah's chest tightened. Eli. Noah had not heard that name in years. He typed quickly. "What did she say?" His father's response appeared. "She says Eli is alive." Noah stared at the screen. The dining hall vanished again. 5 years earlier. Hangar 12. Eli standing beneath the emergency lighting. 26 years old. Oil on his uniform. Blood on one sleeve. Not his blood. Noah grabbing his shoulders. Asking where the aircraft had gone. Eli refusing to answer. Then the security alarm. The airport police arriving. Eli disappearing before sunrise. Gone. No bank activity. No confirmed travel. No contact with his family. No body. Officially, he had become a missing person. Inside Skybridge, his disappearance had become a forbidden subject. Noah read the message again. She says Eli is alive. Isabel touched his wrist. What happened? He turned the phone toward her. She read the message. Her eyes lifted. Who is Eli Warren? The employee the article says disappeared. And he's alive. Apparently. Where? I don't know. Across the table, Victor watched them. Noah placed the phone face down. The first course arrived. Something small and artistic sat in the middle of a large white plate. Noah stared at it. Is this food? Technically, Isabel said. It looks like landscaping. Eat it. I can't identify it. Then consider it an operational risk. Adrian leaned across the table. You seem calm for someone accused of losing an aircraft. Noah picked up his fork. It was eventually found. Without its flight recorder data. Noah looked at him. Adrian smiled. Another detail. Another piece of the sealed report. Noah placed the fork down. Victor sent you the file. Victor didn't move. Adrian laughed softly. Why would Victor do that? To make you useful. For the first time that evening, Adrian looked genuinely offended. I am not anyone's tool. Victor sipped his water. Noah looked between them. Interesting. Adrian knew parts of the report. But perhaps he did not know where they came from. Victor had fed him enough information to create confrontation, while making Adrian believe he had discovered it independently. Two villains. One believed he was playing the game. The other had already assigned him a role. Noah leaned toward Adrian. Did the file arrive anonymously? Adrian's smile faded. Don't be ridiculous. Encrypted message. No answer. Sent to your office shortly after the engagement story broke. Adrian looked toward Victor. Only for a second. Victor continued drinking his water. Isabel saw it too. "Victor," she said, "where were you when Adrian arrived?" Victor placed the glass down. "This is becoming absurd." "Answer the question." "I was coordinating communications." "With Adrian." "No." Adrian shifted in his chair. Now he looked uncomfortable. Victor turned to him. "You should be careful about repeating unverified allegations." Adrian's eyes narrowed. "You said the report was authentic." The words escaped before he realized what he had admitted. Silence settled across the table. Victor's expression remained calm, but something cold appeared in his eyes. Adrian looked like a man who had just discovered the floor beneath him was painted over a hole. Isabel leaned forward. "You discussed the report with him." Victor's voice became smooth. "Adrian contacted me after receiving information from an unknown source. I advised him not to release anything." "That is not what you said," Adrian replied. Victor looked at him. A warning passed between them. Adrian ignored it. "You said Noah's history would become a liability before the board vote." Celeste, seated 2 chairs away, stopped breathing. Isabel became completely still. Noah knew that stillness. Someone was about to experience professional death. "You discussed my board vote with Adrian Cross?" Isabel asked. Victor adjusted his cuff. "I discussed Laurent Aviation's exposure. With the heir to the company controlling our aircraft contract. His family is a strategic partner. He is not a member of our board. This conversation is inappropriate." "No," Isabel said, "this conversation is overdue." The governor was still speaking at the podium. Around them, guests were beginning to notice the tension at the central table. Victor lowered his voice. "You are allowing personal emotion to compromise your judgment." Noah saw the words strike her. Victor knew exactly where to attack. Isabel had built her reputation on control, precision, emotional distance. Now the entire world believed she had made a reckless personal decision involving the son of a competitor. Victor wanted her defensive. He wanted her angry. He wanted witnesses to see her lose control. Isabel opened her mouth. Noah placed his hand over hers beneath the table. She looked at him. "Not here," he whispered. Her fingers were cold. Noah kept his hand still. Victor watched them. His eyes darkened. The governor finished speaking. Applause filled the room. Then he smiled toward the central table. "Tonight, we are fortunate to have several leaders responsible for shaping the future of American aviation." Noah felt dread arrive. Pure. Immediate. The governor continued. "Given the extraordinary public interest surrounding them, I would like to invite Isabel Laurent and Noah Mercer to join me at the podium." The room erupted in applause. Noah stared toward the stage. "No." Isabel gave him a calm smile. "Yes." "No, as in I am declining." "You cannot." "I can physically remain in this chair." "Then security will believe you're protesting the governor." "I am protesting the governor." She stood. Every camera turned toward them. Noah remained seated for one rebellious second. Then Isabel leaned down. "If I have to drag you to that podium, the internet will create artwork." Noah stood. "Fine." They walked toward the stage together. The governor shook their hands and gestured toward 2 microphones. "Ms. Laurent, Mr. Mercer, tonight's news has generated considerable speculation about possible cooperation between Laurent Aviation and Skybridge Air. Understatement of the century." The governor smiled. "Would either of you care to address the reports?" Isabel approached the microphone. Noah expected the prepared ambiguity. Private matter. No formal announcement. Focus on aviation. Instead, she looked toward Victor. He sat at the central table, composed beneath the chandeliers. Then she looked at Noah. The reports began because Noah assisted me during a medical emergency, she said. He acted without concern for publicity, corporate rivalry, or personal benefit. A murmur moved through the room. Noah stared at her. Isabel continued. The assumptions that followed were outside our control, but something important has become clear tonight. Victor leaned back in his chair. The aviation industry has allowed private influence, anonymous leaks, and personal ambition to shape public trust. The room became silent. Celeste slowly put down her phone. Isabel was abandoning the original plan. She was going after Victor. My board meets tomorrow to consider Laurent Aviation's Pacific expansion program, she said. That vote must be based on operational evidence, financial responsibility, and the interests of our employees. It will not be decided by rumors about my private life. Applause began near the back of the room. Isabel raised one hand. The applause stopped. Nor will it be influenced by individuals who release restricted information to undermine those standing in their way. Victor's face remained still. Adrian looked toward him. Noah stepped closer to the second microphone. He hadn't planned to speak. Planning had abandoned him entirely. 5 years ago, Noah began, an aircraft left a restricted Skybridge maintenance hangar without authorization. The room reacted immediately. Phones lifted. Cameras turned. Isabel looked at him. Noah continued. I was the station director responsible for that facility. Victor's expression changed. He had expected denial, fear, silence, not confession. The aircraft returned 11 hours later. No passengers were aboard. Nothing had been removed. No damage was discovered. Noah's hands tightened around the podium. But an employee disappeared the same night. The dinner hall became completely silent. His name was Eli Warren. I approved the decision to seal parts of the internal report because the investigation involved a credible threat against his life. Isabel's eyes widened. This was new information. Noah had promised not to lie. He had not promised the truth would be simple. Eli had discovered that the aircraft was being used to transport something without Skybridge authorization. A reporter near the stage shouted. What was it transporting? Noah looked at the cameras. We never found out. That answer created immediate chaos. Questions erupted. The governor stepped back. Security moved toward the stage. Noah raised his voice. The aircraft's navigation and recording data had been erased. Eli disappeared before investigators could question him fully. Until tonight, I believed he was dead. Noah removed his phone. He held up his father's message. 20 minutes ago, Skybridge received information that Eli Warren is alive. Victor stood from the table. Not dramatically, but too quickly. Noah saw it. Isabel saw it. Adrian saw it. Victor knew the name. More importantly, he had reacted to the news. Noah looked directly at him. Someone reopened that sealed report tonight because they believed the mystery would destroy my credibility. Victor's face went cold. But they made a mistake, Noah continued. They reminded the world that an aircraft moved through a secured airport without authorization. Noah looked across the room. And whoever arranged that flight may still be working inside the aviation industry. The dinner erupted. Reporters rushed toward the stage. Security formed a barrier. Guests stood from their seats. Victor turned and walked toward a side exit. Isabel saw him leaving. Victor! He didn't stop. Adrian stepped into his path. You used me. Victor's pleasant smile returned. Even now, even with the room collapsing around him, you required very little encouragement. Adrian grabbed his arm. Victor pulled free. 2 security officers moved toward them. Then every light in the governor's residence went out. Darkness swallowed the room. People screamed. Glass shattered. Emergency alarms began to sound. Noah felt Isabel's hand grab his. Stay with me, she said. I'm here. Red emergency lights activated along the walls. The dining room glowed like an evacuation corridor. Noah looked toward the side exit. Victor was gone. Then Celeste shouted from the central table. Isabel! They fought through the crowd. Celeste stood beside Victor's empty chair, holding a small black device. A timer counted backward on its screen. 0042. 0041. 0040. Noah stared at it. What is that? Celeste's face had turned pale. It was attached beneath the table. Is it an explosive? No. She turned the device around. A wireless data transfer symbol flashed above the countdown. It's downloading something. From where? Celeste looked toward Isabel. Your phone. Isabel reached into her jacket. The phone was gone. Noah remembered the hospital charger. Victor had connected it personally. He had access. He had installed something. The timer reached 30 seconds. Celeste tried to stop the transfer. The screen rejected her command. What's on your phone? Noah asked. Isabel's expression became horrified. The Pacific expansion documents. Financial records. Government route applications, aircraft specifications, security protocols. And the board presentation. All of it. The timer reached 20 seconds. Noah grabbed the device. Celeste caught his wrist. What are you doing? Interrupting the signal. How? Noah looked toward the emergency exit. Distance. He ran. Past the tables. Through the side corridor. Security shouted after him. The timer reached 12 seconds. Noah slammed through a service door and entered the residence kitchen. Chefs and waiters stood in confusion beneath emergency lighting. 9 seconds. He spotted an industrial freezer. 8. Noah opened the heavy metal door. 7. He threw the device inside. 6. Then closed the door and engaged the external safety lock. The wireless signal disappeared behind layers of insulated steel. The timer stopped at 3 seconds. Noah leaned against the freezer. His chest heaved. A dishwasher stared at him. Noah pointed toward the freezer. Please don't open that. The dishwasher nodded. Wasn't planning to. Isabel and Celeste ran into the kitchen. Celeste checked her tablet. The transfer stopped. How much did he get? Noah asked. 87%. Noah closed his eyes. So almost everything. Isabel looked toward the corridor. Victor planned this before the dinner. The blackout, Celeste said. The report, Adrian, everything created cover. For what? Noah asked. Isabel's face hardened. To steal the expansion plan before the board vote. Noah looked through the kitchen doorway. Victor was gone. So was Isabel's phone. The man with the perfect smile had stopped pretending. This was no longer a publicity crisis. It was corporate theft, possibly espionage. And Victor had planned to use the stolen information to destroy the expansion program, remove Isabel from power, and hand the Pacific aircraft contract to someone else. Perhaps Adrian's family. Perhaps another buyer. Perhaps the same people who had used a Skybridge aircraft 5 years earlier. A security officer entered the kitchen. "Ms. Laurent, we found something outside." He held out a white envelope. Isabel took it. Her name was written across the front. Inside was a photograph. A recent photograph. Eli Warren stood beside a small private aircraft on a remote runway. Alive. Older. A thin scar crossed the side of his face. He held that day's newspaper against his chest. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message. "If you want the truth about Flight 272, come alone. Do not trust Victor Kane." Below it was a location. A private airfield 90 miles north of the city. And a time, 5:30 a.m. Noah checked his watch. They had less than 4 hours. Isabel looked at him. "The board meets at 10. If we leave now, we can reach the airfield before dawn." Celeste stared at them. "You cannot seriously be considering this. The message could be a trap." "It is a trap," Noah said. "Then why would you go?" "Because 5 years ago, Eli disappeared after asking me to trust him." Noah looked at the photograph. "And I didn't." Isabel touched his arm. He looked at her. "You don't have to come," he said. "Yes, I do." "Why?" "Victor stole my expansion plan." "That's a corporate answer." "He threatened my company." "Still corporate." Isabel's expression softened. "Only slightly." Then she stepped closer. "And because you stood beside me when leaving would have been easier." Noah stared at her. She held his gaze. "No more decorative lies," she said. A tired smile touched Noah's face. "You remembered." "I remember everything." Celeste looked between them. This would be a touching moment if we were not standing beside a freezer containing an illegal data-stealing device. Noah straightened. "Fair." Isabel folded the photograph and placed it inside her jacket. "Arrange a vehicle." Celeste sighed. "You require security." "No, the message says to come alone." "It also says not to trust Victor, which is the first sensible thing anyone has written tonight." Noah looked toward the dining hall. Reporters were still shouting. Emergency lights continued flashing. The governor's dinner had collapsed into a security investigation. Victor had vanished. Adrian had been manipulated. Someone inside Laurent Aviation was helping steal the Pacific expansion plan. And a man believed dead for 5 years was waiting at a private airfield before sunrise. Noah rubbed his eyes. "Just to clarify, this all happened because a nurse asked if I was her emergency contact." Isabel walked toward the service exit. "No." She looked back at him. "This happened because you said you were my fiancé." Important distinction. They disappeared into the cold night through the kitchen entrance. Celeste followed while calling for a vehicle. Behind them, the freezer device lit up again. The screen displayed a new message. Transfer resumed. 0002. 0001. 0000. Deep inside the insulated machine, an unseen transmitter completed the final 3 seconds of its task. Across the city, Victor Kane entered the back seat of a waiting car. Isabel's stolen phone rested in his hand. A file appeared on his laptop. Pacific expansion, complete. Victor opened the first document, then another, then the secure aircraft specifications. His smile slowly returned. The driver looked at him through the mirror. Do we proceed to the airfield? Yes. And Mercer? Victor closed the laptop. Let him find Eli. The car pulled away. Victor looked through the window at the distant lights of the governor's residence. Then make sure neither of them returns for the board vote. At 2:07 a.m., Noah Mercer discovered there were worse places to have a relationship discussion than inside an ambulance. A speeding vehicle headed toward a potentially hostile private airfield was one of them. Cold rain swept across the highway. The black SUV moved north through the darkness, its headlights cutting two narrow paths across the wet pavement. Celeste drove. Not calmly. Not legally. She leaned over the steering wheel with the focused aggression of a woman who had spent 6 years managing aviation executives and had finally decided traffic laws were beneath her. Noah sat in the back beside Isabel. Between them rested a sealed evidence bag containing Victor's data transfer device. Or what remained of Victor's data transfer device after Noah had thrown it into an industrial freezer besides several hundred frozen dinner rolls. Celeste glanced into the rearview mirror. Before anyone asks, yes, I know I'm exceeding the speed limit. Noah checked the dashboard. By 32 miles per hour. We have less than 4 hours before the board meeting. We will have significantly more time if we survive the drive. You're welcome to walk. At this speed, walking may be safer. Isabel looked out the window. She had barely spoken since they left the governor's residence. Her stolen phone was gone. The Pacific expansion files had been compromised. Victor had disappeared. And somewhere ahead, a mechanic believed dead for 5 years was waiting beside a private runway. Noah watched her reflection in the glass. Her expression was controlled. Too controlled. Her hands rested in her lap, fingers locked together. He recognized the posture. It was the human equivalent of sealing every emergency exit. Are you all right? He asked. Yes. You answered too quickly. I answered efficiently. Those aren't the same thing. Isabel turned toward him. We are driving toward a possible trap because a missing mechanic sent us a photograph. Victor has most likely stolen confidential government documents from my phone. My board may remove me before breakfast. Adrian Cross has discovered he was manipulated, which means he will either help us or create a press conference about his emotional journey. No, Noah, I am not all right. Celeste raised one hand from the steering wheel. Thank you for the accurate operational summary. Isabel ignored her. I spent 8 years developing the Pacific expansion plan. Noah remained quiet. 8 years, she repeated. Route studies, government negotiations, fleet analysis, labor agreements. If those documents reach Cross Aerospace or another bidder, they can undermine every contract before the board votes. Can Victor sell the information? He doesn't need to sell it. What does he need? To prove the plan is compromised. Noah understood. If the board believes the security breach was your fault, they delay the vote. They appoint Victor interim co-chief executive while they investigate. And once he has the position, he never gives it back. The rain became heavier. Celeste activated the windshield wipers at full speed. The blades moved frantically, winning approximately half the battle. Noah looked through the window. Nothing but highway. Dark forest. Occasional road signs. No other vehicles. Why was Victor given so much access? He asked. Isabel's jaw tightened. My father hired him. That doesn't answer the question. He joined Laurent Aviation 12 years ago. He began in acquisitions and moved into strategic development. He worked his way up. He made himself useful. Noah knew the type. Employees like Victor did not merely complete assignments. They studied weaknesses. Who needed approval? Who wanted recognition? Who feared losing influence? Then they became indispensable to each person separately. What happened to your father? Noah asked. He died 4 years ago. I'm sorry. Isabel's expression softened by a fraction. Victor helped stabilize the company afterward. He defended my appointment when several directors believed I was too young. And you trusted him. I trusted his work. That isn't what I said. Isabel looked back toward the window. Celeste answered for her. She trusted him. Isabel's eyes moved toward the mirror. Celeste. What? We're driving into a possible ambush before sunrise. This is not the time for executive editing. No one requested your commentary. I'm communications director. Commentary is my cardiovascular system. Celeste kept her hands on the wheel. Victor was one of the few people who stood beside Isabel after her father died. He built support for her appointment, managed the board, removed 3 executives who tried to challenge her. Noah frowned. Removed how? Legally, Celeste said. A pause. Mostly. Isabel crossed her arms. Victor believed supporting me would give him influence. And when he realized he couldn't control you, he began preparing to replace me. Noah looked at her. How long have you known? Suspected 2 years. And you kept him close. Enemies are easier to monitor when they attend your meetings. That strategy appears to have some technical limitations. Yes, Noah, I have noticed. He let the silence settle. The SUV continued north. After several minutes, Isabel spoke again. Tell me about Eli. Noah looked toward the rain. He was 26 when he disappeared, youngest certified avionics technician at the North Point facility. You supervised him. Indirectly, he reported to maintenance operations. But he came to you 3 weeks before the aircraft disappeared. What did he say? That someone had accessed Flight 272 without authorization. The aircraft involved in the incident. Yes. What kind of aircraft was it? A regional passenger jet temporarily removed from service for navigation upgrades. Celeste glanced back. How does a passenger jet disappear from a secure hangar? Someone entered valid maintenance codes into the airport system. Ground control received an authorized movement request. A qualified flight crew taxied it out. Then the crew must know who arranged it. They used false identification. Isabel frowned. You can't enter a secure airport with false identification. You shouldn't be able to. But they did. They had valid credentials attached to real aviation personnel. Stolen identities. Noah nodded. By the time anyone discovered the problem, Flight 272 had departed through a maintenance taxiway. Its transponder transmitted another aircraft's identification. Celeste slowed slightly. So air traffic control saw a different plane. They saw what the system told them to see. Where did it go? We don't know. 11 hours in the air, Isabel asked. The fuel tanks couldn't support that. It landed somewhere, remained on the ground, then returned. What did security footage show? Nothing. Cameras failed. No, the footage was erased. Celeste looked at him through the mirror. You were station director. Would you have authority to erase airport security recordings? No. Who would? No one person. The recordings were stored across two systems, airport security and Skybridge's internal network. Isabel leaned forward. So the operation required access to flight control records, maintenance credentials, and two independent security systems. Yes. That isn't aircraft theft. No. It's a demonstration. Noah looked at her. She understood, perhaps faster than he had 5 years earlier. Someone wanted to prove they could move an aircraft through a protected airport without leaving a usable record, Isabel said. That was Eli's theory. What did you believe? Noah's voice became quieter. I thought he was scared and exaggerating. Isabel watched him. He had been working long shifts. He claimed someone followed him home. He said the aircraft modifications weren't part of the approved navigation package. What were they? He wouldn't tell me. Why? He said he didn't know who inside the company he could trust. Celeste's face tightened. Including you. Noah looked down at his hands. Including me. The words had followed him for 5 years. Eli had asked for help. Noah had followed procedure. He scheduled a security review. Requested documentation. Sent emails. The clean, responsible, completely inadequate response. 72 hours later, the aircraft disappeared. By sunrise, Eli was gone. Isabel's hand moved across the seat. Her fingers rested lightly against Noah's. Not a performance. No cameras. No reporters. No fictional engagement requiring romantic proximity. Just contact. Warm. Quiet. Noah looked at her. You couldn't have known, she said. I knew he was afraid. You followed the available evidence. I followed policy. At the time, those probably seemed like the same thing. They were. Isabel didn't argue. Her hand remained over his. Celeste politely looked straight ahead, which would have seemed considerate if she hadn't been watching them through the mirror every 6 seconds. Noah noticed. Eyes on the road. My eyes are on the road. Your eyes are conducting sentiment analysis. I can do both. Isabel removed her hand. Celeste sighed. Wonderful. The only authentic emotional development of the evening lasted 11 seconds. Drive, Isabel ordered. I am driving. Less commentary. Impossible. Noah's phone vibrated. A message appeared from an unknown number. Turn back. Noah showed Isabel. A second message arrived. Eli will not survive another rescue attempt. Celeste saw their expressions. What? Noah read the message aloud. Celeste's hands tightened around the wheel. That confirms the airfield is being watched. Or the message is designed to stop us from going, Isabel said. Either way, Victor knows our route. Noah checked the road behind them. No headlights. No visible vehicle. Celeste reached toward the center console. There's a second phone inside the compartment, unregistered. I keep it for communications emergencies. Noah opened the compartment. Inside were 2 phones, a portable battery, 3 press credentials, a small flashlight, and a bar of chocolate. He held up the chocolate. Communications emergency. Return that. You've been hiding food while I survived on decorative seafood. It's dark chocolate with sea salt. I'm keeping it. Celeste reached backward blindly. Noah moved it out of range. Focus on driving. I will leave you on this highway. Isabel took the emergency phone. Who are you calling? Airport security. Noah shook his head. We don't know who has been compromised. Local police. Victor could monitor dispatch. Celeste looked at the clock. Federal aviation security. By the time we explain, the board vote will be over. Isabel dialed a number from memory. Then I'll call someone who isn't part of the system. The call connected. A sleepy male voice answered. Who is this? Adrian. A pause. Isabel. Noah stared at her. Why are you calling him? She held up one finger. Adrian's voice sharpened through the speaker. Where are you? The governor's security team says Victor disappeared. Reporters are claiming you left with Mercer after stealing evidence from the residence. Isabel looked at Noah. They're saying we stole it. Victor's people moved quickly, Celeste said. Isabel returned to the call. Adrian, did Victor send you the Flight 272 documents directly? No. How did you receive them? An encrypted email. When? Shortly before the dinner. Can you trace it? I have people who can. Do it. Adrian laughed. You humiliated me in front of the press. Your temporary fiancé accused me of being Victor's tool. Why would I help you? Noah leaned toward the phone. Because he was right. Celeste closed her eyes. Isabel looked at Noah with profound disappointment. Adrian's voice became cold. I heard that. Good saves time. You are remarkably confident for a man connected to a missing aircraft. You are remarkably loud for a man who repeated anonymous information without checking where it came from. I should have you removed from every cross facility in the country. You would need to find me first. Isabel moved the phone away from Noah. Would both of you stop? Noah leaned back. Adrian remained silent. Isabel continued. Victor wanted us fighting each other. He gave you the report because your confrontation would make the story credible. He expected you to create the public scandal while he stole my expansion files. Adrian's voice lost some of its arrogance. You believe he used the dinner as cover. I know he did. What do you want from me? Trace the email. Then contact the Cross Aerospace Board and stop any action involving Lawrence Pacific Fleet contract. My father controls that board. Then wake him. He won't appreciate being called before 3 in the morning. I don't care. I do. Adrian. Another pause. Fine. And send private security to the Laurent Board headquarters. Why? Because Victor will try to control access before the vote. Adrian sounded almost amused. You're trusting me with your board. No, I'm trusting your ego. My ego. You cannot tolerate the idea that Victor outplayed you. Silence. Noah slowly nodded. Effective. Brutal. Accurate. Adrian finally responded. You'll have the email trace within an hour. The call ended. Noah looked at Isabel. That was manipulative. Yes. I'm impressed. I wasn't seeking your approval. Still impressed. The GPS announced an upcoming turn. Celeste left the highway and entered a narrow 2-lane road. The forest closed around them. No streetlights. No buildings. No other traffic. Only rain. Trees. And 50 miles of darkness before the private airfield. Noah's phone vibrated again. Another message. Not from the unknown number. From his father. Noah, do not go to the airfield. Then another. Skybridge Security found a second report. A photograph loaded beneath the message. It showed a Laurent aviation authorization code inside Flight 272's maintenance history. Dated 5 years earlier. Noah enlarged the image. Isabel leaned closer. That code belonged to our fleet acquisition department. Who ran the department? Her expression changed. Victor. The SUV became completely silent. Noah read the code again. 5 years ago, Victor Kane had access to the aircraft. Long before Noah met Isabel. Long before the Pacific expansion. Long before the emergency contact. Victor's plan had not begun tonight. It had begun with Flight 272. And whatever that aircraft carried for 11 missing hours had helped place him inside Laurent Aviation's highest levels. Celeste looked into the mirror. If Victor arranged the original flight, why expose the report now? To destroy Noah's credibility, Isabel said. Noah shook his head. That's not enough. What do you mean? Victor is careful. Releasing the report risked connecting him to the authorization code. He wouldn't take that risk solely to create bad headlines. Celeste slowed for another turn. Then why release it? Noah stared through the windshield. Because he wanted me to find Eli. Isabel looked at him. The photograph. He wanted us to go to the airfield. Why? Noah's phone vibrated again. A final message appeared. You are almost there. He looked toward the dark road ahead. A faint white light blinked beyond the trees. The airfield tower. Because whatever happened 5 years ago, Noah said, Victor needs Eli to finish it tonight. Ridgemont Private Airfield had been abandoned for 7 years. At least officially. The entrance gate hung open. A weather-damaged sign leaned beside the road. The control tower windows were dark. 2 maintenance buildings stood near the far side of the runway, their metal walls rusted by years of rain and neglect. But the runway lights were on. A line of blue lamps stretched into the darkness. Someone had prepared for an aircraft. Celeste stopped the SUV behind an empty fuel storage building. The engine went silent. Rain tapped against the roof. Nobody moved. Noah looked across the airfield. A single hangar door stood open. Warm light spilled onto the wet concrete. Inside was the silhouette of a small private jet. Isabel reached for the door handle. Noah caught her wrist. Wait. You wanted to find Eli. I also want to remain alive long enough to complain about it. Celeste opened the evidence bag. She removed the black transfer device and examined it beneath the cabin light. No visible tracking signal. Visible? Noah asked. I direct press conferences. I don't diffuse electronics. Then perhaps stop rotating it toward your face. She placed the device down. Noah checked his phone. No signal. Celeste's emergency phone showed 1 weak bar. Send our location to Adrian, he said. Celeste typed quickly. Sent to. Isabel looked toward the open hangar. He knows we're here. Victor. Eli. A figure had appeared inside the light. Thin. Wearing a dark raincoat. Standing completely still. Noah's chest tightened. 5 years had changed Eli Warren. The man in the hangar looked older than 31. His shoulders curved forward. His dark hair was streaked with gray. A scar crossed the side of his face, matching the photograph. But it was him. Noah knew before the man stepped closer. Knew from the way he held his left arm. An old injury caused by a maintenance lift accident. Eli raised one hand. Noah opened the vehicle door. Isabel followed. Celeste reached beneath her seat and removed a small canister. Noah looked at it. Pepper spray. Industrial strength. You had that beneath the seat. I work with journalists. They crossed the airfield together. Rain soaked Noah's jacket within seconds. Isabel's hair blew across her face. Her shoes were entirely unsuitable for sprinting, fighting, or surviving abandoned aviation facilities. Noah pointed toward them. You wore heels to a trap. I dressed for the governor's dinner. You couldn't change in the vehicle. Into what? Emergency trap shoes. I'm sorry my wardrobe strategy disappointed you. It may disappoint gravity. Eli remained at the hangar entrance. When Noah came within several feet, Eli's face tightened. Noah. His voice was rough. Older, but familiar. Noah stopped. For 5 years, he had imagined this conversation. Accusations. Questions. Apologies. None of them arrived. You're alive, Noah said. Eli gave a tired smile. Mostly. Noah stepped forward and pulled him into an embrace. Eli froze, then slowly returned it. Noah closed his eyes. A weight he had carried for 5 years shifted. It didn't disappear, but it moved enough for him to breathe. When they separated, Noah looked at Eli's scar. What happened? Inside. Eli's eyes moved toward Isabel. You brought her. She came voluntarily. That was not the agreement. Isabel stepped forward. Your message concerned my company. It concerned Victor Kane. At the moment, those subjects overlap. Eli looked toward Celeste. And her. Communications director, Celeste said. I control the version of this story in which none of us die. Eli scanned the runway. You were followed. We didn't see anyone, Noah said. That doesn't mean you weren't followed. He ushered them into the hangar. The private jet inside had been partially dismantled. Panels removed. Wiring exposed. Tools covered a long workbench. Old monitors glowed beside stacks of printed documents. On the far wall hung a series of photographs. Victor Kane. Flight 272. Skybridge facilities. Laurent Aviation offices. Cross Aerospace warehouses. Board members. Government officials. Red lines connected names, companies, and locations. Noah stared at it. This is what you've been doing for 5 years. Trying to understand what I helped build. Isabel turned toward him. You helped Victor. Eli removed his wet coat. Not knowingly. He crossed to the workbench and opened a metal case. Inside rested a collection of aircraft components. Small. Black. Identical. Noah picked up the nearest one. It looked like an ordinary navigation module. What is it? A ghost transponder. Celeste frowned. That sounds illegal. It is. Eli took the device from Noah. A standard aircraft transponder broadcasts identification, altitude, and location. Air traffic control uses the signal to track the aircraft. This copies another aircraft's signal, Noah said. Eli nodded. Not only copies it, replaces it. The device can make one aircraft appear to be another. It can also create a false flight path while the real aircraft disappears from civilian tracking. Isabel looked toward the wall. Flight 272 transported these. The aircraft was the test. Noah felt cold. Not from the rain. Victor used a passenger jet to prove the devices worked inside civilian airspace. Yes. Why? Because he was selling access. To whom? Private security companies, smuggling networks, governments, anyone willing to pay. Celeste stared at the components. With this technology, an aircraft could cross a border under another identity. Or vanish during part of a flight, Eli said. Cargo could move through controlled airspace without a reliable record. Isabel folded her arms. And you discovered the modifications. I installed part of the hardware. Noah looked at him. Eli's eyes dropped. They told me the modules were for encrypted fleet tracking. Victor's authorization code appeared on the Laurent documents. Skybridge approved the maintenance because Laurent was listed as a technology partner. But Laurent wasn't the partner, Isabel said. No, Victor used your company name to legitimize the installation. Who inside Skybridge approved it? Eli looked at Noah. Your father. Noah went still. No. Daniel Mercer signed the authorization. He wouldn't approve illegal equipment. He didn't know what it was. That isn't better. No. Noah turned away. His father's name on the authorization explained why the report had been sealed. Not solely to protect Eli. To protect Skybridge. To protect Daniel Mercer. To protect the company from a scandal involving unauthorized aircraft technology. Isabel stepped beside Noah. Your father may have been deceived. He still signed it. You said yourself the records appeared valid. He should have checked. So should I. Noah looked at her. Isabel gestured toward Victor's photograph. He operated inside my company for 12 years. I promoted him, gave him access, defended him. That isn't the same. It feels the same. For a moment, they stood together beneath the harsh hangar lights. Two people carrying the guilt of decisions made by men they had trusted. Eli opened another metal case. Inside were paper files and several encrypted storage drives. I copied the project records before I disappeared. Celeste stared at the drives. You've had evidence for 5 years. Fragments, payment logs, technical specifications, fake maintenance authorizations, nothing directly proving Victor controlled the operation. What changed? Isabel asked. 3 months ago, Victor contacted me. Noah's head snapped up. He knew you were alive. He always knew. Then why did he leave you alone? He didn't. Eli touched the scar on his face. I changed names, countries, jobs. Every time I started rebuilding, someone found me. Why didn't he kill you? Eli looked toward the private jet. Because I was the only person who could stabilize the transponder system. Noah's stomach tightened. The technology failed. The cockpit signals drifted after several hours. Flight 272 nearly appeared simultaneously in 2 locations. Victor needed me to correct it. And you did. At first. Noah stared at him. Eli looked ashamed. He threatened my sister, my parents, everyone I knew. I told myself I was keeping them alive. Celeste's voice softened. You were. No, I was keeping the system alive. Eli opened a laptop. A document appeared on the screen. Project NIGHTSKY. Below it was a list of aircraft registrations. Dozens. Some commercial. Some private. Some government-owned. Dates appeared beside each aircraft. Routes. Airfields. Payments. Noah scrolled through the records. How many flights? At least 43. Since Flight 272. Yes. Isabel pointed toward a date. This flight occurred during Laurent's South American route negotiations. That aircraft carried cash intended to influence local regulators. Another entry appeared beneath it. Cross Aerospace, Celeste asked. Eli nodded. Component shipments. Does Adrian know? Isabel asked. I don't think so, but his father may. Noah looked at the wall of photographs. Who else inside Laurent helped Victor? Eli clicked another file. A scanned authorization appeared. At the bottom was a signature. Margaret Vale. Isabel stopped breathing. Celeste stared at the screen. No. Noah looked between them. Who is Margaret Vale? Isabel didn't answer. Celeste did. Chairwoman of the Laurent Aviation Board. The person overseeing the vote. The person who could appoint Victor interim co-chief executive. The person responsible for deciding whether Isabel remained in control. Eli enlarged the authorization. Margaret approved funding transfers through a Laurent subsidiary. Victor used the accounts to finance the test flight. Isabel read the signature. She was my father's closest advisor. She recruited Victor, Eli said. Isabel's face lost all expression. Noah watched the betrayal settle into place. Margaret had not merely protected Victor. She had placed him inside the company. Supported Isabel when doing so preserved stability. Then prepared to remove her when Victor was ready. The board vote had never been about the Pacific expansion. It was the final stage of a takeover begun years earlier. Celeste checked the time. 4:12. If we leave in 10 minutes, we can reach headquarters before 8. Eli shook his head. You won't reach headquarters. Noah looked toward him. Why? Victor knows you're here. We assumed that. No, you don't understand. Eli turned the laptop around. A tracking map filled the screen. One red point flashed over the airfield. Then another. Then 4 more. Vehicles approached from both access roads. Black dots moved around the southern perimeter. We have 6 minutes, Eli said. Celeste gripped the pepper spray. 6 minutes until what? The runway becomes a closed site. Noah looked toward the private jet. Can that aircraft fly? No. Define no. Half the avionics are on the table. So extremely no. Yes. Isabel stepped toward the hangar entrance. Headlights appeared between the trees. 1 vehicle. Then 2. Then 3. Celeste pulled out the emergency phone. No signal. They're jamming it, Eli said. Noah checked his own phone. Still no service. The runway lights flickered. Then shut off. Darkness covered the airfield. Eli reached beneath the workbench and brought out a heavy flashlight. Victor's teams will enter from the west road. Margaret's security contractors will block the east. Isabel looked at him. You know them. I survived them. The first vehicle stopped outside the gate. Doors opened. Dark figures moved through the rain. Noah looked around the hangar. 1 entrance. 2 small office doors. A maintenance pit beneath the jet. No visible rear exit. Is there another way out? Storm tunnel beneath the western hangar. How far? 600 yards across open runway. Celeste looked at her shoes. Then at Isabel S. I knew we needed emergency trap footwear. Isabel removed her heels. She placed them beside the workbench. Noah stared. What are you doing? Solving the problem. You're going barefoot. Would you prefer I negotiate with gravity? Despite everything, Noah smiled. That may be the most attractive operational decision you've made tonight. The words escaped. Isabel looked at him. Celeste looked at him. Eli looked between them. Noah cleared his throat. Poorly timed. Extremely, Isabel said. But a faint color appeared in her cheeks. A sharp metallic sound came from outside. The hangar doors began closing. Not from inside. Someone had activated the external controls. Eli ran to the panel. It's locked out. The opening narrowed. Noah looked through the gap. Men in dark tactical clothing crossed the apron. No visible insignia. No police markings. No identification. At the center of the runway, headlights illuminated another vehicle. The rear door opened. Victor Kane stepped into the rain. No umbrella. No perfect conference room lighting. No polished audience. Yet his suit remained immaculate beneath a dark overcoat. He walked toward the closing hangar. Isabel stepped into view. Victor stopped 10 feet beyond the narrowing gap. For several seconds, they stared at each other. "You stole my files," Isabel said. Victor's expression remained calm. "You were always direct. You tried to frame Noah." Noah came with a completed frame. I merely turned on the lighting. Noah moved beside Isabel. Victor's eyes shifted toward him. "Mr. Mercer still surviving. Disappointing, isn't it? Inconvenient." Eli stepped from behind the jet. Victor looked at him. The pleasant smile returned. "Eli, you should have stayed away. I gave you 5 years. You took 5 years." Victor sighed. Always emotional. Eli raised the encrypted drive. "I have everything. You have outdated transaction records and incomplete technical files. I have Margaret's authorization." Victor's smile did not move, but his eyes changed. "There. A hit. A real one." Isabel saw it. "You and Margaret used my father's company to finance illegal flights," she said. Victor studied her. "Your father's company." His voice softened. "Is that still how you see Laurent Aviation? Something inherited, something held in trust until more capable people decide what to do with it?" Noah stepped closer. "You're giving a villain speech in the rain." Victor looked at him. "This conversation doesn't concern you. I became involved when you tried to destroy my career." "No, you became involved when you lied to a nurse." "Fair." Victor looked back at Isabel. "Give me the drives, return to the city, attend your board meeting." Isabel's face hardened. "You expect me to pretend this didn't happen? I expect you to behave like a chief executive. You stole classified expansion documents to protect the company from your recklessness. You funded Project Night Sky. Margaret funded it. And you operated it." Victor didn't deny it. Instead, he took another step toward the hangar. The door continued lowering. Only 3 feet remained open. Project Night Sky placed Laurent technology inside markets that would have taken decades to enter legally. You moved illegal cargo. We moved influence. You endangered civilian aircraft. We controlled the risk. Eli laughed bitterly. Flight 272 nearly collided with a cargo plane because your cockpit signal failed. Victor's pleasant expression disappeared. The prototype failed because you became unreliable. Noah looked toward the lowering door. 2 feet. The tactical team was nearly in position. Victor was keeping them talking, waiting for the hangar to seal. Noah leaned toward Isabel. "The storm tunnel." She gave the smallest nod. Celeste moved behind the jet. Eli copied files from the laptop onto 2 drives. Victor noticed. His hand lifted. The hangar door stopped. 1 foot from the ground. "Enough," he said. The tactical team raised their weapons. Not firearms. Compact launchers. Noah recognized them from airport security demonstrations. Electrical compliance rounds, designed to incapacitate without creating loud gunfire. "Hand over the evidence," Victor said, "and all 4 of you leave." Noah looked at him. "You threatened Eli for 5 years. I kept him alive. You ordered someone to stop us returning to the board. I ordered my team to prevent interference. That sounds less criminal if you say it with excellent posture." Victor's jaw tightened. "Noah. Victor. You are not protecting Isabel." Noah's humor vanished. "I know." That answer seemed to surprise everyone. Noah's eyes remained fixed on Victor. "She doesn't need me to protect her. She needs someone who won't move when you tell him to." Isabel looked at him. Victor's face became cold. "She trusted me once. She learned. I built her authority. You tried to make her dependent. I saved her family's company. You positioned yourself beside a grieving woman and called it loyalty." The rain hammered the metal roof. Victor's voice dropped. "You know nothing about us. I know how you look at her." Isabel's breath caught. Noah continued. "You don't want her. You want proof that someone like her can be controlled by someone like you." Victor stood completely still. The mask cracked. Not visibly enough for the men behind him. But Noah saw it in his eyes. Rage. Personal. Deep. Victor had tolerated insult, accusation, exposure, but he could not tolerate being understood. Noah stepped backward. "Now, Isabel." Eli slammed his hand onto the hangar's emergency power switch. Every light went out. The tactical team fired. Electrical rounds struck the private jet and workbench. Sparks exploded through the darkness. Celeste screamed. Noah grabbed Isabel's hand. They ran. Behind the jet. Across the maintenance area. Eli activated a second switch. The hangar's fire suppression system detonated overhead. White foam blasted from the ceiling. Within seconds, the floor became a blinding flood of chemical mist. Men shouted outside. Victor ordered them into the hangar. Celeste reached the side office first. She kicked the door open. A narrow service passage led toward the rear wall. Eli pulled aside a metal cabinet. Behind it was a low opening. The drainage channel connects to the storm tunnel. Noah looked at the gap. That is not a tunnel. That is an architectural insult. "Move." Celeste crawled through first. Isabel followed barefoot. Noah waited for Eli. Electrical rounds struck the office wall. Victor's team had entered the hangar. "Go," Eli shouted. Noah pushed him toward the opening. "You first." "I know the locking system." "That sounds like an excuse to stay behind." "I can delay them." "You have delayed them for 5 years." Eli shoved one encrypted drive into Noah's hand. "Get this to the board." "Come with us." Eli looked toward the hangar. Footsteps moved through the foam. "I'll be behind you." Noah knew the sentence. The heroic sentence. The stupid sentence. The sentence people said immediately before making decisions their friends were forced to regret forever. "No." "Eli." "No." Noah grabbed his jacket and pulled him toward the opening. "You don't disappear again." Victor's voice echoed through the hangar. Eli. Eli froze. For a second, he looked 26 again. Terrified. Trapped. Noah tightened his grip. You trusted the wrong person 5 years ago. Eli looked at him. Noah pointed toward the tunnel. Fix it. Eli crawled through. Noah followed and pulled the cabinet into place behind them. The drainage channel was narrow, wet and completely black. They moved on their hands and knees. Cold water soaked through Noah's clothes. Ahead, Celeste muttered a continuous series of complaints. I have 2 graduate degrees. Keep moving, Isabel said. I have managed presidential interviews. Move. I am crawling through airport sewage. That appears to be rainwater. Do not take this from me. Behind them, metal crashed. Victor's team had entered the office. A flashlight beam cut through gaps around the cabinet. Noah crawled faster. The channel opened into a concrete storm tunnel. They stood. Isabel's feet were bleeding. Noah saw the dark marks against the wet concrete. You're injured. I noticed. He crouched. Get on. She stared at him. What? You can't run barefoot across 600 yards of abandoned runway. I can manage. Your feet disagree. We do not have time. Exactly. Noah turned his back toward her. Get on. Isabel looked down the tunnel, then climbed onto his back. Her arms wrapped around his shoulders. Noah stood. His already exhausted spine filed a formal complaint. Celeste stared at them. Oh, the internet is going to become unbearable. No cameras, Noah said. Celeste held up her phone. No signal, not no camera. Put it away. Historical documentation. Eli led them through the tunnel. Behind them, voices echoed. Victor's team had found the entrance. The tunnel sloped upward. A metal grate covered the far opening. Eli pushed it. Nothing. He pushed again. Locked. Noah shifted Isabel's weight. Please tell me there's another exit. This is the exit. It seems committed to being a wall. Eli examined the lock. External chain. The tactical team entered the tunnel behind them. Flashlights appeared around the curve. Celeste raised the pepper spray. That will not reach 70 yards, Noah said. It makes me feel involved. Isabel slid from Noah's back. She inspected the grate. Move. Noah looked at her. What are you doing? She stepped backward. Barefoot. Hair wet. Black suit covered in drainage water. The most feared CEO in international aviation looked at the grate with pure personal hatred. Then kicked it. The metal shook. Did not open. She kicked it again. Nothing. Noah stepped beside her. Joint venture. On 3. 1, 2, 3. They kicked together. The rusted frame tore away from the concrete. The grate crashed outward. Cold rain swept into the tunnel. Celeste looked impressed. Mutual benefit and emotional property damage. Move, Isabel said. They climbed onto the far side of the airfield. The western hangar stood ahead. Beyond it was an old access road leading into the forest. Behind them, Victor's team reached the broken grate. Noah supported Isabel as they ran. Celeste and Eli followed. A black vehicle appeared at the end of the access road. Headlights blinded them. Noah stopped. Another team. Victor had blocked both exits. The vehicle accelerated. Isabel grabbed Noah's arm. Noah. The engine roared. The vehicle came directly toward them, then swerved. It struck the first of Victor's pursuing men, knocking him into the wet grass, and stopped sideways across the access road. The rear door opened. Adrian Cross leaned out. His white dinner shirt was open at the collar. His tuxedo jacket was gone. He looked furious, wet, and deeply offended by the airfield's lack of valet parking. "Get in." Nobody moved. Adrian shouted again. "This is not the moment for trust issues." Noah looked at Isabel. She looked at the approaching tactical team. Then at Adrian. "Vehicle first," she said. "Trust issues later." They ran. Celeste entered the front. Eli climbed into the rear. Noah helped Isabel inside, then jumped in after her. Adrian slammed the door. The driver accelerated. A compliance round struck the rear window. The reinforced glass cracked but held. The vehicle raced down the access road. Victor emerged from the storm tunnel behind them. He watched the taillights disappear into the forest. One of his men approached. "They have the drives." Victor wiped rainwater from his face. "The files won't matter if they miss the vote. The access road reconnects with the highway in 12 miles. Victor removed a phone from his coat, then closed the highway. Inside Adrian's armored vehicle, 5 people attempted to breathe at the same time. Noah sat pressed against one door. Eli sat beside him. Isabel leaned against Noah's shoulder, her injured feet resting across the floor. Adrian occupied the opposite seat. His hair had finally violated its agreement with perfection and fallen across his forehead. Celeste turned from the front. "How did you find us?" Adrian held up his phone. "You sent the location." "We sent it less than 30 minutes ago. My aircraft was already nearby." Noah looked at him. "Why?" Adrian's expression became defensive. "I was attending a private event at my family's northern estate. At 4 in the morning. It extended, with a helicopter conveniently available. I live differently from you. That is increasingly apparent." Isabel reached for Eli's encrypted drive. "Did you trace Victor's message?" Adrian's face hardened. "Yes. And it passed through a cross-aerospace server." Isabel looked toward him. "Your family is involved. My father authorized a private communications account for Victor 3 years ago." "Why?" "He claimed the account was needed for confidential contract negotiations with Laurent Aviation." "Did your father know about Project Night Sky?" Adrian didn't answer immediately. Noah watched him. The arrogance was still there, but something underneath it had changed. Adrian had spent the evening believing Victor was an ambitious executive he could use. Now he had discovered Victor had used his family's servers, contracts, and influence to operate an illegal aircraft network. "Adrian," Isabel said, "my father knew about the technology." Celeste became still. "He invested in it. He believed it was a military tracking system." "Do you believe that?" Noah asked. Adrian's eyes narrowed. "No." The vehicle hit a deep pothole. Everyone lifted several inches from their seats. Noah's spine reconsidered its commitment to the relationship. Isabel caught the edge of the seat. Noah steadied her. She looked down at her feet. Blood marked both soles. Adrian noticed. He opened a compartment beneath the seat and removed a first aid kit. He handed it to Noah. "Clean the cuts." Noah took the kit. "Thank you. I'm helping Isabel." "Of course." Adrian watched Noah kneel in the narrow space. Noah opened a packet of antiseptic wipes. "This will hurt." Isabel looked at him. "I crawled through a drainage tunnel while private security fired electrical rounds at us. So yes, proceed." Noah cleaned the first cut. Isabel's hand immediately closed around his shoulder. "Hard." He glanced up. "You can admit it hurts." "It is manageable. You are attempting to remove my collarbone." She loosened her grip. Adrian looked out the window. Celeste looked through the rearview mirror with professional fascination. Noah wrapped Isabel's foot carefully. Then the other. He worked slowly, checking for debris and deeper injuries. Isabel watched him. "You've done this before. Airport operations. That does not usually involve foot injuries. You would be surprised what passengers attempt while wearing sandals." The vehicle slowed. The driver spoke into the intercom. "Roadblock ahead." Adrian leaned forward. "Police." "No markings, 2 trucks across the road." "Victor." Noah looked toward the side windows. Dense trees surrounded them. "No alternate road." Adrian pressed a control near his seat. A partition lowered. "Turn around." The driver shook his head. "Vehicles behind us." Headlights appeared through the rear window. They were trapped. Adrian looked at Celeste. "Call your security contact." "Signal is still blocked." Eli leaned toward the window. "They'll force us out." "Can this vehicle cross the woods?" Noah asked. Adrian stared at him. "It's an armored limousine, not a military transport." "Rich people problems." The trucks ahead moved closer together. Men stepped from behind them. One carried a portable tire barrier. The vehicles behind continued approaching. Adrian removed a small handgun from another hidden compartment. Everyone stared at him. Noah slowly raised one eyebrow. "You had that near the first aid kit." "My security team prepared the vehicle." "Do you know how to use it?" Adrian looked offended. "Of course." "Have you ever used it outside a private range?" "No." "Then please don't discover your limitations inside a crowded car." Isabel looked toward the roadblock. "We need another route." "There isn't one," Adrian said. Noah examined the vehicle. Armored doors. Reinforced glass. Long wheelbase. Powerful engine. Then he looked toward the forest. A shallow service ditch ran beside the road. Beyond it was an old maintenance trail. Narrow. Mud-covered. Possibly passable. Possibly not. "What does this vehicle weigh?" Adrian frowned. "Approximately 7,000 pounds. "Ground clearance." "I don't know." "You own aircraft factories, but don't know your car's ground clearance." "I employ drivers." Noah pressed the intercom. "Can you take the ditch?" The driver looked toward it. "Not without damage." "Can you take it with damage?" A pause. "Yes." "That's the answer." Adrian leaned forward. "This vehicle cost almost $500,000. Noah pointed toward the armed men ahead. "You can send them the repair invoice." The first man approached the roadblock. Victor appeared behind him. His overcoat was gone. His white shirt was wet. His face had lost every trace of patience. He raised one hand. The tactical team took positions. "Now," Isabel said. The driver spun the wheel. The limousine left the road. The front tires dropped into the ditch. Everyone slammed sideways. Metal scraped against stone. Adrian made a sound of genuine financial pain. My suspension. The engine roared. Mud sprayed across the windows. The rear wheels lost traction. For one terrible second, the vehicle stopped. Victor's team moved closer. Noah looked toward Adrian. Anything under the seats we can use. Only emergency equipment. What kind? Flares. Give me one. Adrian opened another compartment. Noah stared. How many compartments does this car have? More than your apartment. Probably true. Adrian handed him a road flare. Noah opened the side window 2 inches. Electrical rounds struck the glass. Isabel grabbed his jacket. What are you doing? Creating operational confusion. That phrase has never reassured anyone. Noah ignited the flare. Red light filled the vehicle. He threw it into the dry roadside grass behind Victor's nearest truck. Despite the rain, the fuel-coated flare burned furiously. Victor's men turned. The driver shifted into a lower gear. The tires caught. The limousine climbed out of the ditch and lurched onto the maintenance trail. Victor shouted. 2 men ran toward their vehicles. The limousine accelerated through the trees. Branches struck the windows. Mud covered the windshield. Adrian gripped the seat with both hands. My father gave me this car. Noah looked at him. Then this is technically his fault. The maintenance trail curved sharply. The driver fought the wheel. Behind them, headlights entered the trail. Victor's vehicles followed. Eli held the encrypted drives against his chest. We need to upload the files. No signal, Celeste said. The jammer has limited range. If we create enough distance, service will return. Noah looked toward the dashboard clock. 5:08 a.m. The board vote was less than 5 hours away. They needed to reach the city. Deliver the evidence. Stop Margaret Vale. Expose Victor. Protect Skybridge. Save Lawrence expansion plan. And somehow explain why the supposed newly engaged couple had vanished from the governor's dinner and reappeared at an abandoned airfield with a missing mechanic. Noah looked at Isabel. I miss the hospital. So do I. Things were simpler. You had publicly declared yourself my fiancé. Exactly, a manageable crisis. Celeste's emergency phone chimed. 1 bar of service appeared. Then 2. Signal. Eli connected the first drive through an adapter. Where do I send it? Isabel answered immediately. Lawrence full board distribution list. No, Noah said. She looked at him. Margaret controls the board systems. She could erase it, Celeste added. Adrian leaned forward. Send it to the press. Isabel shook her head. The files contain classified aircraft technology. Then federal investigators. Which agency? Eli asked. We don't know who Victor paid. Noah stared at the road. They needed someone outside Victor's influence. Outside Laurent. Outside Skybridge. Outside Cross Aerospace. Someone with enough authority to receive the evidence and enough public visibility to make its disappearance impossible. Then he remembered the dinner. The stage. The cameras. The invited federal transportation officials. The governor, Noah said. Celeste turned. What? Send the files to the governor's office. Adrian frowned. Politicians bury scandals. Not one that occurred in his residence while 200 witnesses watched. Celeste understood. He cannot quietly ignore material connected to the security breach. And if he receives it before the board vote, Isabel said, He can order state investigators to secure Laurent headquarters. Eli began the upload. The progress bar appeared. 5%. 10. 15. Behind them, Victor's lead vehicle closed the distance. Its headlights filled the rear window. The tactical team had recovered quickly. Too quickly. Adrian looked toward his driver. Can we go faster? Not on this trail. A vehicle struck them from behind. The impact threw everyone forward. Isabel's head moved toward the partition. Noah caught her before she hit it. Her body landed against his chest. For a second, they were face to face. Too close. Breathing hard. No cameras. No performance. No time. You all right? Noah asked. Yes. Neither moved. Celeste looked back. Upload at 28%. Perhaps continue the emotional tension after survival. Isabel returned to her seat. Noah cleared his throat. Adrian stared through the window with the expression of a man being forced to watch someone else win a game he didn't remember agreeing to play. The pursuing vehicle struck them again. The limousine fishtailed. Eli nearly dropped the phone. Noah grabbed it. 37%. 40. A second vehicle appeared beside them. Its passenger window lowered. A masked man raised a launcher. Noah pulled Isabel down. The round struck the side window. Electricity flashed across the reinforced glass. The vehicle's internal lights failed. The phone remained active. 51%. Adrian raised his handgun. Noah grabbed his wrist. What did I say about discovering limitations? They're attacking us. Shoot the tire, not the person. Adrian aimed through the narrow window gap. He fired. The sound inside the armored cabin was catastrophic. Everyone yelled. Adrian missed the tire. He hit the pursuing vehicle's side mirror. The mirror exploded. Noah stared at him. The tire was significantly larger. I was compensating for movement. You compensated into the mirror. I distracted them. The pursuing driver swerved away from the gunfire. Adrian smiled. Effective. Accidentally. Still effective. Upload at 63%. The trail opened ahead. A paved regional road crossed the forest. The driver accelerated toward it. Victor's lead vehicle moved to block the exit. Noah watched the angle. Too close. If Victor reached the intersection first, the limousine would be trapped against the trees. Don't brake, Noah told the driver. It will strike our side. Let it. Adrian looked at him. This is not your vehicle. Then stop mentioning the price. The limousine reached the road. Victor's vehicle slammed into the rear quarter panel. Metal screamed. The limousine spun halfway around. The encrypted phone flew from Noah's hand. Isabel caught it against the seat. 79%. The driver regained control. They raced onto the paved road. Victor's vehicle struck a roadside barrier and stopped. The second vehicle continued behind them. But the gap widened. The limousine was damaged. Mud-covered. One rear window cracked. The side panel dented nearly to the wheel. Adrian stared at the destruction. My father is going to ask questions. Celeste looked at him. Tell him it was an aviation merger. The upload reached 90%. 93. 97. The signal dropped to 1 bar. Everyone watched the screen. 98. The bar stopped. No, Eli whispered. Victor's remaining vehicle approached again. The signal flickered. 99. The upload froze. Noah held the phone toward the roof, as if offering it to the telecommunications gods. Come on. Isabel stared at the screen. The pursuing vehicle drew closer. Then Celeste's phone erupted with notifications. The upload completed. 100%. FILES delivered. For 2 seconds, nobody reacted. Then Eli fell back against the seat. His eyes closed. After 5 years, the evidence was outside his control. No longer hidden. No longer carried alone. Celeste checked the governor's office response. They received it. Isabel released a breath. Noah smiled. Adrian looked toward the pursuing vehicle. Good, now how do we stop them? The vehicle behind suddenly slowed, then pulled to the side of the road. Noah watched through the rear window. Victor stepped out. He did not attempt to follow. He simply stood beside the damaged vehicle and watched them disappear. Noah's smile faded. He let us go. Adrian laughed. He lost. No. Isabel understood immediately. If the evidence reached the governor, Victor can no longer bury Project Night Sky. Celeste looked between them. So he no longer needs Laurent's board vote, Isabel said. Eli opened the copied files. He searched quickly through the Project Night Sky payment logs. One record had been added recently. A payment scheduled for 9:45 a.m. 15 minutes before the board meeting. Recipient: Vale Holdings International. Amount: $80 million. Noah stared at the screen. What is that? Eli went pale. A liquidation payment. Isabel's voice became cold. For what? Laurent Aviation. Silence filled the vehicle. Eli opened another file attached to the payment. A signed share transfer agreement appeared. Margaret Vale had arranged to transfer a controlling block of Laurent voting shares to a private holding company. The buyer's identity was concealed, but the authorization date was that morning. 9:45 a.m. The board meeting had been a distraction. Victor was not planning to win the vote. He was planning to purchase control before the vote began. Isabel took the phone. Her eyes moved rapidly across the agreement. This cannot be valid without 2 additional director signatures. Eli scrolled down. The signatures were already there. One belonged to a director loyal to Margaret. The second belonged to Isabel Laurent. Noah looked at her. It's forged. Isabel's face hardened. No. What? It's real. She pointed toward the signature authentication. My executive certificate approved it. Celeste understood. The phone. Victor had stolen Isabel's phone and used her credentials. The device in the governor's residence had not merely downloaded information. It had captured the authorization required to approve the share transfer. Noah checked the time. 5:24 a.m. 4 hours and 21 minutes until control of Laurent Aviation transferred to an unknown buyer. Adrian took the phone. Who is purchasing the shares? Eli opened the shell company records. Layer after layer appeared. Private accounts. International subsidiaries. A holding corporation registered through another holding corporation. Then one final name. Adrian stopped breathing. Noah looked at the screen. Cross Meridian Capital. Adrian's face went completely still. Isabel stared at him. What is Cross Meridian Capital? Adrian said nothing. Adrian. His voice came out low. My father's private investment company. The meaning settled across the vehicle. Victor had stolen Isabel's authorization. Margaret had arranged the share transfer. Adrian's father was purchasing Laurent Aviation. At 9:45 a.m., Cross Aerospace would gain control of Isabel's company. And Adrian Cross had just become more than an arrogant rival. He was the heir to the family, attempting to steal her empire. Noah looked at him. Did you know? No. Are you sure? Adrian's head snapped up. I came to that airfield. I helped you escape. You also arrived nearby with an armored vehicle and a handgun stored beside medical supplies. My family has security procedures. Your family has hidden compartments. Isabel's voice cut through them. Stop. She looked directly at Adrian. Call your father. Adrian hesitated. Now. He dialed. The vehicle became silent. The call connected. A man answered. Calm. Older. Fully awake. Adrian. Father. I assume you're with Isabel. Adrian's face changed. His father already knew. Yes. Then listen carefully. Return home. What is Cross Meridian purchasing at 9:45? A pause. An opportunity. You're buying Laurent Aviation. I'm protecting our manufacturing contracts. With forged authorization. Be careful with accusations. Did you work with Victor Kane? Another pause. Longer this time. Victor presented a solution to an unstable leadership structure. Adrian looked toward Isabel. She showed no visible reaction. Only her eyes changed. The Cross family had not merely known. They had financed the takeover. Adrian's father continued. Isabel's expansion plan would expose both companies to unacceptable risk. Margaret understands that. Victor understands that. You should as well. You used me. No, I expected you to behave intelligently. You gave Victor access to our servers. I gave him what was necessary. For Project Night Sky. Silence. Adrian's breathing changed. Answer me. His father's voice became colder. Come home before this damages your future. My future. Cross Meridian will control Laurent Aviation before the market opens. You will oversee the combined aircraft division. Adrian stared at Isabel. The position he had implied he deserved. The access he had always wanted. The chance to stand beside her company, even if he had to own part of it to do so. His father had built the perfect offer. Power. Validation. Victory. All Adrian had to do was abandon them. Adrian, his father said, do not throw away your inheritance for a woman who chose someone else. The vehicle became silent. Noah watched Adrian. There it was. The choice. Not between love and business. Adrian's feelings for Isabel had always contained too much ego to qualify as love. This was a choice between becoming the man his father expected and becoming something better for the first time in his life. Adrian looked at Isabel. She did not plead, did not negotiate, did not promise. She simply waited. Adrian lifted the phone closer. Father. Yes. You should have taught me how to verify anonymous emails. Then he ended the call. Noah raised an eyebrow. That was surprisingly good. Adrian looked irritated. I don't require your approval. You already used that line. I used it better. Celeste's emergency phone rang. She answered. Her expression tightened. It's the governor's chief of staff. She activated the speaker. A hurried voice filled the vehicle. We received the files. State aviation security and federal investigators are reviewing them, but there's a problem. Noah closed his eyes. Of course there is. The governor cannot suspend a private share transfer without a court order. Isabel leaned forward. Then obtain one. The evidence proves possible criminal activity, but Cross Meridian's purchase agreement will execute through an offshore financial system. We need the original Laurent authorization revoked before 9/45. How? As chief executive, you must appear in person before Laurent's corporate registrar. Where? At Laurent headquarters. Celeste checked their location. We're 2 hours and 40 minutes away. The chief of staff continued. There's another complication. Margaret Vale has locked down the building. She claims Isabel has been kidnapped by Noah Mercer and is acting under duress. Noah stared at the phone. I have been promoted from criminal fiancé to kidnapper. The chief of staff ignored him. Corporate security has instructions to prevent Mr. Mercer, Eli Warren and Adrian Cross from entering. What about Isabel? Celeste asked. Margaret says Isabel must be taken into protective custody upon arrival. Noah looked toward Isabel. So we need to enter a building controlled by the woman stealing your company. Yes. With security ordered to detain all of us. Yes. Before 9:45. Yes. Noah rubbed his eyes. Pancakes. Everyone looked at him. He sighed. I was thinking about pancakes. My life used to contain pancakes. Isabel leaned toward him. Her eyes were tired. Her clothes ruined. Her hair tangled from rain and chemical foam. Bandages wrapped both feet. Yet beneath all of it, her determination remained untouched. Help me get inside my building, she said. Noah met her gaze. What happens if we succeed? We revoke the authorization, stop the transfer, remove Margaret and Victor. And the engagement. Isabel didn't answer immediately. The fictional relationship had been created to survive the board vote. But the board vote no longer mattered. The public performance was no longer protecting them. They no longer needed to hold hands. Stand close. Invent loving answers. Any moment between them after this would be their choice. Isabel looked down at their hands. Somewhere during the escape, her fingers had found his again. Neither of them had noticed. I suppose, she said quietly, we'll have to determine what remains after the emergency. Noah's expression softened. Operational assessment. Personal. The word hung between them. Adrian looked out the window. Celeste smiled at her phone. Eli pretended to study the evidence. Noah's thumb moved gently across Isabel's fingers. Then let's save your company. The damaged limousine accelerated toward the city. Behind them, Victor Kane stood beside the empty road. He opened his phone and called Margaret Vale. They escaped. Margaret's voice was calm. Did they upload the evidence? Yes. Then Project Night Sky is finished. Not necessarily. The governor has the files. The project is replaceable. And Laurent Aviation. Victor watched the sunrise beginning beyond the trees. Lock every entrance. Disable Isabel's executive access. Move the transfer to 9:15. That gives us less than 4 hours. It gives them less than 4 hours. What about Adrian? Victor's expression became cold. He made his choice. And Noah Mercer. For the first time all morning, Victor smiled. Not the polished public smile. Something darker. Something final. Prepare Isabel's office. Why? Because Noah came into her life through a hospital misunderstanding. Victor looked toward the distant city. It is appropriate that he leaves it through another. At 6:43 a.m., Isabel Laurent discovered that owning a $40 billion aviation company did not guarantee access to its parking garage. The damaged armored limousine stopped beneath Laurent Aviation's headquarters. The building rose above downtown like a monument to polished glass, expensive ambition, and employees who had never received an email containing fewer than 4 unnecessary recipients. At least 24 security officers stood around the main entrance. Metal barricades blocked the driveway. News vans surrounded the plaza. Reporters filled the sidewalks. And displayed across every television mounted inside the lobby was a photograph of Noah Mercer. Not his professional photograph. Not the ambulance photograph. A security image from Flight 272. He stood beside the missing aircraft with his employee badge visible and his sleeves rolled up. A warning appeared beneath the image. Person of interest in executive abduction. Noah stared through the limousine window. I look tired. Celeste turned around from the front seat. You're being accused of kidnapping the CEO of Laurent Aviation. I can be kidnapped, tired, and disappointed by the photograph at the same time. Isabel read the scrolling news caption. Margaret is claiming Noah used the engagement story to gain access to me. Adrian leaned toward the window. She says he abducted you after the governor's dinner. Eli looked at Noah. That is almost impressive. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. Nothing is anymore. Celeste scrolled through the media alerts on her emergency phone. The story says Noah assaulted security personnel, stole classified information, and fled the residence with you in a cross-aerospace vehicle. Adrian frowned. My vehicle. Celeste looked toward him. Would you prefer they call it Noah's? No, it's clearly mine. The side is destroyed. It remains mine. Noah pointed toward the plaza. Margaret has turned every guard in the building against us. Isabel's face hardened. Not every guard. She reached for Adrian's phone. Call Lawrence Security Operations. Ask for Marcus Bell. Adrian dialed. The line rang twice. A man answered in a whisper. Who is this? Isabel took the phone. Marcus. A pause. Ms. Laurent. Yes. Where are you? Outside the south parking entrance. Do not approach the building. I need access. Margaret suspended your credentials 30 minutes ago. She issued a protective order claiming you're under coercion. I am not under coercion. Marcus lowered his voice. She has Victor's people occupying the executive floors. They're wearing Lawrence security uniforms, but they are not part of my team. How many? At least 15. And the board? Directors began arriving at 6. Margaret moved the emergency meeting to 8. Noah checked the time. 1 hour and 17 minutes. The takeover would execute at 9:15. But if Margaret controlled the board at 8, she could formally remove Isabel before Isabel revoked the forged authorization. Can you open the garage? Isabel asked. Margaret transferred command to an outside security consultant. Victor. I believe so. Where are you? Sublevel 3. They locked several of us inside the security control center. Noah leaned toward the phone. Can you access the building cameras? Marcus heard him. Is that Noah Mercer? The alleged kidnapper, Noah said. Good morning. Marcus sounded confused. Ms. Laurent, is he holding you? Isabel gave Noah an irritated glance. No. Blink twice if you cannot answer. We are speaking on a phone. Right, sorry. Marcus, can you access the camera network? Only the older service system. Victor shut down the main controls. Noah looked toward the building. How old? Installed during the original construction. Does it include loading bays? Yes. Fire stairs. Some. Mechanical rooms. Yes. And the rooftop aviation display. Marcus became quiet. What are you thinking? Noah looked up. Mounted on the roof of Laurent headquarters was a retired propeller aircraft. It had been placed there 22 years earlier as a tribute to the company's founder. Noah had seen photographs of it. The aircraft sat beneath a glass canopy and formed the centerpiece of Laurent's executive museum. More importantly, a maintenance elevator connected the rooftop exhibit to the underground restoration workshop. Does the display aircraft still have an exterior loading lift? Noah asked. Yes. Can you activate it? From the old service system. Isabel saw the plan forming. No. Noah looked at her. I haven't explained it. You intend to enter through the roof. See, we're communicating efficiently. We do not have an aircraft. Adrian raised one finger. I do. Everyone looked at him. He appeared pleased for the first time since learning his father was involved in an illegal corporate takeover. My helicopter is 12 minutes away. Celeste stared at him. You had a helicopter following the limousine. I sent it ahead after we left the airfield. Why? Adrian adjusted his damaged shirt collar. Because helicopters are useful. Noah nodded. I hate that he has a point. Isabel looked toward the building's roof. The airspace around headquarters is restricted. Adrian smiled. My family built the navigation system, controlling the restriction. That is not reassuring after everything we learned tonight. It means I can obtain a landing clearance. You're going to use Cross Aerospace Authority to land on the roof of the company your father is attempting to purchase. Correct. Celeste looked impressed. Petty rebellion, strong media potential. This is not about media. Everything becomes about media eventually. Isabel returned the phone to Adrian. Marcus, activate the rooftop loading lift in 15 minutes. What happens after you enter? I reach the corporate registrar and revoke the transfer authorization. Registrar services are on the 24th floor. Victor has that floor locked. Then unlock it. I just told you I cannot. Noah glanced toward the evidence bag. What controls the old service elevators? Marcus answered. An isolated maintenance network. Can Victor access it? He could if he knows it exists. Does he? Probably not. Good. Isabel looked at Noah. You're enjoying this. I have not slept in approximately 47 hours. My emotional systems are no longer regulated. Marcus gave them one final warning. Margaret will be in the boardroom on 42. Victor has prepared your office across the hall for something. I don't know what. Noah remembered Victor's call. Prepare Isabel's office. Why? Not for the share transfer. Not for the board vote. Something else. Can you see inside the office? Noah asked. No, the camera was disabled. Any unusual deliveries? Marcus checked the old system. One medical equipment case was taken upstairs at 6:12. Isabel frowned. Medical equipment. marked as emergency cardiac response supplies. Noah looked at her. A hospital misunderstanding had created the relationship. Victor wanted Noah to leave through another. He finally understood. He's going to stage a medical emergency. Celeste turned. For whom? Noah looked directly at Isabel. For her. Silence filled the vehicle. Adrian's expression darkened. Victor wouldn't physically harm her. You don't know Victor, Eli said. Neither do you. I spent 5 years hiding from him. That does not mean he wants Isabel dead. No, Noah said slowly, he doesn't. Everyone looked at him. He wants her incapacitated. Isabel folded her arms. If I'm medically unable to perform my duties, the board can appoint Victor acting chief executive without formally removing me. Celeste nodded. He appears protective instead of ambitious. And the public believes the stress caused by Noah's kidnapping attempt led to my collapse, Isabel said. Noah leaned back. Victor gets the company, Margaret gets the money, Cross Meridian gets the shares, I get blamed. Adrian looked toward him. What happens to Isabel? Noah's expression hardened. She becomes a patient who cannot contradict them. Isabel opened the limousine door. No more waiting. Cold morning air entered the vehicle. Reporters beyond the plaza noticed movement. Cameras turned. Security officers began approaching. Celeste grabbed Isabel's arm. The helicopter is not here. Then we create a distraction. Noah looked outside. What kind? Isabel stepped from the vehicle. Dozens of reporters began shouting. Isabel. Were you kidnapped? Is Noah Mercer holding you against your will? Did you authorize the Cross Meridian sale? Security moved quickly toward her. Isabel lifted one hand. The reporters became quieter. Her ruined black suit was stained with hanger foam and mud. Bandages wrapped both feet. Her hair had dried into untidy waves. She looked nothing like the controlled executive from magazine covers. She looked exhausted, angry, real. My name is Isabel Laurent, she announced, and I have not been kidnapped. The plaza erupted. Cameras flashed. Questions flew from every direction. Several security officers stopped. They had expected a frightened hostage. Instead, their chief executive stood barefoot beside a damaged armored limousine, looking prepared to purchase the entire city solely to fire one person. Margaret Vale has issued false instructions using my authority, Isabel continued. Victor Kane stole confidential company information and attempted to prevent me from attending this morning's board meeting. Noah climbed from the vehicle. The shouting doubled. A reporter pointed toward him. Is Noah your kidnapper? Isabel looked at Noah. Unfortunately, Noah Mercer has repeatedly refused to leave. Noah nodded toward the cameras. She threatened my career. The reporters laughed. The sound broke the tension. Isabel stepped closer to him. Noah is not holding me against my will. Another question came from the crowd. Are you still engaged? Noah and Isabel looked at each other. There were illegal aircraft operations to expose, a corporate takeover to stop, a possible medical attack waiting inside the building. And somehow the public still required relationship clarification. Noah leaned toward the microphone held across the barricade. Our morning has been busy. Is that a yes? Noah looked at Isabel. She was waiting, not controlling the answer, not giving him an order, waiting to see what he chose. He smiled. That's a conversation for after we save her company. The cameras exploded with flashes. Celeste climbed from the limousine, looking simultaneously delighted and professionally terrified. That sentence is going to cause at least 6 million comments. Use them, Isabel said. Celeste understood. She moved toward the reporters. If you want answers, follow us. Keep every camera on this building. Adrian stepped out next. The crowd reacted loudly. Adrian, is Cross Aerospace buying Laurent? Did your father authorize the takeover? Are you helping Isabel? Adrian adjusted his torn shirt. My father is involved in a transaction that will be challenged by every legal, regulatory, and financial resource available to me. A reporter shouted, "Are you turning against your family?" Adrian looked directly into the camera. My family turned first. Noah glanced at him. Another good line. Stop reviewing my performance. The helicopter appeared above the buildings. Its rotors thundered across the plaza. Every camera turned upward. Adrian smiled. That is our entrance. Isabel looked at the security officers. Some remained positioned around the doors. Others had lowered their hands from their equipment. They were confused. Which was useful. Confused people hesitated. Hesitation created openings. Celeste pointed toward the executive carrying the emergency phone. One of the reporters. Live stream everything. If the feed stops, send the recording to every network. The reporter nodded enthusiastically. Noah looked at her. You just recruited the press as witnesses. Celeste smiled. You recruited yourself as a fiancé. We all improvise. The helicopter descended toward the plaza. Wind tore through the crowd. Papers flew. Security shouted. The aircraft hovered several feet above the pavement, unable to land because of the barricades. Adrian opened the side door. Move. Isabel ran first. Or attempted to. Her injured feet touched the pavement once. Her face tightened. Noah caught her around the waist. You cannot run. I can. You demonstrably cannot. Before she could object, he lifted her. One arm behind her back. The other beneath her knees. The crowd screamed. Not in fear. In excitement. Thousands of phones captured Noah carrying Isabel toward the waiting helicopter. Celeste looked at the live comments. This is going to damage society permanently. Isabel wrapped one arm around Noah's neck. Put me down. You're barefoot. I am aware. You're also bleeding. Every camera is recording. Yes. This looks theatrical. Your other option is crawling. She looked at his face. Despite the noise, the cameras, and the impossible morning, a small smile appeared. You are enjoying this. A little. He carried her into the helicopter. Celeste and Eli followed. Adrian climbed in last. The aircraft rose above the plaza. Below them, every reporter turned toward Laurent headquarters. There would be no quiet disappearance now. No secret medical emergency. No isolated board decision. If Victor wanted Isabel, he would have to act with the entire country watching. Noah looked toward the rooftop. The glass canopy opened. The maintenance landing area appeared beneath it. Marcus had succeeded. The helicopter moved toward the roof. Then a warning alarm sounded inside the cockpit. The pilot looked down at the instrument panel. We've lost rooftop clearance. Adrian leaned forward. That's impossible. The automated system has classified us as an unauthorized aircraft. Override it. I'm trying. Red lights activated around the rooftop. A mechanical barrier began rising around the landing area. Long steel arms unfolded from the building's edges, designed to prevent unauthorized aircraft from approaching the executive roof. Celeste stared through the window. Can we land? The pilot shook his head. Not safely. Noah looked at the rooftop. The old display aircraft sat 20 feet below. The maintenance lift was open, but the helicopter could not touch down. How close can you get? He asked. The pilot looked at him in the mirror. That depends on why you're asking. Can you hover above the display? Yes. How far above? 8 to 10 feet. Adrian understood. No. Noah looked at him. You used my word. You are not jumping from my helicopter onto a museum aircraft. It has wings. It hasn't flown in 22 years. I don't need it to fly. You need your body not to bounce off it. Isabel looked through the window. The retired plane's left wing extended beneath the open lift. If we reach the wing, we can enter through the service hatch. Noah nodded. Adrian looked between them. Both of you have become entirely unreasonable. Celeste placed one hand against his shoulder. You've known them for less than a day. This is their normal now. The pilot brought the helicopter lower. Rotor wash struck the glass canopy. The aircraft shook. Noah opened the side door. Wind filled the cabin. The rooftop moved beneath them. 8 feet. Maybe 9. The retired plane's wing looked narrow. Wet. Extremely committed to causing injuries. Noah removed his jacket. He wrapped it around Isabel's bandaged feet. What are you doing? Creating emergency trap shoes. She looked down. The sleeves crossed around her ankles. This is your best jacket. I have others. Do you? No. The helicopter shifted. Adrian grabbed the overhead rail. You cannot carry her while jumping. Noah looked at Isabel. He's right. I know. I'll go first, then help you down. Noah. What? If you fall, I am not explaining this to your mother. He paused. You know about my mother. She commented on the hospital video. Celeste looked up from her phone. She has commented on every video. Noah closed his eyes briefly. What is her username? Celeste showed him. Future mother of the bride. Noah looked upward. Take me, universe. The pilot shouted. Now or never. Noah stepped onto the helicopter's skid. Wind tore at his shirt. He looked down. The rooftop waited beneath him. Perfect. Cold. Unforgiving. Respectfully, he whispered, closed casket. He jumped. His shoes struck the retired aircraft's wing. For one glorious second, he remained upright. Then the surface betrayed him. His feet slipped. He fell sideways, landing hard against the metal. His fingers caught the wing edge. His legs swung over open air. Noah, Isabel shouted. He gripped the edge. Pain shot through his shoulder. Below him were 42 floors of downtown architecture and several reporters who would absolutely choose an unflattering thumbnail. Noah attempted to pull himself up. His exhausted arms disagreed. Then a hand grabbed his wrist. Eli had jumped after him. He lay flat across the wing, holding Noah with both hands. Move your left leg. Noah swung. His shoe found a support strut. He pushed upward. Eli pulled. Together, they dragged Noah onto the wing. Noah remained there, breathing against the cold metal. I would like to revise my plan. Too late, Eli said. The helicopter hovered closer. Celeste jumped next. She landed on both knees and immediately announced several words unsuitable for the morning news. Adrian followed with considerably more grace. Noah looked at him. You've done that before. Private yachts. Of course. Isabel stood at the helicopter door. Noah reached toward her. I have you. She hesitated. Only once. Then jumped. Noah caught her around the waist. The impact almost knocked both of them from the wing. Adrian and Eli stabilized them. Isabel's arms locked around Noah's shoulders. Their faces stopped inches apart. You dropped yourself, she said. I didn't drop you. Important distinction. Very. The helicopter pulled away. The rooftop defense arms closed behind it. Noah helped Isabel across the wing and through the maintenance hatch. They entered Laurent headquarters. At 7:04 a.m., 71 minutes before the takeover. The rooftop museum was silent. Historical aircraft models stood inside glass displays. Portraits of Laurent executives lined the walls. At the center hung an enormous photograph of Isabel's father opening the company's first international route. Isabel stopped beneath it. For the first time since entering the building, uncertainty crossed her face. Noah stood beside her. He would be proud of you. You never met him. No. So you cannot know that. I know what Victor and Margaret built around you after he died. Isabel looked at her father's photograph. And you're still here. Her eyes moved toward Noah. His shirt was torn at one shoulder. His hair was wet. Blood from a cut marked his jaw. He looked less like a secret fiancé and more like someone who had lost a physical argument with a helicopter. Yet he stood beside her, as if there were nowhere else he intended to be. Thank you, she said. Noah blinked. For what? Not making a joke. I considered one. I assumed. Celeste checked the service elevator panel. Emotional development concluded. We need to reach 24. Eli inserted a maintenance key supplied by Marcus's team. The elevator activated. They entered. Adrian pressed the button. Nothing happened. A message appeared. Access DNID. Celeste sighed. We broke into the roof and lost to a button. Noah opened the panel beneath the emergency controls. Marcus said the maintenance network is isolated. It may still require a building credential, Eli replied. Isabel removed her executive badge. The panel rejected it. Credential suspended. She stared at the screen. Victor had erased her authority from her own building. Noah removed his Skybridge badge. Isabel looked at him. Why would that work? It won't. He swiped it. The panel flashed. External contractor access. The elevator doors closed. Everyone stared at Noah. He looked equally surprised. Adrian frowned. Why does Skybridge have contractor access to Laurent headquarters? Noah examined his badge. It shouldn't. Eli stepped closer. The credential database must be connected to Project Night Sky. What does that mean? Celeste asked. The companies shared maintenance access during the Flight 272 modifications. 5 years ago. Yes. Adrian looked at the panel. And the access was never removed. Noah's phone vibrated. One bar of service remained inside the elevator. A message from his father appeared. Call ME, it is urgent. Noah connected the call. Daniel Mercer answered immediately. Noah, listen carefully. We found the person who erased the security recordings. Who? Silence. Dad. I did. The elevator seemed to stop. It did not. It continued descending. But inside Noah, everything stopped. You erased the footage. I authorized the deletion. Noah stared at the closed doors. Isabel watched him. Why? Daniel's voice became strained. Skybridge Security told me the footage had been compromised. They said releasing it could expose protected airport systems. Who told you? Victor Kane. Noah laughed once. There was no humor in it. You knew Victor. He was Lawrence Acquisitions Director. He told me Flight 272 had been part of a joint security test. And you believed him. The aircraft returned safely. Nothing appeared to be missing. Eli was missing. We didn't know that immediately. You sealed the report. To protect Skybridge while we investigated. You protected yourself. Daniel became quiet. Noah's voice rose. You signed the equipment authorization, deleted the recordings, and buried the report. I thought I was protecting 42,000 employees from a scandal based on incomplete evidence. You were protecting the company from your signature. Noah, tell me I'm wrong. Daniel didn't. The elevator passed the 30th floor. Isabel placed her hand against Noah's arm. He barely noticed. Daniel released a slow breath. You're not wrong. That answer hurt more. An excuse could be fought. A lie could be exposed. But agreement left nowhere for Noah's anger to go. What else did you do? Noah asked. I arranged for Eli's family to receive financial support after he disappeared. Eli looked up sharply. What? Daniel heard him. Is Eli there? Eli moved closer to the phone. You paid my family. I sent money through an employee assistance account. My sister thought it came from legal. I wanted to help. You wanted them quiet. No. Yes. Eli's voice broke. You let everyone believe I stole the aircraft. I never authorized that claim. You permitted it. The elevator passed 27. Noah looked at the floor numbers. They did not have time to hold a trial inside an elevator. Dad, we need you to fix it. Daniel's voice steadied. How? Release everything, the authorization, your deletion order, every message from Victor. Noah, if I do that, Skybridge faces federal investigation. Yes. The board will remove me. Yes. Our stock could collapse. Yes. Daniel became silent. Noah closed his eyes. Eli spent 5 years running because you decided the company mattered more than the truth. I know. Then prove it. The elevator reached the 24th floor. The doors opened. Noah waited. Daniel spoke quietly. I will release the files. When? Now. Publicly. Noah. Publicly. If you send them only to investigators, Victor will claim the records were altered. Release everything. Daniel exhaled. Your grandfather built Skybridge and almost lost it twice. Companies survive mistakes, people don't always. Daniel remained silent for several seconds. Then said, tell your mother I'm sorry. Noah frowned. You tell her. She is going to kill me. Probably. The call ended. Isabel squeezed Noah's arm. You did the right thing. It doesn't feel right. It rarely does. They stepped into the registrar services corridor. The lights were off. Emergency lamps glowed near the floor. Office doors stood open. No employees. No security. No sound. Celeste looked around. This is wrong. Adrian drew the handgun. Noah stared at it. Again. Would you prefer I leave it in the helicopter? I would prefer you stop pointing it near my organs. Eli crossed to the registrar office. The door was unlocked. Inside, the main authorization terminal remained active. Isabel approached it. The screen displayed the pending share transfer. Cross Meridian Capital. Execution time: 9:15 a.m. Remaining time: 2 hours, 3 minutes. Isabel inserted her executive credential. Rejected. She entered a personal authentication code. Rejected. She used fingerprint verification. A red warning appeared. Executive authority suspended BY board chair. Margaret had anticipated the attempt. Noah examined the terminal. Can another director reverse the suspension? Yes, Isabel said. 2 board members must authorize it. Do we have 2? No. Adrian stepped closer. What about an ownership challenge? Isabel looked at him. Explain. Cross Meridian is the buyer. As an officer of the company, I can dispute the transaction. Your father controls it. I'm still a registered executive. He entered his credentials. A new option appeared. Buyer dispute. Adrian selected it. The screen requested a reason. He typed fraudulent authorization and undisclosed criminal conflict. The system processed the request, then displayed a message. Dispute requires buyer chair authentication. Adrian looked furious. My father. Celeste checked her phone. Your mother. Everyone looked at her. What? Your father may control the company, but ownership structures like this often include a spouse, trust, or family partnership. Adrian slowly turned. My mother owns 35% of Cross Meridian. Call her, Isabel said. Adrian hesitated. Noah stared. You called your father from a moving armored vehicle after he financed a corporate takeover, but your mother concerns you. You don't know my mother. Is she more dangerous than your father? Yes. Celeste nodded. Good, we need dangerous. Adrian dialed. A woman answered after one ring. Adrian. Her voice was calm. Elegant. Not remotely sleepy. Adrian straightened instinctively. Mother. Your father has called me 7 times. Did you answer? No. Why? He sounded emotional. Noah looked at Isabel. She almost smiled. Adrian continued. Cross Meridian is attempting to purchase Laurent Aviation using forged authorization. I am aware. Everyone froze. You knew. Of course. Did you approve it? No. Adrian stared at the phone. Then how is the transaction active? Your father used an outdated voting agreement to bypass my approval. Can you challenge it? I already have. The registrar terminal chimed. A message appeared. Buyer ownership dispute received. Transaction delayed pending review. The 9:15 deadline disappeared. Everyone released a breath. Then another message replaced it. Emergency override filed by seller chair. Transaction will proceed if override is ratified by LAORIENT board at 8:00 a.m. Celeste checked the time. 7:17. 43 minutes. Adrian's mother continued. Your father and Margaret Vale wrote the agreement so Lawrence board can override a buyer dispute. Why would you allow that? I was not consulted. You own 35%. Your father has mistaken marriage for surrender before. Adrian looked toward Noah. Why are you smiling? I like her. Adrian returned to the call. Mother, can you stop father? Yes. Everyone waited. Adrian frowned. How? I am currently changing the locks on the family residence. That does not stop the transaction. No, but it improves my morning. She continued. The Laurent board vote must fail. After that, my challenge suspends the purchase for 30 days. Isabel stepped closer to the phone. Mrs. Cross, this is Isabel Laurent. I know. Thank you for filing the dispute. Do not thank me. Your company's acquisition price is insulting. Adrian closed his eyes. His mother continued. I will send Cross Meridian's internal communications to the governor. Your problem remains Margaret's board. The call ended. Noah looked at Adrian. I understand now. Do not. The fear. Stop. Celeste headed toward the corridor. We have 40 minutes to reach the boardroom. Isabel stopped her. Victor expected us to come here. Noah remembered the warning. The medical case. The prepared office. They looked toward the elevator. Nothing moved. No footsteps. No security alarms. The registrar floor had been left open deliberately. The forged transfer had been easy to find. The challenge had delayed the transaction, but it had also confirmed their location. A soft chime sounded behind them. One of the office doors unlocked. Not the registrar's office. A private medical consultation room used for executive health screenings. The door opened. Victor Kane stepped into the corridor. 4 security officers followed. Margaret Vale walked beside him. She was in her late 60s, with short silver hair and a dark green suit. Her expression carried the calm authority of someone who had spent decades confusing obedience with respect. Isabel, Margaret said, thank goodness. Isabel's body became rigid. Margaret approached slowly. We have been terrified. You forged my authorization. Margaret's face showed patient disappointment. You are exhausted. You've experienced a medical event and sustained injuries. You financed Project Night Sky. Victor was right. The mechanic has confused you. Eli stepped forward. I have your signature. Margaret looked at him without recognition. Then smiled. You must be Eli. The way she said his name confirmed everything. She knew him. Had always known him. Margaret turned back to Isabel. Come into the medical room. A physician is waiting. Noah moved in front of Isabel. No. Margaret looked at him. Her expression became colder. Mr. Mercer, you have caused sufficient damage. I've caused far less than your public relations department claims. You abducted a vulnerable executive. Isabel stepped around him. I came voluntarily. You are not well. I am perfectly capable of making decisions. Margaret's smile softened. You always were stubborn. I learned from my father. No, your father understood compromise. He trusted you. He relied on me. You betrayed him. Margaret's eyes hardened. I saved this company while your father pursued fantasies of global expansion. Victor and I kept Laurent alive. Then you inherited his ambition without his caution. Isabel stepped closer. You believe the company belongs to you. I believe it belongs to those capable of protecting it. You mean controlling it. Control is protection. Noah looked toward Victor. That explains your relationship. Victor ignored him. Margaret held out her hand toward Isabel. The board will appoint a temporary leadership team. You will remain honorary chief executive while you recover. Recover from what? Victor opened the medical room door wider. Inside stood a physician wearing blue scrubs. A rolling medical cart sat beside a chair. On the cart was a prepared syringe. Noah stared at it. There's her emergency. Victor's expression remained calm. Isabel requires treatment. For dehydration, acute exhaustion, stress-induced confusion, possible neurological complications. You intend to drug her before the board meets. Margaret looked offended. We intend to protect her. Celeste lifted the emergency phone. Its camera pointed toward them. We are live streaming. Victor smiled. No, you are. Celeste checked the screen. No signal. The building network had become a complete dead zone. Margaret glanced toward the camera. Your recording will show a concerned board chair attempting to provide medical support to an injured executive. And Noah objecting violently, Victor added. Noah understood the rest. They wanted him angry. A confrontation. One push. One strike. Anything they could describe as an attack. Then security would restrain him. The medical team would take Isabel. Margaret would enter the boardroom as the responsible adult who had rescued the CEO from an unstable kidnapper. Victor took one step closer. You walked into the building exactly as expected. Noah looked at the security officers. They wore Laurent uniforms. But Eli had been right. These were Victor's contractors. No personal connection to Isabel. No loyalty. Only instructions. Adrian raised his handgun. Every officer responded immediately. Weapons lifted. Victor remained calm. Put it down. Adrian's hand tightened. You used my family. Your family offered financing. My father offered financing. A convenient distinction now. Margaret looked at him. Adrian, your future remains secure if you leave. He stared at her. You promised me the combined aircraft division. I promised your father. He promised me. Margaret gave him a thin smile. Then your disappointment should be directed toward him. Adrian lowered the gun slightly. Noah watched him. Victor did too. Walk away, Victor said. Cross Meridian still gains Laurent Aviation. Your father will forgive tonight's confusion. Adrian looked toward Isabel. She said nothing. Again she refused to plead. Adrian slowly lowered the weapon. Victor smiled. Then Adrian removed the magazine. Dropped it. Ejected the chambered round. And kicked the empty weapon toward Victor. I'm not walking away. Victor's smile faded. Adrian stepped beside Noah. But I'm also not giving your contractors an excuse to shoot everyone. Noah nodded. Responsible. I remain better at this than you. Debatable. Margaret's patience ended. Take Isabel into the medical room. The officers moved. Noah stepped forward. Isabel caught his hand. Don't. They're taking you. That is what they want. Two officers reached them. Adrian blocked one. Eli blocked another. Victor's team surged forward. A brief, violent collision filled the corridor. Celeste struck an officer with the evidence bag. The frozen transfer device hit his shoulder with surprising force. "You hit me with electronics," he shouted. "I communicate across platforms." Noah pulled Isabel away from the medical room. Another officer grabbed him around the chest. Noah drove one heel backward. The officer grunted but held on. Victor stepped beside Isabel. He caught her wrist. "Stop fighting." She tried to pull free. "You lost, Victor." "No, you forced me to simplify." He dragged her toward the medical room. Noah saw the physician lift the syringe. The officer holding Noah tightened his grip. Noah threw his weight downward, slipped one arm free, and slammed his elbow into the officer's ribs. The grip broke. Noah ran. Victor pushed Isabel into the room. The physician reached for her arm. Isabel struck him across the face with the metal tray. The syringe flew upward. Victor caught her from behind. Noah crossed the doorway. Victor turned. For the first time, he looked genuinely furious. "Why won't you leave?" Noah stopped. Because the answer had changed. At the hospital, he stayed because he felt responsible. At the dinner, he stayed because Isabel needed support. At the airfield, he stayed because Victor had threatened them. Now there was no lie. No board strategy. No emergency contact paperwork. No camera requiring a performance. Only Isabel. Because she matters to me. Victor stared at him. Isabel stopped struggling. Noah continued. Not her company, not her name, not the stock price, her. Something passed across Isabel's face. Shock. Warmth. Fear. Hope. Victor's grip tightened around her. "You met her yesterday." "I had a busy day." Victor shoved Isabel toward the physician. Noah moved. Victor struck first. His fist connected with Noah's jaw. Noah stumbled against the medical cart. Pain exploded across his face. Victor hit him again. Noah fell to one knee. Outside the room, officers struggled with Adrian, Eli, and Celeste. Margaret watched from the corridor. Noah saw the syringe near his hand. Victor saw it too. They reached simultaneously. Noah caught Victor's wrist. Victor drove his shoulder into him. The two men crashed against the wall. Noah's exhaustion hit all at once. 47 hours without sleep. Ambulance. Hospital. Dinner. Airfield. Drainage tunnel. Helicopter. He had nothing left. Victor knew it. "You cannot beat me," Victor whispered. Noah struggled to keep his wrist away from the syringe. "Probably not." Victor pushed harder. The needle moved closer to Noah's arm. Noah looked beyond him. Isabel stood behind Victor. She held one of her heels, the one she had removed at the airfield. Apparently, she had recovered it from the limousine. Noah almost laughed. Emergency trap footwear. Victor frowned. "What?" Isabel struck him across the side of the head. With intention. Victor collapsed sideways. The syringe fell. Noah rolled away. Isabel looked down at her shoe. The heel had snapped. A designer made this in Milan. Noah remained on the floor. "I'll send Victor the invoice." She helped him stand. The physician ran toward the door. Celeste blocked him with the medical cart. Adrian and Eli forced the last officer backward. Then the elevator doors opened. Marcus Bell emerged with 6 members of Laurent's legitimate security team. His eyes moved across the corridor. Victor on the floor. Margaret beside the medical room door. Private contractors struggling with Adrian and Eli. Noah bleeding from his mouth. Isabel holding a broken shoe. Marcus blinked. Ms. Laurent. Arrest them. Margaret lifted her chin. You have no authority. Marcus looked at Isabel. Then at Margaret. He slowly removed his suspended Laurent security badge, placed it on the floor, and pulled out his personal credentials issued by the State Aviation Authority. I'm also a sworn aviation security investigator. Margaret's face changed. Marcus pointed toward Victor's contractors. Detain everyone. The legitimate security team moved. Victor tried to stand. Noah stepped in front of him. Victor looked up. This is not over. Noah wiped blood from his lip. You are on the floor of a fake medical room after being hit with a shoe. Victor's eyes burned. The standards for over have been met. Marcus secured Victor's wrists. Margaret backed toward the elevator. Isabel blocked her. You're going to the boardroom. Margaret stared at her. Why? Because you wanted a vote. Isabel's eyes became cold. Let us have one. At 7:52 a.m., the Laurent Aviation Board gathered around a table designed for people who had never been forced to crawl through a drainage tunnel. 14 directors sat beneath a ceiling of polished steel and glass. Margaret occupied her usual chair at the head of the table. 2 security officers stood behind her. Victor sat against the side wall in restraints, guarded by Marcus. He had refused medical attention, possibly because accepting treatment after arranging a fake medical emergency lacked narrative dignity. Noah sat beside Isabel. His jaw had begun swelling. A cut beneath his eye required stitches. Celeste had cleaned the blood from his face with a boardroom napkin and half a bottle of imported water. This is humiliating, Noah whispered. You jumped from a helicopter, Celeste replied. Your dignity left on the rooftop. Adrian sat across from them. Eli connected the Project Night Sky drive to the boardroom presentation system. Isabel remained standing, still barefoot, still wearing Noah's jacket around her injured feet, still looking more powerful than every perfectly dressed person in the room. Margaret tapped one finger against the table. This meeting is illegal. Isabel looked at her. You moved it to 8. I suspended your authority, using a board provision requiring medical incapacity. You collapsed last night. I am standing. Barely. Still counts, Noah said. Margaret ignored him. One director cleared his throat. Isabel, we have received disturbing reports. Victor claims Noah coerced you into releasing confidential information. Victor leaned forward. He manipulated her during a medical crisis. Noah looked toward him. I brought you flowers at the hospital, Victor continued, addressing Isabel. He brought a lie. Noah frowned. You brought flowers. Isabel glanced at him. They remained at the nurse's station. Good. This is not relevant. I disagree. Margaret addressed the directors. Noah Mercer has historic ties to the Flight 272 security breach. His father authorized the aircraft modifications. He entered this building using an old Skybridge credential connected to the project. The directors reacted. Margaret continued. Everything presented this morning may be part of an effort by Skybridge to destabilize Laurent Aviation before a hostile acquisition. Noah's phone vibrated. A news alert appeared. Skybridge Air had released the complete internal Flight 272 files. Daniel Mercer's signed statement accompanied them. Noah opened the statement. His father admitted authorizing the deletion, admitted ignoring warning signs, admitted failing Eli, and resigned from the Skybridge board, effective immediately. Noah's chest tightened. Isabel read over his shoulder. She placed one hand against the back of his chair. Support without interruption. Noah sent the public release to every board member. Their phones began sounding around the table. Skybridge released everything, he said. Margaret's expression shifted. Your father is attempting to protect you. He resigned. Silence. Noah looked toward the directors. My father made decisions that helped Victor conceal Flight 272. He has accepted responsibility. Ask yourselves why Margaret and Victor continue denying theirs. Eli activated the boardroom screen. Project Night Sky records appeared. Flight paths, invoices, authorization codes, payments, photographs. One director removed his glasses. Another leaned toward the display. Eli explained the ghost transponder in clear terms. He described Victor's threats, Margaret's funding, Cross Meridian's attempted purchase. Then he displayed the original test flight authorization. Margaret's signature filled the screen. She remained calm. A signature can be fabricated. Isabel placed the recovered transfer device beside the boardroom terminal. Victor used this to copy my executive credentials during the governor's dinner. Margaret looked at the device. You cannot prove he controlled it. Celeste connected her phone to the screen. What about his message? A recording began playing. Victor's voice filled the boardroom. Give me the drives, return to the city, attend your board meeting. Then, Project Night Sky placed Laurent technology inside markets that would have taken decades to enter legally. Victor's face changed. Everyone turned toward Celeste. She smiled. My emergency phone had no signal. It still had a camera. Noah pointed at her. You recorded the entire hangar conversation. Historical documentation. I apologize for criticizing you. Accepted. The recording continued. Victor admitted Margaret funded the project. Admitted the technology had been used. Admitted controlling the risk. When the audio ended, no one moved. Margaret finally looked toward Victor. For the first time, genuine anger appeared. You spoke in front of a phone. Victor glared at Celeste. It was offline. Celeste smiled. Local storage, a beautiful concept. One director pushed his chair back. I moved to suspend Margaret Vale immediately. Another raised a hand. Second. Margaret stood. You cannot remove me based on an illegally recorded conversation. Isabel stepped toward the head of the table. This vote concerns your suspension pending investigation, not conviction. You don't have the votes. Isabel looked around the room. Then let's find out. The board secretary opened the voting system. Names appeared across the screen. 14 directors. Each had 3 options. Abstain, suspend, retain. Votes began appearing. Suspend, abstain, suspend, retain. The count reached 6 in favor of suspension. Suspend, retain. 3 opposed. 4 abstained. 1 vote remained. Margaret smiled. A suspension required 7 votes. The final director was Harold Wynne, 73 years old, former chief financial officer, a longtime ally of Margaret. He sat with his hands folded. Isabel looked at him. Harold looked toward the screen. Then at Margaret. I warned you Project Night Sky would destroy this company. Margaret's expression froze. You approved the original funding. I approved a research subsidiary. You concealed the operational flights. You benefited from every contract. Yes. Harold's voice became tired. And I told myself that made silence responsible. Noah recognized the words. Different company. Same excuse. Protect the organization. Avoid scandal. Delay the truth. Harold touched the screen. Suspend. The final vote appeared. 7-3. Margaret Vale was removed as chairwoman of Laurent Aviation. Security stepped forward. Margaret looked at Isabel. You believe this makes you powerful? No. Isabel's voice remained calm. It makes me responsible. Margaret laughed softly. You'll learn. Every leader eventually chooses the company over the person. Isabel looked toward Noah. He sat bruised, exhausted, and barely upright. He had chosen people repeatedly. At enormous cost. No, she said, they don't. Marcus escorted Margaret from the boardroom. Victor followed. As he passed Noah, he stopped. You think she chose you? Noah looked up. Victor's expression was hollow now. No charm. No perfect smile. Only resentment. She chose the crisis, Victor continued. When it ends, she will remember what you are. Noah stood slowly. What am I? An exhausted operations manager who entered the wrong life. Isabel stepped beside Noah. Victor looked at her. For 12 years, he had expected her to need him, to depend on his strategy, to accept his definition of security. Instead, she reached for Noah's hand. Then perhaps, she said, it was the right life. Victor's face lost its remaining color. Marcus led him away. The boardroom doors closed. Silence followed. Then the building's network returned. Every phone in the room began vibrating. News alerts. Messages. Calls. Celeste checked the live media feed. The story is everywhere. Noah let his head fall against the chair. Which story? All of them. She began listing headlines. Laurent CEO stops hostile takeover. Missing mechanic exposes illegal aircraft network. Skybridge board member resigns over Flight 272. Cross air turns against father. Adrian straightened his collar. Is the photograph acceptable? Celeste ignored him. And the most viewed clip is still Noah carrying Isabel into the helicopter. Noah closed his eyes. Of course it is. One commentator has named it the hostile takeover bridal carry. Isabel's cheeks changed color. Noah slowly opened one eye. Do we have to address the engagement now? Every board member suddenly became fascinated by documents. Celeste smiled. Yes. Isabel looked at Noah. The crisis had ended. Victor was detained. Margaret was suspended. The transfer was frozen. Project Night Sky had been exposed. They no longer needed the lie. No more ambiguity. No more temporary agreement. No more strategic proximity. Noah stood. The room waited. I think we should make a statement, he said. Isabel's expression became unreadable. What kind of statement? The truth. Something in her eyes closed. Only slightly. But Noah saw it. Of course, she said. She released his hand. Celeste looked between them. Noah, he continued before she could interrupt. We tell them there was never a secret 6-month relationship. Isabel nodded. Her professional mask returned. The hospital statement was incorrect. Yes, the engagement story resulted from confusion. Yes, we deny everything. No. Isabel stopped. Noah looked at her. We deny the fake story. What else is there? Noah smiled. A tired, uncertain, entirely sincere smile. We tell them I met you yesterday. The room became still. I tell them I made an exhausted mistake. Then I spent the next 24 hours watching you fight for your employees, your company, and the truth. Isabel's expression softened. Noah stepped closer. I tell them you are terrifying. A few directors laughed. Excessively organized. Celeste nodded. Difficult before coffee. Isabel narrowed her eyes. Careful. And capable of crossing an abandoned runway barefoot because someone tried to steal what you built. He stopped in front of her. The engagement was not real. Isabel's gaze lowered. Noah continued. But what happened after it might be? She looked up. Nothing in the room moved. Noah's voice became quieter. I don't know what this is. I don't know how it works. I don't know whether people like us can build anything that survives outside an emergency. Isabel watched him. But I would like to find out. Her eyes shone. Just slightly. No cameras could capture it. No reporter could interpret it. No board could measure it. She placed one hand against his bruised jaw. Noah winced. Sorry, she whispered. Worth it. Are you asking me on a date during an emergency board meeting? Yes. That is spectacularly unprofessional. I have had limited time. I require planning. I noticed. And sleep. Desperately. A real smile appeared on her face. Warm. Unprotected. Noah had seen it only once before. This time it remained. Then sleep first, she said. And after. Pancakes. Noah stared. You remembered. I remember everything. Celeste lifted her phone. No signal issues now. Isabel turned toward her. Put it down. The public requires closure. The public can wait. Noah looked around the room. Can they? Every phone continued vibrating. Outside the boardroom, hundreds of employees filled the executive floor. Below them, reporters surrounded the building. Across the country, millions of people waited to learn whether aviation's most chaotic engagement had been real. Noah looked at Isabel. She looked back. Then, without cameras dictating the moment or a board vote demanding an answer, Isabel leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss against his forehead. Noah froze. Not because the gesture was dramatic. It was small, quiet, almost private. Exactly why it mattered. Celeste made a disappointed sound. The forehead. Isabel turned. You are about to lose phone privileges. Celeste lowered the device. Noah smiled. Respectfully, I'm counting it. Isabel took his hand. Come with me. Where? My office. Noah glanced toward the door Victor had prepared. After recent events, that sentence concerns me. To make a statement. Then pancakes. Then the hospital. No. You require stitches. I require sleep. You require both. I refuse. Isabel began walking. Noah followed, because he had learned several things during the longest night of his life. Victor Kane had been wrong about one point. Noah had not entered the wrong life. He had entered a terrifying life. A complicated life. A life filled with board votes, aircraft conspiracies, hostile takeovers, and women who considered medical treatment a non-negotiable scheduling item. But it no longer felt wrong. As they reached the door, Noah's phone rang. His mother. He stared at the screen. Isabel glanced toward him. Answer it. No. She already knows we survived. That will not be her primary concern. The phone continued ringing. Celeste checked the latest comment from Noah's mother. Oh. Noah looked at her. What? Celeste showed him. Wonderful rescue. Beautiful helicopter. Please ask Isabel whether spring or autumn works better for the wedding. Isabel read the message. Noah waited for horror. Anger. A corporate objection. Instead, Isabel looked thoughtful. Autumn avoids the Pacific launch schedule. Noah stared at her. You are joking. Her expression remained perfectly serious. Am I? His phone slipped from his hand. Adrian caught it before it hit the floor and returned it. You should sleep. Noah looked at Isabel. She gave him the smallest, most dangerous smile he had ever seen. The Ice Queen had learned humor. This was significantly more frightening than Project Night Sky. Closed casket, Noah whispered. No speeches. Isabel slipped her arm through his. Pancakes first. Together, they stepped into the corridor. Behind them, Eli removed the final Project Night Sky drive from the boardroom system. A small notification flashed on the screen before it went dark. Remote backup accessed. Eli stopped. He reopened the file. The access record showed a location outside the country. A private aviation facility on an island in the North Atlantic. Someone had downloaded the entire Project Night Sky archive 3 minutes before Victor's arrest. The account name consisted of 2 words. D. Laurent. Eli stared at it. Isabel's father had died 4 years earlier. At least that was what everyone believed. He looked toward the closed boardroom doors. Noah and Isabel were already gone. Eli copied the access record onto a separate drive, then slipped it into his pocket. The takeover had failed. Victor had fallen. Margaret had lost the board. But Project Night Sky was not finished. And somewhere across the ocean, a dead man had just opened the files. At 9:26 a.m., Noah Mercer sat in a private hospital room wearing a paper gown, 3 adhesive bandages, and an expression of profound personal betrayal. This is unnecessary. The doctor pressed 2 fingers against Noah's swollen jaw. Pain shot through the side of his face. Noah flinched. The doctor nodded. It is necessary. I can open my mouth. Not properly. I can open it enough for pancakes. From the chair beside the examination table, Isabel Laurent crossed one leg over the other. She had changed into clean clothes supplied by Celeste. Black trousers, gray cashmere sweater, flat shoes. The flat shoes represented growth. Or trauma. Possibly both. The doctor said you require stitches, Isabel reminded him. The doctor is controlled by the medical-industrial complex. The doctor stared at Noah. I work at a community hospital. Then the community-industrial complex. Isabel looked toward the ceiling. The doctor prepared a local anesthetic. Noah stared at the syringe. No. You were hit twice in the face. I remember. You have an open cut. I noticed. You need treatment. I have developed a complicated relationship with hospital syringes. Isabel stood. She walked toward the examination table and placed one hand over Noah's. "Look at me." That is exactly the kind of phrase people use before something terrible happens. "Look at me." Noah did. Her dark eyes remained steady. The hard corporate armor was gone for the moment. No board members. No cameras. No Victor. Just Isabel. "You jumped from a helicopter," she said. "Poorly." "You crossed an abandoned runway." "Also poorly." "You helped stop an illegal takeover." "Moderately well." "And now you are afraid of a needle." "I contain contradictions." Isabel's fingers tightened around his. "Hold still." The doctor injected the anesthetic. Noah squeezed her hand. Hard. Isabel did not react. The doctor began cleaning the cut. Noah kept his eyes on Isabel. "You're enjoying this." "No." "You look calm." "I am calm." "That is your enjoyment face." "You have known me for one day." "It has been a long day." The doctor stitched the injury beneath Noah's eye. 4 stitches. Noah counted each one as a separate betrayal. When the doctor finished, he removed his gloves. "You need rest, no caffeine for the next 8 hours." Noah stared at him. "Excuse me." "Caffeine may increase your heart rate. You are exhausted and severely dehydrated." "I need coffee to treat the exhaustion." "That is not how sleep works." "Has the medical community tested my version?" The doctor ignored him. No driving, no stressful activity, no major decisions. Noah looked at Isabel. She looked back. "That eliminates our entire relationship," he said. The doctor paused at the door. "Relationship." Isabel immediately became interested in a wall-mounted blood pressure chart. Noah smiled. "We're in development." The doctor left. The door closed. For several seconds, the room was quiet. Noah adjusted the paper gown. "This outfit lacks authority." "You lost authority when you argued with the thermometer." "It displayed an unfair number." "It displayed your temperature." Without context. Isabel sat beside him on the examination table. The movement surprised Noah. She was close enough that their shoulders touched. No performance required it. No media strategy demanded it. No hospital nurse had accidentally documented it. Noah looked at her. "What happens now?" "You sleep. After that, we eat. After that." Isabel understood the question. Her eyes lowered toward their hands. She had not released his yet. "The board appointed me temporary chairwoman." "That sounds permanent." "Nothing is permanent." "Victor probably has a different opinion about prison." "He has not been formally charged." "He attempted to drug you." "His attorney claims the physician was providing appropriate treatment." "The physician ran out of the room after you attacked him with a metal tray." "He was startled." "He left a shoe behind." "People abandon footwear during emergencies." Isabel's damaged heel sat inside an evidence bag at Laurent headquarters. Noah had personally requested that the label read, "Instrument of Corporate Restructuring." Marcus Bell had declined. Noah returned to the original question. "What happens to us?" Isabel became very still. The usual answer would have been easy. A statement. A timeline. A set of expectations. A defined outcome. But there was no prepared protocol for this. "You said you wanted to find out what remained after the emergency," she said. "I did." "Do you still?" "Yes." "You should consider it carefully." "I have." Noah, you have not slept. That has not prevented most of my decisions. That is precisely my concern. She released his hand and stood. The loss of contact felt immediate. Noah watched her cross the room. My life does not become quieter after today, she said. There will be investigations, board hearings, government inquiries. Lawrence's stock will be unstable. Reporters will follow us. They already follow us. This will become worse. I was publicly described as a criminal fiancé before breakfast. You could return to Skybridge. My father resigned. The board will investigate me. You could leave the industry. And do what? Something peaceful. I don't trust peaceful. Isabel turned toward him. I do not want you making this choice because you feel responsible for me. I don't. Or because Victor targeted you. I'm not. Or because the public expects a romance. The public also expects a wedding before autumn. I have chosen to ignore their schedule. A slight smile appeared, then disappeared. Noah stood. The paper gown opened slightly at the back. Isabel looked away. Noah grabbed it. This is a structural failure. You should sit. I am trying to have a serious conversation while wearing disposable curtains. You chose to stand. I wanted emotional authority. You have lost it. He sat again. Fine. Isabel folded her arms. Noah looked up at her. I am not here because I feel responsible. Then why are you here? Because when everyone told you to abandon me, you didn't. That was a strategic decision. No, it was. It protected the board vote. Victor had just turned me into an aviation conspiracy. You answered my questions. 3 questions. They were good questions. Noah smiled. You trusted me. Isabel did not deny it. You knew almost nothing about me, he continued, but you stood beside me anyway. Then we spent the night being chased through an airfield, crawling through a storm tunnel and stopping a hostile takeover. That is not a stable foundation. It's memorable. We disagree constantly. I like that. You irritate me. I know. You use humor to avoid uncomfortable emotions. Absolutely. You have no respect for executive protocol. I have limited respect for most protocols. You informed a hospital that you were my fiancé. In my defense, I was unconscious in spirit. A laugh escaped her. Small. Genuine. Noah looked at her. Isabel's smile remained. So yes, he said, I still want to find out. The humor left his voice. I don't know where this goes, but I know I don't want to walk away merely because the emergency ended. Isabel stepped closer. She stopped between his knees. Her fingers adjusted the edge of his bandage with unnecessary precision. You require at least 12 hours of sleep before I accept any permanent statement. Fine. And food. Pancakes. And a clean shirt. Negotiable. Not negotiable. Noah placed his hands gently against her waist. She looked down at them. He started to remove them. Isabel caught his wrists. No. Noah froze. She moved his hands back. Operational adjustment, she whispered. Understood. She leaned forward. Their foreheads touched. Noah could feel her breath. His heart rate increased. The doctor had specifically advised against that. He decided the doctor did not require an update. Isabel closed her eyes. For one quiet second, the entire world disappeared. Then the hospital door burst open. Celeste entered holding 2 phones, a tablet, and a bag of breakfast sandwiches. We have a dead father situation. Noah did not move. Isabel remained between his knees. Celeste stopped. Oh. Noah looked toward her. Please leave. I would, but the deceased founder of Laurent Aviation appears to be downloading illegal aircraft files from the North Atlantic. Isabel slowly turned. What? Eli entered behind Celeste. His expression removed every trace of humor from the room. He held out the separate storage drive. Someone accessed the Project Night Sky backup using your father's credentials. Isabel stepped away from Noah. The moment ended. The emergency returned. Noah looked at Celeste. I was promised pancakes. She handed him the breakfast bag. There's a waffle. That is not the same. It has structural similarities. Decorative lies. Isabel took the drive from Eli. My father's credentials were terminated after his death. They were removed from Laurent's main systems, Eli replied. Project Night Sky existed outside those systems. Where did the access originate? A private aviation facility on St. Orlia. Noah opened the breakfast bag. Inside was a cold waffle wrapped in paper. He stared at it with personal disappointment. Where is St. Orlia? A privately administered island in the North Atlantic, Celeste said. It is used for cargo refueling and aircraft testing. Who owns it? Eli looked at Isabel. A holding company registered to David Laurent. Her father. Isabel sat down. For the first time since Noah had met her, she looked completely unprepared. My father is dead. Celeste's expression softened. I know. I identified his body. Noah stopped opening the waffle. Isabel stared at the drive. There was a car accident in Switzerland. His vehicle left a mountain road. The authorities recovered him 2 days later. Was there a formal identification? Noah asked carefully. My mother and I saw him. Noah did not ask what condition the body had been in. He did not need to. Isabel understood. He was wearing my father's watch, she said. His wedding ring, his clothes. Dental records? Eli asked. Yes. DNA. Isabel hesitated. No. Celeste sat beside her. The Swiss authorities may still have samples. What would that prove now? That someone used his credentials, Eli said, not necessarily that he survived. Noah lowered himself from the examination table and pulled on his trousers behind a curtain. Could Victor have used the account? No, Eli said. Victor's arrest occurred 3 minutes before the access. Automated backup. The account manually selected 6 files. Which files? Eli opened the tablet. Ghost transponder design revisions. Flight 272's original route. Financial records. Victor's private messages. Margaret's authorization. And 1 audio file. Play it, Isabel said. Eli hesitated. Now. He selected the recording. Static filled the room. Then a man's voice. Older. Controlled. Familiar enough that Isabel's entire body became rigid. If you are hearing this, Project Night Sky has failed. Isabel gripped the edge of the examination table. The voice continued. Victor will blame Margaret. Margaret will blame Victor. Both will insist the program was intended to protect Laurent Aviation. A breath. They are lying. Noah watched Isabel's face. She knew the voice. Not from the news. Not from a company recording. From childhood. From private conversations. From hundreds of moments no voice actor could reproduce. I authorized night sky, the man said. Isabel stopped breathing. I created the first funding accounts. I recruited Margaret Vale. I sent Victor Kane to Sky Bridge. The room became silent except for the recording. Flight 272 was not an unauthorized test. It was the first successful operation. Isabel whispered one word. Father. The recording continued. If Victor has lost control of the program, then someone else has found the archive. Do not trust the board. Do not trust Cross Aerospace. And above all, do not trust the person using my name. The audio ended. Noah looked toward Eli. What does that mean? I don't know. Isabel replayed the final sentence. Do not trust the person using my name. Celeste frowned. So the account left a warning against itself. Or David knew someone would eventually steal his credentials, Eli said. Noah looked at Isabel. What was your father like? She did not answer immediately. Brilliant. That wasn't my question. Demanding, private, patient when patience gave him an advantage. Was he capable of building Project Night Sky? Yes. The answer hurt her. Noah heard it. Isabel stood. If he authorized it, then he knew civilian aircraft were being used. He may have believed it was a security program, Celeste offered. No. Isabel looked at the Flight 272 route on the tablet. My father never signed anything he did not understand. Noah buttoned his shirt. Then we have two possible problems. Celeste counted them. Either David Laurent created an illegal aircraft network before he died, or someone has spent 4 years pretending to be him. Both seem unhealthy, Noah said. Eli enlarged the island facility records. There's a scheduled departure from St. Orly at noon. Destination, Isabel asked. Unknown. Aircraft. Eli displayed the registration. Noah froze. No. Isabel looked at him. What? Noah pointed toward the number. The aircraft scheduled to depart St. Orly was Flight 272. The same regional jet that had disappeared 5 years earlier. The same aircraft Skybridge claimed to have dismantled after the investigation. Noah read the registration again. That plane no longer exists. Eli's expression was grim. Apparently it does. Isabel reached for her jacket. Noah stared. You cannot seriously be considering flying to a private island after everything that happened. My father created Project Night Sky. Possibly. Flight 272 leaves at noon. Possibly. The files were accessed this morning. Definitely. She headed toward the door. Noah sighed and followed. Isabel looked back. You need sleep. I will sleep on the aircraft. You are not coming. Have we met? Noah. Isabel. This concerns my family. It concerns my aircraft. Skybridge owns Flight 272. Then it concerns both families. Celeste gathered her devices. Eli closed the laptop. Isabel looked at them. Neither of you is coming. Celeste placed the breakfast bag beneath one arm. I abandoned my car at a governor's residence, crawled through a drainage tunnel, and struck a private security contractor with a data transfer device. I am seeing this through. Eli held up the drive. I know the transponder system better than anyone alive. Noah pointed toward himself. I publicly invented the engagement that connected all of us. Isabel looked around the room. No. Nobody moved. Noah, you require medical rest. Correct. Eli is under federal protection. It has not been arranged yet, Eli said. Celeste is needed at Laurent headquarters. I have 3 assistants and a frightening intern. Isabel's expression darkened. I am chief executive. Noah smiled. Of a company currently under federal investigation. Her eyes narrowed. Fine. Celeste clapped once. Excellent, I will arrange transportation. No, Isabel said, not company aircraft. We do not know which systems are compromised. Noah looked toward Celeste. Call the one person with too many vehicles. She nodded. Adrian answered on the second ring. What happened? No greeting. No pleasantries. Apparently Adrian had learned. Celeste activated the speaker. We need an aircraft capable of reaching St. Orlia. Silence. Then Adrian said, why? Isabel's dead father may have downloaded Project Night Sky files. Another silence. Longer. I'll send the jet. Noah blinked. That was surprisingly easy. Adrian's voice sharpened. My father has disappeared. Everyone stopped. When? Isabel asked. His security team lost contact with him after our call. His private aircraft departed without a filed destination. Eli checked the island schedule. What is the registration? Adrian provided it. Eli entered the number. The aircraft appeared on a restricted flight record. Destination: St. Orlia. Adrian released a slow breath. My father is on the island. Noah looked at Isabel. 2 fathers, one supposedly dead, one deeply criminal. Celeste took back the phone. Are you coming? Yes. Adrian ended the call. Noah picked up the cold waffle. He took one bite. It required a disappointing amount of chewing. Fine, he said, but if we survive the private villain island, I am demanding pancakes. Isabel held the door open. You have my word. He walked past her. Personal or corporate? Personal. Noah smiled. Good enough. By 10:48 a.m., Noah had slept for exactly 22 minutes. He woke when the private jet entered severe turbulence over the North Atlantic. His head lifted from Isabel's shoulder. His neck protested. His injured jaw protested. His entire body filed a collective complaint. Where are we? Over the ocean, Isabel said. That is geographically broad. 40 minutes from St. Orlia. Noah looked down. A blanket covered him. He did not remember receiving it. Did you put this here? No. Across the aisle, Celeste raised her hand. I did. Noah nodded. Thank you. Isabel looked out the window. Noah followed her gaze. Gray clouds covered the horizon. The ocean below looked dark and endless. Adrian sat near the front with Eli, reviewing island maps. Celeste had converted the dining table into a communications center. 3 phones. 2 laptops. Satellite connection. Several legal notifications. 1 bowl of fruit nobody had touched. Noah noticed a covered plate beside him. He lifted the lid. Pancakes. 3. Warm. Butter. Syrup. He stared at Isabel. You said the aircraft kitchen could prepare them. Her expression remained serious. As chief executive, I respect contractual obligations. He picked up a fork. This is the most emotionally significant moment of my morning. You were almost drugged in a boardroom. The competition is limited. Noah took a bite. His eyes closed. The pancakes were perfect. Soft. Warm. completely free of corporate crime. For several seconds, happiness existed. Then Eli approached with the island map. The facility is here. He pointed toward a runway on the island's western shoreline. Satellite images show 4 hangars, a communication tower, and an underground fuel complex. Adrian joined them. My father's aircraft landed 20 minutes ago. Can we contact him? Isabel asked. He is not answering. Celeste turned her laptop around. St. Orlia has no permanent civilian population. The island is leased through a private maritime authority. Who operates it? Noah asked. Laurent Meridian Research. Isabel frowned. Laurent Meridian. Celeste nodded. Half Laurent, half Cross Meridian. Adrian's face hardened. Our fathers built it together. When? Isabel asked. The company was registered 15 years ago. 5 years before Flight 272. Long before Victor became powerful. Long before Margaret attempted the takeover. The two fathers had built Project Night Sky together. Noah looked at Adrian. Did your father ever mention David Laurent after his death? Only publicly. He called David a visionary. Privately, Adrian's expression changed. He called him a coward. Isabel looked toward him. Why? He never explained. The cockpit door opened. The pilot stepped into the cabin. We have a problem. Noah continued eating. Please rank it. What? We have experienced many problems. Is this hospital paperwork, armed airfield, or hostile takeover? The pilot looked confused. Our landing authorization has been rejected. Adrian stood. This is my aircraft. The island system doesn't recognize cross clearance. Emergency landing. The runway has activated a remote arrest barrier. If we approach without clearance, steel cables rise across the surface. Noah pointed toward the island map. Could we land elsewhere? The terrain is rocky. There's one usable strip. Isabel walked toward the cockpit. Contact the tower directly. No response. Eli opened his laptop. The island's navigation system is transmitting a ghost signal. The pilot looked toward him. What kind? It is identifying the island as empty ocean. Noah stopped chewing. Explain. Regional flight systems cannot see the runway. Satellite navigation records show nothing beneath us except water. Celeste looked through the window. The island is visible. To us, Eli said, not to commercial tracking. That seems unsafe. That was the point of Project Night Sky. Noah looked toward the cockpit. Can we land visually? The pilot shook his head. The barrier remains active. Eli connected to the aircraft's internal network. I can generate a false maintenance signal. To make the system recognize us, Isabel asked. To make it believe we're Flight 272. Noah stared at him. Can you do that? Yes. Should you do that? No. Excellent. Adrian crossed his arms. If we copy Flight 272's identification, the barrier should lower. Unless someone on the island realizes the real Flight 272 is already there, Eli said. Then we have a short window. Eli inserted one of the ghost modules into the communications panel. The aircraft's displays flickered. The registration changed. For the first time in 5 years, Skybridge Flight 272 appeared on an aviation network. The runway lights activated. The steel barrier lowered. The pilot returned to the cockpit. Sit down. The aircraft banked sharply. Noah's pancakes shifted across the plate. He caught them. Isabel stared. You protected the pancakes before yourself. I have priorities. The jet descended through the clouds. St. Orly appeared below them. A black island surrounded by violent gray water. No roads. No villages. No buildings beyond the airfield. 4 enormous hangars stood beside the runway. Each bore no company markings. The communication tower displayed a single white light. No personnel were visible. No vehicles moved. The island appeared abandoned. Then the nearest hangar opened. Inside were aircraft. Dozens. Private jets. Cargo planes. Military transports. Some carried registrations belonging to aircraft listed as destroyed. Others carried no registrations at all. Celeste stared through the window. Oh. Noah leaned closer. This is not a research facility. Eli's voice became quiet. It's a replacement fleet. For what? Adrian asked. For any aircraft connected to Project Nightska. The jet landed. Its wheels struck the runway hard. Reverse thrust roared. The aircraft slowed. As they reached the taxiway, the runway barrier rose behind them. The jet was trapped on the island. The pilot looked toward Adrian through the open cockpit door. The controls are no longer responding. Shut down the engines. I'm trying. The aircraft began taxiing by itself. Noah stood. That seems bad. The island system has control, Eli said. The jet turned toward the largest hangar. Its doors opened. Darkness waited inside. The aircraft rolled forward. Celeste looked at the satellite phone. No signal. Jammed? Noah asked. Completely. Adrian opened the compartment containing his handgun. Noah stared at him. You brought it onto an international flight. This is my aircraft. That is not how aviation security works. I own the security company. Your family truly is the problem. The aircraft entered the hangar. The doors closed behind them. The engines shut down. Silence followed. Then the cabin lights went dark. Red emergency illumination activated. Noah looked toward Isabel. Any chance we can return to our earlier conversation about a peaceful life? No. Expected. A metallic sound came from outside. The aircraft's boarding door unlocked. No one inside had touched it. Adrian raised the handgun. Celeste recorded. Eli held the evidence drive. Noah moved in front of Isabel. She stepped beside him. I do not require protection. I remember. Then why are you standing there? I have broader shoulders. The door opened. A boarding stair extended from the hangar floor. A man stood at the bottom. Tall. Silver hair. Dark overcoat. For 1 second, Isabel did not move. The man looked older than the photographs. Thinner. A scar ran from his left temple to his jaw. But the face was unmistakable. David Laurent looked up at his daughter. Alive. Isabel gripped the seat beside her. Her knuckles turned white. Noah looked between them. Nobody spoke. David climbed the stairs. 1 step. Then another. His gaze never left Isabel. When he reached the cabin, he stopped. 4 years of grief hung between them. 4 birthdays. 4 anniversaries. 4 years of believing he had died alone on a mountain road. Isabel, he said. Her face showed nothing. Absolutely nothing. Then she crossed the cabin and slapped him. The sound echoed across the aircraft. David's head turned slightly. Noah blinked. Celeste lowered the phone. Adrian whispered, "Good." David slowly looked back at his daughter. "I deserved that." Isabel struck him again. "Harder. You deserved the first one." Her voice broke. The second slap had not been corporate. It had not been controlled. It came from the daughter, who had identified a body and buried her father. David did not defend himself. Isabel's hands began shaking. "You were alive." "Yes." "You let us bury someone else." "Yes." "My mother stopped eating for 3 months." "I know." "You watched." "Yes." The answer shattered something. Isabel shoved him. David stepped backward. Noah moved closer but did not interfere. This was not his moment to control. Isabel's eyes filled with tears she refused to let fall. "You trained me to identify weakness in every room. You told me family was the one place I would never need to do that." David lowered his head. "I was wrong. You were a coward." Adrian's eyes shifted toward his father's earlier words. Exactly the same. David Laurent had been called a coward by the person who knew why he disappeared. "Where is Charles Cross?" Adrian asked. David looked toward him. "In the lower command center." "Is he alive?" "For now." Adrian raised the handgun. David remained calm. "You resemble him more than you realize." "That is not a compliment." "No." Noah stepped beside Isabel. "Why did you bring us here?" David looked at him for the first time. "You're Noah Mercer." "I have been told." "The emergency contact." "Unfortunately." "You changed the outcome." "Of what?" "Victor's takeover." "That was the idea." "No, Victor was meant to succeed." The cabin became silent. Isabel looked at her father. "You wanted him to take Laurent Aviation." "I needed Project Night Sky's financial network consolidated under one controlled company." "Cross Meridian." "Yes." "And Victor." "Expendable." Noah's jaw tightened. "Margaret." "Also expendable." "You allowed them to commit crimes for years." "I allowed them to believe they controlled a system I built." Isabel stepped toward him. "You created Night Sky." "Yes." "Why?" David looked through the aircraft window at the hidden fleet. 15 years ago, Charles Cross and I discovered that several private military contractors were developing technology capable of replacing civilian aircraft identities. Eli held up the Ghost module. "This. An earlier form. You financed it." "We attempted to monitor it." Noah frowned. "By building your own illegal network." "By controlling the only operational version before someone worse acquired it." "Victor used it for smuggling." "Victor exceeded his authority." "You gave him authority." David's expression tightened. "There were decisions I would make differently." Isabel laughed bitterly. "Is that your apology?" "No." "Good." "An apology would not be sufficient." "No." David turned toward the hangar. "I staged my death after learning Charles intended to sell Night Sky to an international weapons consortium." Adrian's face hardened. "My father." "Yes." "Why didn't you expose him?" "Because he had records connecting Laurent Aviation, Skybridge, and several government officials to the program. Exposure would have destroyed everyone while leaving the technology intact." "So you disappeared," Noah said. "I came here to secure the fleet and the archive." For 4 years. Charles locked me out of the central network. Victor controlled the financial channels. Margaret controlled Laurent's board. I could not move openly. Isabel stared at him. You could have contacted me. No. You contacted Victor. To monitor him. You contacted Margaret. To misdirect her. You allowed them into my company. To keep them where I could see them. Noah looked at Isabel. Her father spoke like her. Or perhaps Isabel had learned to speak like him. Every betrayal became strategy. Every person became a manageable asset. Every emotional cost became necessary protection. David looked toward Noah. What? Noah had been staring. You're exactly like Victor. The cabin temperature seemed to fall. David's eyes sharpened. You know almost nothing about me. I know you believe control is the same as protection. I prevented this technology from entering open markets. You built a hidden aircraft fleet and let your family bury a stranger. That sacrifice saved lives. Whose? David said nothing. Noah continued. You say Victor exceeded his authority. Margaret misunderstood the program. Charles betrayed you. Everyone around you became the problem, while you remained the person making difficult decisions. David stepped closer. I kept Isabel alive. No, you left her alone. Isabel's breath caught. David's eyes hardened. You should be careful. Noah smiled without humor. I am 2 days past careful. David looked at his daughter. Isabel, Victor's takeover failed because of him. That creates another problem. What problem? Cross Meridian no longer controls Laurent. The consortium Charles contacted will move directly against the island. How soon? Soon. A deep alarm sounded through the hangar. Red lights began flashing. Eli looked toward the aircraft window. Aircraft approaching. David checked his watch. Now. The hangar doors began opening. Outside, 3 unmarked cargo aircraft descended toward St. Orlia. Their transponders displayed civilian flight numbers. Passenger flights. One supposedly bound for London. One for Montreal. One for Boston. But no civilian aircraft existed in the sky above them. Ghost signals. The consortium had arrived. David looked toward Isabel. We have 12 minutes before they land. The island archive must be destroyed. And the fleet? Eli asked. Destroyed with it. Adrian stepped forward. My father is below. He was part of the sale. I don't care. David looked at him. You should. I don't. For the first time, David seemed to understand that the younger generation had refused his rules. Companies over people. Programs over families. Control over honesty. Adrian would not abandon his father, even knowing what Charles had done. Isabel would not abandon Noah. Noah had refused to abandon Eli. David had called those choices emotional weaknesses. Yet each choice had exposed part of his system. Isabel looked toward the hangar floor. We evacuate everyone. There is not enough time. Then create time. The archive cannot leave this island. Agreed. I have already armed the destruction system. Celeste stared. Armed what? David's answer was perfectly calm. Every hangar is connected to the underground fuel reserve. Noah closed his eyes. Petering out quietly was apparently not available to anyone in aviation. You're going to explode the island. In 11 minutes. While we're standing on it. Yes. Could you have opened with that? David turned toward the stairs. "Follow me." Noah looked at Isabel. This was supposed to begin with pancakes. You received pancakes. Not enough for an exploding island. She caught his hand. Stay close. Romantic proximity protocol. Survival proximity. I'll take it. They descended into the hangar. The enormous room came alive around them. Lights activated. Automated systems moved aircraft from their storage positions. Fuel lines disconnected. Maintenance platforms retracted. At the far end, a heavy door opened into an underground corridor. David led them through. Adrian walked directly behind him. "Where is my father?" "Command level." "Why did he come here?" "To complete the transfer." "What transfer?" David glanced back. Project Night Sky was never meant to remain software. They reached a glass observation room overlooking an underground chamber. At its center stood a large aircraft frame. No wings. No windows. Black composite body. No visible markings. Eli moved toward the glass. "What is that?" "The final Night Sky platform," David said. "A drone. A replacement aircraft." Noah frowned. "Replacement for what?" "Anything." David activated a display. The black aircraft's exterior changed. Digital panels altered color. False windows appeared. A commercial airline logo formed along its side. Then disappeared. Another airline replaced it. Then a government insignia. Then no markings. Eli stared. "It can visually copy another aircraft." "And electronically," David said. "Registration, radar profile, heat signature, communication pattern." Celeste looked horrified. "You could place it beside a real aircraft, and no civilian system would know which one was authentic. That is why it must be destroyed." Noah looked toward David. "Why build it at all?" David's silence answered him. Because he wanted to prove he could. Because controlling a threat required creating the strongest version. Because powerful men always believed their hands were the safest place for dangerous things. The alarm continued. 9 minutes. Adrian spotted his father through the glass. Charles Cross stood beside the black aircraft with 2 armed guards. He was in his early 60s. Silver blonde hair. Tall. Composed. The source of Adrian's posture and half his arrogance. Charles looked up at the observation room. He saw Adrian. For 1 second, neither moved. Then Charles entered a code into the aircraft console. David went pale. "What is he doing?" The black aircraft's engines activated. "He's launching it." "Can it leave?" The underground runway opens toward the eastern cliffs. Noah looked at the approach display. The 3 consortium aircraft would land in 7 minutes. Charles Cross planned to deliver the Night Sky platform personally. Adrian raised the handgun. "Open the door." David shook his head. "The chamber is sealed." "Open it." "If the platform leaves, the consortium controls the technology. If you detonate the island, my father dies." He made his choice. Adrian pressed the gun against David's shoulder. "So did you." Noah stepped between them. Pointing weapons at difficult fathers has limited long-term therapeutic value. Adrian glared at him. "Move." "No." "He left my family for this." "So did hers." Noah pointed toward Isabel. "We are not fixing their mistakes by becoming them." Adrian's hand shook. Then he lowered the weapon. The black aircraft began moving toward the underground runway. 6 minutes. Eli examined the observation console. I can disable the ghost system remotely. David stepped beside him. Charles changed the encryption. I designed the stabilizer. And he spent 5 years improving it. Then I need access to Flight 272. Noah looked toward the upper hangar. Why? The original module can broadcast a conflicting identity. If both aircraft claim the same registration, the night sky platform enters a verification loop, which stops it for perhaps 90 seconds. David shook his head. Flight 272 is in Hangar 3. We cannot reach it and return in 6 minutes. Noah looked at the airfield map. They did not need to return. They needed to stop the platform and evacuate. Can Flight 272 fly? David stared at him. Yes. Fueled? Yes. Pilots? I can fly it, Eli said. Noah looked at him. You are a mechanic. I hold a commercial license. Of course you do. Isabel understood. We use Flight 272 to trap the platform system, then evacuate in the same aircraft. Celeste checked the countdown. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. David shook his head. Charles will override the verification loop. Then Adrian boards the platform, Noah said. Adrian looked at him. How? The underground runway joins the main taxiway before the cliffs. Flight 272 blocks the exit. You board while your father is stopped. That is your plan. It is currently a collection of urgent concepts. Isabel looked toward David. How do we reach Hangar 3? Service vehicle. Then move. David did not. The island destruction cannot be stopped once the final 5-minute cycle begins. The countdown reached 5 minutes. A deeper alarm sounded. The lights became red. David looked at the clock. It has begun. Noah pointed toward the corridor. Then standing here feels unproductive. They ran. The service vehicle was approximately the size of an airport baggage tractor and significantly less interested in carrying 7 adults. David drove. Isabel sat beside him. Noah, Celeste, Eli, and Adrian crowded onto the rear platform. The tractor raced through the underground corridor at a speed never anticipated by its manufacturer. Celeste held the side rail. If we survive, I am filing a transportation complaint. With whom? Noah shouted. Everyone. Explosions sounded behind them. Not the main destruction system. Smaller charges. David was collapsing access tunnels to slow the arriving consortium. The tractor turned sharply. Adrian nearly fell. Noah caught his shirt. Adrian regained his balance. Thank you. Noah stared. Was that gratitude? Do not make it significant. Already recorded emotionally. They reached an elevator large enough for ground vehicles. David entered a code. The platform rose. 4 minutes. The doors opened inside Hangar 3. Flight 272 stood at the center. White fuselage. Blue skybridge markings. The ghost aircraft that had started everything. Noah stared at it. 5 years earlier, it had returned to North Point like a body carrying no explanation. Now it waited on an island that officially did not exist. Eli ran toward the cockpit. David opened the exterior power panel. Adrian moved toward another service vehicle. Where are you going? To reach the underground runway. Noah threw him a radio. If your father refuses to leave. Adrian caught it. He won't. That was not my question. Adrian looked toward the floor. Then I will make my own decision. He drove toward the far tunnel. Celeste and Isabel climbed aboard Flight 272. Noah remained beside David. You're coming. David kept working on the electrical panel. No. Your daughter did not cross the Atlantic to watch you disappear again. She came for the truth. She came because you're her father. David looked toward the aircraft door. Isabel stood there, waiting, not pleading, the same way she had waited for Adrian to choose, for Noah to choose, for everyone to become better without being dragged there. David looked away. I have to ensure the destruction sequence completes. Remote system. Not reliable. Noah removed a heavy maintenance wrench from the service cart. He struck the control panel. Sparks flew. David stared. What did you do? Created a reliability issue. You may have disabled the sequence. Good. Or accelerated it. Less good. David grabbed the wrench. You are reckless. I've been called worse by better people. The aircraft engines began turning. Eli's voice came through the radio. Flight controls active. We have 3 minutes. David looked toward the hangar, then toward Isabel. Finally, he climbed aboard. Noah followed. The aircraft door closed. Flight 272 moved toward the hangar exit. Outside, the 3 consortium cargo planes approached the runway. One touched down. The other 2 circled. Armed vehicles emerged from the first aircraft. Celeste watched through the window. We have company. Common theme, Noah said. Eli taxied toward the underground runway intersection. The black night sky aircraft appeared from the eastern tunnel. Its digital surface displayed the same skybridge markings as Flight 272. 2 identical aircraft faced each other. One real. One manufactured to become anything. Eli activated Flight 272's original Ghost module. The cockpit screens flashed. The black platform stopped. Its engines remained active. But its identification system had entered the verification loop. 90 seconds, Eli said. Adrian's voice came through the radio. I'm approaching the platform. A service vehicle crossed the taxiway. Adrian drove directly toward the black aircraft. The consortium's armed teams noticed. 2 vehicles turned after him. Noah looked toward David. Can we delay them? David entered the cockpit. He activated the runway lighting system. Every light across the airfield began flashing in random patterns. The approaching vehicle slowed. Adrian reached the black platform. A ladder extended from its lower fuselage. Charles Cross stood in the open doorway. Adrian, get off the aircraft. Charles looked toward Flight 272. Then toward the arriving consortium. You do not understand what this is worth. I understand exactly what it cost. This technology will reshape aviation. It already destroyed 2 families. Do not become sentimental. Adrian stopped beneath the ladder. You taught me never to confuse sentiment with judgment. Then listen to me. I am. Adrian raised the handgun. Charles went still. Adrian fired once. The bullet struck the black aircraft's control panel beside the door. Sparks exploded. The ladder locked. Charles stared at him. I came for you, Adrian said, not the aircraft. The verification loop reached 45 seconds. The first consortium vehicle entered the taxiway. Noah opened Flight 272's forward door. "What are you doing?" Isabel asked. "Creating another terrible plan." He grabbed an emergency evacuation line. "You cannot go outside. I need to cover Adrian." "You have no weapon." "I have airport equipment." That sentence should not sound so confident. Noah descended onto the taxiway. Wind from the engines tore at his shirt. He dragged the heavy evacuation line toward Adrian's service vehicle. The consortium vehicle accelerated. Noah attached the line to the tractor's rear tow hook, then connected the other end to Flight 272's emergency winch. "Eli, I see it." Eli activated the winch. The cable stretched across the taxiway. The consortium driver saw it too late. The front of the vehicle struck the line. Its wheels lifted. The vehicle spun sideways and crashed into a runway-like barrier. Noah stared. "That worked," Isabel shouted from the aircraft door. "Return immediately." Adrian climbed the black platform's ladder. Charles blocked the doorway. Father and son struggled. The platform's verification loop ended. Its engines increased power. The aircraft began moving. Adrian hung from the ladder. Noah ran toward them. "Noah," Isabel shouted again. He ignored her. A second consortium vehicle crossed the runway. Gunfire struck the pavement. Noah reached the moving aircraft. Adrian's service vehicle rolled beside it. Noah climbed onto the vehicle, then onto the platform's ladder. His shoulder screamed. His jaw hurt. His exhausted body considered immediate resignation. He kept climbing. Inside the platform, Adrian had forced his way through the doorway. Charles struck him across the face. Adrian fell against the cabin wall. Noah reached the opening. Charles stared. "You." Noah climbed inside. "Emergency contact." Charles reached for the handgun Adrian had dropped. Noah kicked it away. Charles hit him in the injured jaw. Pain flashed white. Noah fell. Again. He had spent an unreasonable percentage of the morning on floors. Charles moved toward the cockpit. Adrian caught his coat. "We're leaving." Charles pulled free. "You are throwing away everything." "No." Adrian stood. "I'm refusing what you became." The platform accelerated toward the eastern cliff runway. The island destruction countdown reached 1 minute. Noah grabbed the emergency handle beside the door. A red label read, "Manual cargo release." He looked toward the aircraft's rear compartment. Dozens of Ghost modules filled secured racks. Project Night Sky's complete mobile inventory. Noah pulled the handle. The rear cargo doors opened. Wind tore through the cabin. Modules ripped from their racks and scattered across the runway. Charles shouted. Years of technology disappeared into the wet grass and rocky shoreline. Noah smiled. Asset distribution. Adrian grabbed his father. "Now." Together, they forced Charles toward the open side doorway. The service vehicle remained below, moving beside the platform. Noah stared at it. "That is our exit." Adrian looked at him. "You jumped from a helicopter." "I was hoping my standards had improved." Charles struggled. "I won't go." Adrian looked at his father. For 1 second, Noah saw the child beneath the arrogance. The son who had spent his life seeking approval from a man, incapable of giving it without conditions. "You're going," Adrian said. "You can hate me somewhere that isn't exploding." He pushed Charles onto the ladder. Noah followed. The three climbed down while the aircraft continued accelerating. The service vehicle swerved beneath them. Charles jumped first. Adrian followed. Noah looked toward Flight 272. Isabel stood at the open door. Her face showed pure fury. Even from a distance, Noah sighed. I am going to receive feedback. He jumped. His body struck the tractor platform. Adrian caught his arm. They both collapsed. The driver turned toward Flight 272. Behind them, the empty night sky platform sped toward the cliff runway. Without Charles controlling it, the aircraft followed its last programmed route. Straight toward the ocean. Flight 272 began turning. The service vehicle raced beside it. Eli lowered the forward stairs while taxiing. This was unsafe by every possible aviation standard. Noah decided not to document it. Charles boarded first under Adrian's supervision. Adrian followed. Noah reached the stairs. The countdown hit 20 seconds. Isabel grabbed his shirt and pulled him inside. The door closed. She turned toward him. What is wrong with you? Several doctors have raised similar concerns. You boarded a moving experimental aircraft. Adrian needed help. You crossed an active runway under gunfire. Operational confusion. You manually opened a cargo compartment during movement. Asset distribution. Isabel stared at him. Noah smiled weakly. Happy to see me. She grabbed his face and pressed her forehead against his. Furious. I'll take it. Flight 272 accelerated. The first hangar exploded. Fire rolled into the sky. The aircraft reached takeoff speed. Another explosion tore through the underground command center. The runway cracked behind them. Eli pulled back on the controls. Flight 272 lifted from St. Orlia. The last hangar detonated. Fire swallowed the hidden fleet. The communication tower collapsed. Below them, the black night sky platform raced beyond the eastern cliff. For 1 second it remained airborne. Then its digital exterior failed. The false windows disappeared. The airline markings vanished. It became what it had always been. A blank black machine with no identity of its own. It fell into the Atlantic. The island burned behind them. Inside Flight 272, no one spoke. Charles Cross sat restrained beside Adrian. David Lawrence sat near the cockpit, staring through the window at the destruction of 15 years of decisions. Eli flew the aircraft that had ruined his life. Celeste uploaded every surviving file through the jet's satellite system. Noah sat beside Isabel. Their hands remained locked together. Flight 272 appeared on civilian tracking networks. The supposedly dismantled aircraft rose over the North Atlantic. Within minutes, aviation authorities detected it. Radio calls filled the cockpit. Military aircraft launched to intercept. News networks received the signal. The missing jet had returned. Again. Only this time it carried the people responsible. 3 weeks later, Noah Mercer woke from the most beautiful sleep of his adult life. Not 8 hours. Not 10. 14 uninterrupted hours. No alarms. No phone calls. No aircraft security incidents. No billionaires attempting international corporate theft. He opened his eyes. 4 pillows surrounded him. Too firm. Too soft. The golden standard. The duvet cover was structurally correct. No decorative lies. Noah stared at the ceiling. Where am I? A voice came from the next room. Room 818. He sat upright. Isabel entered carrying 2 coffees. One black, one triple espresso over ice with half a packet of raw sugar. She wore gray trousers and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to her elbows. No jacket. No executive armor. You slept through 2 meals, she said. What hotel? The Laurent Grand. Noah looked toward the door. Is this your room? Yes. His eyes widened. Isabel sighed. You slept in the guest bedroom. Oh. You sound disappointed. I am processing. She handed him the black coffee. The doctors cleared caffeine. He took it reverently. You remembered. I remember everything. The past 3 weeks had changed the aviation industry. Victor Kane had been charged with corporate espionage, theft, conspiracy, and multiple aviation security offenses. Margaret Vale had been arrested while attempting to board a private aircraft using another person's credentials. Apparently, irony had become legally enforceable. Charles Cross entered federal custody after Flight 272 landed under military escort. Cross Aerospace's board removed him before the aircraft reached the gate. Adrian became interim chair, a position he described as temporary and everyone else described as terrifying. Daniel Mercer surrendered to investigators. Skybridge's board accepted his resignation and appointed an independent oversight committee. Eli entered witness protection, then immediately rejected the assigned identity because the suggested last name was Smith. He now advised federal aviation security. Celeste signed a documentary agreement while insisting she had always been motivated exclusively by public responsibility. David Lawrence survived, then faced the consequences of doing so. He provided investigators with the remaining Project Night Sky records. Isabel had visited him once. For 11 minutes. She refused to discuss what they said. Noah did not ask. Some disasters required answers. Others required time. Laurent Aviation's board unanimously confirmed Isabel as chairwoman and chief executive. The Pacific expansion plan was delayed pending security review. She accepted the delay without threatening anyone, at least publicly. And the engagement story. It became worse. Much worse. The joint statement explained that Noah's use of the word fiancé had resulted from exhaustion during a medical emergency. It clarified that no engagement existed. The public read the statement, considered it, then rejected it completely. The hashtag emergency fiancé remained the most discussed aviation-related topic for 17 consecutive days. Noah's mother had appeared on 2 morning programs. Without permission, she told one host that Isabel had excellent posture and the emotional patience required to manage Noah. Noah had not recovered. Now he sat in Isabel's guest room, drinking coffee and staring at the properly structured bed. You invited me to a hotel. You refused to choose a restaurant. You gave me a spreadsheet containing 38 restaurants. I ranked them by distance, menu variety, privacy, and noise level. You included parking conditions. Parking matters. It was our first date. Exactly. So we stayed in. The hotel restaurant has pancakes. Noah looked at her. Lead with that next time. Isabel sat on the edge of the bed. The morning sunlight softened her features. No press. No board. No fabricated relationship. No emergency. Noah placed the coffee aside. So, are we dating? Isabel considered the question. We have attended 3 dinners. One involved federal investigators. It still involved food. The second involved your board. There was dessert. The third was with my mother. Isabel's expression changed. She questioned me for 2 hours. She likes you. She requested medical records. She is thorough. She asked whether twins run in my family. Noah looked away. I apologize. You're smiling. I am terrified. Your mother believes we are planning a wedding. My mother believes many things. The internet also believes it. The internet once believed I was an aircraft smuggler. For 14 hours. Long 14 hours. Isabel looked toward him. The humor faded. Do you want to be dating? Yes. The answer came easily. No strategy. No delay. No operational review. Yes, he repeated. Isabel's shoulders relaxed. Then we are. Noah smiled. That was remarkably simple. We have had sufficient complications. He reached for her hand. She gave it willingly. Any relationship protocols? He asked. No public declarations without consultation. Reasonable. No disappearing into hostile aircraft. Case-specific. No insulting my coffee. Impossible. No calling me terrifying during interviews. But you are. Her eyes narrowed. He smiled. Affectionately. And no accidental engagements. Noah looked toward the bedside table. A small black box sat beside the lamp. He stopped. Isabel followed his gaze. Her eyes widened. No. Noah picked up the box. Is this yours? No. He opened it. Inside was a diamond ring. A folded card rested beneath it. He read the message. For efficiency, autumn works best. Love, Mom. Noah closed the box. Silence. Isabel stared. Noah placed it carefully on the table. We should establish that my mother does not represent me legally. Good. She also has boundary issues. I noticed. And this date has lasted approximately 4 hours, most of which I spent unconscious. 14 hours. Worse. Isabel looked at the ring again. Then at Noah. No. Absolutely not. Far too soon. Completely. We barely know each other. Correct. Your coffee order changed yesterday. Temporary seasonal adjustment. The public would become unbearable. Celeste would commission merchandise. They nodded together. The issue was resolved. Noah picked up his coffee. Isabel stood. Then stopped at the doorway. Autumn does avoid the Pacific launch schedule. Noah nearly dropped the cup. She looked over her shoulder. A small wicked smile appeared. Pancakes are downstairs. You cannot say that and leave. I just did. Isabel. She walked into the hall. Noah threw back the duvet and stood. He was still wearing sleep pants and one sock. The other sock had disappeared. Another hotel mystery. He followed her. As he reached the doorway, his phone rang. Unknown number. Noah stared at it. Isabel returned. Are you answering? No. It may be important. The last unknown call led to an exploding island. The phone stopped. A voicemail notification appeared. Noah pressed play. A nurse's voice filled the room. Hello, Mr. Mercer. This is St. Matthew's Hospital. You were listed as Isabel Laurent's emergency contact during her recent visit. We are updating our records and need to confirm your relationship to the patient. Noah looked at Isabel. She looked at him. The universe waited. Noah lifted the phone. He pressed call. The nurse answered. St. Matthew's Records Department. Hello, Noah said. This is Noah Mercer. Yes, Mr. Mercer. We need to update your relationship to Miss Laurent. Noah looked at Isabel again. She folded her arms. Warning. Challenge. Something warmer. The answer was no longer fiancé. Not yet. It was no longer stranger. Definitely not. Noah smiled. Put me down as partner. Isabel's expression softened. The nurse typed. Business partner. Noah laughed. Not remotely. The call ended. Isabel stepped closer. Partner. It seemed accurate. Operationally. Personally. She looked into his eyes. Noah. Yes. You are still wearing one sock. He looked down. So I am. And the hotel dining room closes breakfast service in 20 minutes. His expression became serious. Why are we standing here? They hurried toward the elevator. Noah caught her hand. The doors opened. They stepped inside together. No engagement. No false story. No hostile board. Just two exhausted people beginning something neither of them could control. The elevator descended. Isabel leaned against Noah's shoulder. Noah looked toward their reflection in the mirrored wall. 3 weeks earlier, he had been an overworked operations manager who wanted nothing more than sleep. Then a woman collapsed. A nurse asked a question, and his exhausted brain gave the worst possible answer. Or perhaps the best. The elevator chimed. The doors opened toward the hotel restaurant. Warm light filled the lobby. Noah smelled coffee, butter, pancakes. No alarms. No reporters. No villains. For once, the emergency was over. Isabel pulled him forward. Come on, partner. Noah smiled. Lead the way, boss. They walked toward breakfast. Behind them, forgotten inside the guest room, Noah's phone received a message from Celeste. Victor has agreed to testify. He says Project Night Sky had one additional buyer. Call me after pancakes. Noah did not see it. Not yet. For the next 20 minutes, the aviation industry could survive without him. And if it could not, respectfully, closed casket. No speeches. Just make sure the obituary mentioned that Noah Mercer died doing what he loved. Trying to finish breakfast before someone created another emergency.